welcome on board, trainers, as we welcome you to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series, the Malaysia-Singapore edition, as they will be looking to qualify themselves to Anaheim, California. And that's where we'll get to see all the best UNITE teams to be hopping on board. My name is Qontra, and joining with me here is Moonboy. I'm glad to be casting here alongside with you, but it's been a long while.
Oh, it has been a long while, my friend. Last time we were doing this is like what, last year, I guess.
Felt like ages ago, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but you know, this is the final stretch, right? This is the only spot in Malaysia, Singapore for them to earn a spot into Worlds this year, and it's a lot is on the line, and I believe you're gonna be seeing a lot of fierce competition coming in from the Singapore Malaysia region.
Indeed, and of course, there's just a lot of notable names out there, but the most glaring name of it all has been Paper Rex. Of course, you guys may actually know this roster to be filling a majority of, you know, their previous name, Team MYS, but I'm just really glad that, you know, a major organization have been able to, of course, give them all the support that they need to propel even further. And of course, we've been talking about the World Championships that will be happening real soon. So make sure you guys follow Pokemon UNITE on all of their social media platforms to keep up to speed of what's going on in the esports realm.
Exactly. And, you know, especially when we're talking about Pokemon games, you know, Pokemon Worlds is the pinnacle of this whole competition, and especially, you know, you get to travel to the USA, Anaheim, California. It's gonna be, you know, it's everything, right, to all these players. They worked so hard throughout the whole year, and only goal is to get to Worlds.
That's right. Of course, they got to be absolutely locked in for this one. And speaking of which, I believe that there is just so much that they got to get adjusted to. First and foremost, I guess some of all these traders are meeting each other for the very first time. So, of course, let's welcome them on board as we will, of course, reveal who are the qualified teams to be playing here in the WCS 2025 qualifiers of Malaysia and Singapore.
Yeah, but you know, before that, you know, this is what the whole, you know, World Championship is going to be looking like. You know, we are going to be looking at Asia Pacific West today, specifically Malaysia, Singapore, which only one team will be making over to Worlds.
That's right. And on top of that, there's also going to be more battles up ahead, where we're also going to be looking at a PUACL team later on to also tag along. So we'll definitely have to check that one out for much later. But let's go through the format for a little bit more. If you guys are brand new to the UNITE scene, welcome on board. Day one have already concluded with a single elimination, where we've already sifted through and navigated with our top 8 teams to be playing today on a double elimination format.
Yep, and you know, and it's not exactly an easy feat as well. Single elimination, one single mistake, and you are out of this tournament. So we're down to our final 8 today, and you know, we got a few big names coming in, especially Paper Rex, which one of the team which have a undefeated run so far.
Yep, and of course, let's go through some of all these rulings, as all of this, like you said, is going to be played on a best of 3 for these double eliminations, and each match typically will only run for 10 minutes, played in Tia Sky Ruins, and there's not going to be any limitation on the items, as well as there's no boost emblems on board. But one thing that's pretty interesting is that Alolan Raichu is not going to be available for either side of these teams to play it out.
Yeah,
Sky Ruins.
I mean, Alolan Raichu is kind of new coming in as well. You know, it's going to be shaping up the game a lot when he finally going to be hitting into Tia Sky Ruin. But before that, for now, you know, this is how the pick and ban is going to be like for today's tournament, where, you know, each team will ban 2 Pokemon, and then they will subsequently pick as per the image above.
That's right. Yeah, they do take turns to not only ban, but to also pick their priorities when it comes down to the Pokemon that they really want to feel. And then they get to make adjustments with the final preparation. Now, let's quickly also take a look into the brackets at this current moment. There were concurrent matches that were happening prior. Of course, now we move directly into the quarterfinals. So we will see Lao Tin Baoyu to be taking on FF and Paper Rex to eventually meet up with Team Kata.
Yep. But for our very first matchup right here, it's going to be GhostDora going to play for fun. So we will be covering a little bit more on that game later on as well.
Yep, and of course, they've got to be playing for something, right? And there's just plenty of prizes in store for everybody here within the top 8. I mean, I guess like when you're kind of on 7, you are kind of tied in that position, whether if you're a lower bracket or so. So at least everybody here in the top 8 gets to walk with a little something.
Yep, and not forgetting, right, for first place today, we'll be walking home with $15,000 and a ticket to Anaheim, to California as well. So it's so much, money. There's lots of stakes, reputation on the line for these players, and they have to throw their all today. It's now or never, Qontra.
Yeah, and we're looking at only the very best trainers to be able to make it onto the international stages. And of course, that golden ticket to Anaheim. Let's take a look at this upcoming matchup because we will have GhostDora versus Play for Fun. Now, I'm pretty sure that we will have to see how this one unfolds. Well, let's also get a little bit of gauge because I know that there's a little bit of an update going on, and I believe that, we've had a little talk about speedsters dominating the field for quite some time. And recently, a new patch just dropped.
Yeah, for sure. The damage penetration has been reduced as well. So there's lots of things moving. The meta has been shifting for this time.
That's right, as we will actually check out the first draft of the day as we get to talk a little bit more on the meta. And I think Suicune has also been pretty much a prominent all-rounder to be played out. And to also respond to that, Play for Fun, they immediately ban out the Umbreon.
Yep, I mean, banning the Suicune is pretty straightforward at this point in time, right? Like, it's kind of a dual role. It could dish out a lot of damage, and at the same time, it could work as a support Pokemon as well. And coming in with the Psyduck ban from GhostDora, Psyduck, one of the newer Pokemon into the fray, a little bit disruptive. You don't really want to deal with, all this headache coming in from the Psyduck. That's
right. It's definitely going to be pretty much coming up with plenty of hindrance, and you kind of want to avoid that. So Kiko's gonna be the first one to come in with the pick here. I think there's definitely plenty of options available, and immediately they lock in the Buzzle that got pretty much buffed up recently as well. I mean, adding a little bit more muscle into what he's got.
Yeah, Buzzwole is looking as swole as ever this time around with the Leech Life removing hindrance resistance from Buzzwole. It's going to be a huge impact coming in, and I believe it's going to be one of the premium picks for today as well from GhostDora. But for Play for Fun, locking in the Darkrai and the Zacian immediately and putting a little bit of a firepower onto the board at this time around.
Yeah, looking at their side, they definitely do seem like they have plenty of damage to offer when it comes down to those kind of scuffle and exchanges. Now, to answer back to that, they're bringing in the Clefable as well as the Lapras. Now, it's a lot of utility, a lot of tankiness up into the defenders centric kind of composition. So they gotta end up with pretty much hard hitters on their end as well, but I guess not too much has been told from the side of GhostDora.
Yeah, for sure. And we're looking at a Mr. Mime coming in from Focus. That's one of the Pokemon that we have not exactly been seeing around in the pro play coming in. And that's a really interesting pick coming in from Play for Fun. Greninja as well, right? One of the Pokemon we have not seen so much. But GhostDora, on the other hand, locking in the Inteleon with the new item on him as well. The Drive Lens, that's going to be, he's probably looking for a lot of KO in this matchup.
Yeah, now looking into the speedster category, it definitely is going to be a very interesting matchup between the both. Now they will complete their draft with a Gengar, which we haven't seen for a little while. But of course, now putting it into the equation, it seems like on the side of Play for Fun, they really want to just find some of all these core units to be able to just single them out, knock that Pokemon out, and just ensure they pave their way to success.
Yep, there's lots of utility and lots of damage coming in from. But however, they have to be a little bit worried about the Darkrai and the Venus. Recently having a great buff onto the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain as well. It's probably going to be running down in the front and just doing its thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's been a while since we actually see Venusaur coming back into popularity, and with those much needed buff, I do think that it definitely will have significant impact here, especially in the hands of very proficient trainers out there. So I really want to see how this one works out, because it seems to be that there's a lot that needs to be activated for this side of Play for Fun. Meanwhile, I think it's going to be a little bit more straightforward for perhaps some of these guys coming from GhostDora, where you will have the Buzzwole to consistently disrupt whoever's going to be trying to get themselves into the go zones. But you know what? Enough yapping for me, as we're moving into Taya Sky Ruins for our first game of the day.
Yep. So, I mean, looking at the composition right here, Play for Fun, they have a little bit of a advantage. As long as those Sacred Swords come online, Play for Fun. As on the other hand, the Buzzwole have to work really hard in the early game to sustain a little bit more.
Yeah, already looking for some early points to be scored. Just about 4 for now. Nothing too substantial just yet. Seems to be a very steady game pace, as we're already looking at the Bulbasaur just moving around mid for a little bit. When exactly will they get involved? Already level 5 as evolves. And now we're going to be looking at a little bit of a tussle for the moment. But for the meantime, I think that it's just going to be very careful maneuvers, as they will secure more and more of all these Chaos energy from the wild Pokemon for the meantime. Now, over and above, definitely going to be pretty interesting as well, as we're pretty much seeing them contest for the wild Altarias. And there we go. It seems like we'll get a little bit of a slight lead, as we'll see a double knockout to begin the run up top. And there we have it. It's a little bit more of an interesting moves coming out there, as we're getting some of all the slight EXP lead going so far. Now, it seems to me that this Buzzwole is still at level 4, so maybe you need to play a little bit of catch up. There we go, finally getting on track, and now dishing a little bit more of that damage over onto the Mr. Mime. So we'll have to actually pay attention, because something's happening up mid. There we go, as they contest for the Altarias once more. And just like that, it seems to be that GhostDora is going to be looking for an initiation, just moving right through. And this is going to be the Ivysaur that does actually land it. And this is where they get themselves some really huge streaks going in for the Hunter, as he takes down 3 Pokemon back to back.
Yeah, I mean, with the Venusaur online, there's going to be doing so much more, right? Being in front, being that pseudo tank for the team as well. So those are going to be really good initiation coming in. Buzzwole jumping straight right in.
Yes, which has a little bit of overextension, and immediately getting punished for it. Getting the knockout, it does give them a little bit more coming back into this standpoint, as we're going to be seeing this Inteleon to be activated as well. Now, keep an eye on to the Reggie, as they're already looking for contests down bottom.
Yep, I mean, looking at the positioning right now, it seems like, GhostDora having a little bit of an edge, just, creating so much space towards the Registeel, but there's still a steal opportunity coming in from Play for Fun.
As they're just driving right to, it seems like the Phantom Bush is going to be pop pretty nicely right there, with a double going in favor of this Gengar, and they want even more. Just like that, they have been able to just reach over onto the goal zone, but it's just going to be a big turnaround to get them in return, as it's going to be a streak of a triple going in favor of the Zacian.
Wow, I mean, that was a good fight coming in, right? A great comeback coming in from Play for Fun. They immediately have to rotate straight up top right now. The objective right here is going to be whoever is going to control the Reggie Lecky might have a little bit of an edge into this early game stages.
Yeah, great timing on the Sovereign Sword, as well as we're already looking at huge priorities, as we're seeing a little bit more of an extension, and seems like with all the advantages of that turnaround fight, it's already 110 points in favor of PFF at the moment. Now, all hands on deck as they're looking to secure the Regieleki.
Yeah, and right here, the Venusaur is just standing straight right in front as well, acting as a pseudo tank, just pushing them back. So much space has been made. It seems like right here, the Darkrai is just stalling so much time away from the rest of the team so that they could get the Regieleki, and they're pushing straight right in.
Yeah, with the Gengar down, this is going to be a little bit tougher as they are really putting everything into defense. But unfortunately, 4 of their members have been knocked out completely. Oh, a rough start for the side of GhostDora as they've already lost the first goal zone. And just like that, it's going to be a that does get them back in return. Just get a little bit of consolation take off in that sense.
Yep, I mean, I love how they missed the mime, right? And with the power swap just stacking onto the Inteleon, despite having the Azure Spy Vision activated, is still unable to do too much against that Mr. Mime, just, putting in so much resistance towards it.
Yeah, a lot of sheer focus coming from GhostDora to try to recover some of all these Chaos energy to be scored right there. But that leaves the Regis absolutely wide up for grabs. So that being said, they're going to be beefing themselves up for the moment while also catching onto the Lapras. And that's going to be another streak this time around, activating the Darkrai.
Wow, I mean, that was a good push coming in, but at this point in time, should GhostDora initiate fights at this point, right? Looking at the levels right here, right? Zacian already at 13, Venusaur at level 12. At this point in time, you should not be taking too much fight. Just, get those objectives, get those wild Pokemon, get your EXP up, and then reconsider into a group fight towards towards play for fun, because at this point, picking a fight right here is not exactly the wisest decision.
Yeah, and they also have to time it well because in another 2 minutes, it's going to be the final stretch already with the Rayquaza up for grabs. So if there's going to be any big moments, I believe that's going to be their sure focus. Meanwhile, everybody's moving along the quarters. It seems like Dora wants to actually catch on to the Venusaur. It seems like they will have to play a little bit more defensively. Oh, tough call. And here comes the pedal dance with them trying to initiate a move. And this is where they call for it. A huge one for the Venusaur. And just like that, they all crumble from GhostDora. 4 Pokemon knocked out completely, leaving another Reggie on the table.
Wow, I mean, that fight right there, you have to be a little bit worried, right? Bass Roll diving straight right into the Venusaur with that pedal dance is not exactly the best move moving in as well. And, even with the Inteleon with the Azure Spy Vision at the back line, shooting them down is not exactly the best move, or is not exactly optimal for the rest of the team to get that push that they need. Immediately moving into the central area and just removing all this buff away from GhostDora. Play for Fun is just in such a dominant position right now.
Yeah, look at the entire control all over the field. It seems like there's just so little space for them to even get into the Regirock, which is why they hunker down to go in for the push up over on the top as the Bustle managed to squeeze in just about 10 points in about 10 seconds from now. It's going to be Rayquaza up next. So hopefully they can actually form some form of resistance to overwhelm. And if they do actually take it down, then there still is a big chance for GhostDora to make a huge splash.
Yeah, that's for sure, Qontra, because right here it seems like Play for Fun is already in a good position for a great ambush onto them, right? GhostDora have to be a little bit wary of where is their position right now, and just trying to get that push that they need.
Speaking of which, there's just moving right through as the Mime will be able to find one in return. Focus tries to dance his way around, dropping very, very low. And this is where the Darkrai shines the brightest with the Greninja, also securing themselves that double KO, leaving only the Bustle. What can he possibly do right now? Because the rest of Play for Fun will get their hands on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, their game plan right now is definitely gonna be stopping them from scoring, but with the Rayquaza buff, they should be easily scoring at least 200-300 points coming into this. But GhostDora have to really dig deep. How are they gonna be countering them? They are lacking behind in terms of levels as well. Power level is really low in this fight also. So I don't really see a way out for this, but there might be still a slither of chance.
Perhaps so, but it's going to be a little bit overwhelming right now. They got less than a minute to be able to come up with a form of response. So with all of that being said, game one looking a little tough here. So they got to find a sort of way to eventually knock them out completely. Speaking of which, this is where the Greninja just dives right through and will be able to just open up every opportunity to score any energy still left in the tank. So that's it. 10 seconds left, and it's going to be play for fun that will be able to start things off in convincing fashion to score the first point of the series.
Well, I mean, that is a really strong start coming in from Play for Fun, right? GhostDora really have a lot to think about. How are they going to be dealing with Play for Fun in game number 2? Because at this rate, they have to maybe tinker a little bit, block the Venusaur from Play for Fun's hands, perhaps, because that Venusaur literally just ran the game over with that pedal dance.
Yeah, I believe that we're going to see a whole lot more of these Venusaur to be played out by majority of all these teams from what it looks like. And on top of that, it's a sure team effort as well. When we take a look at how this Mr. Mime has been crucial in some of all of these team fights, looking at it with some great light screen as well as chill time to be dropped into the battle, that kind of turned the tides around, making it a little bit more difficult for GhostDora to form up a decent exchange.
Yep, I mean the amount of recovery coming in with the power swap, 30,000+, that's a good number coming in from Mr. Mime. Right, but with the confusion, there's a little bit of knockback coming in as well. So there's lots of utility coming in from Play for Fun, but we can't discount the fact that Venusaur just running down with a pedal dance straight right in the middle, and with Greninja at the back end just taking everyone off with their shuriken.
Yeah, it seems like in the early span of the matchup, it was still a little bit more of that back and forth despite, some great exchanges going on. So what do you think is the tipping point of what really went on in this match?
Well, I think, it's when the Venusaur actually comes online, and with the Zacian's, Sacred Sword moving in, they have so much, they are able to create so much space for the rest of the team.
Yeah,
and with Darkrai onto the back line as well, just snipe, just trying to pick off easy targets here and there. And that's just how the whole team composition worked, and it worked really clockwork for Play for Fun for this round.
Yeah, just like you said, I felt like perhaps they just need a little bit more of the amplification onto just finding ways to just shut down the Venusaur, because this Venusaur is just running rampant, just getting that perfect hell dance, and there's just no true answer as to how do you want to go in for a firm KO, since there's just so much sustain going on for the members of Play for Fun.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, you just put that skill power swap onto that Venusaur, right? And the Venusaur could just run all the way straight forward into the front line and just Pedal Dance Giga Drain his way through. And that is exactly kind of what happened in that particular matchup. And, they are not worried about things like, could the Venusaur sustain? But, with that Giga Drain, the amount of healing that he's getting is close to, a lot.
Yeah, it is definitely off the charts as we saw the impact of this Venusaur. Very, very well played from the side of Play for Fun, but I do believe that there is going to be certain answers to be made moving into our second draft, because on paper, I think it definitely seemed like they have grand ideas coming in for GhostDora. Maybe they just need a little bit more of a heart hitting Pokemon to also join in the fray this time around. As we take a look at the first picks and bans, pretty much similar from what we saw back in game 1.
Yep, I mean, with same old, with the Suicune and the Umbreon ban, but this time around, would that Venusaur be banned in this game number 2? Because that Venusaur literally, dictate the tempo of the game in game number 1, and we are seeing a Buzzwole ban coming in and a Zacian ban from GhostDora.
Yeah, this Asian definitely was super effective on how they navigate into some of the battles that we saw, especially around that Regirock battle. And that being said, with Buzzwole taken out, I think that Blissey definitely provides a whole lot with her Bliss assistance. The question is, what kind of pairings do they really want to go with this Blissey? Meanwhile, GhostDora is gonna take the Darkrai for their own, and also to combine alongside with it, they're bringing in the Mamoswine to really cause a little bit more chaos in some of these fights.
I mean, Mamoswine, you know, this Pokemon has been really good. It's really tanky. It has a little bit of a hindrance with those freezers coming in as well. But you know but the only problem that it is a 3-stage Pokemon. There's a chance of it being level locked in the early game, and you know it might not meet that Mamoswine stage as fast as possible. But Play for Fun, on the other hand, coming in with the Metagross and the Mewtwo Y, and a Mew and Scissor being picked by GhostDora.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a whole lot more popularity and picks in competitive for the Y variation of the Mewtwo. Now, what's also interesting to note is that when we take a look at Speedsters, this is going to be really interesting. They're bringing in the Talonflame, one of the hotly contested picks globally as well. And to also double down on that, they will have this Lowbro to be able to just single out a certain target. And just like that, you did mention about needing to find the right EXP. They're also bringing in the Gardevoir. So will they be able to scale? Is going to be a very big question for GhostDora.
Wow, I mean, with 2 stage 3 Pokemon coming in from GhostDora, you know, especially with the Gardevoir, they have to be really wary, especially with a Talonflame on their opponent's side of the field. So, you know, the Talonflame could harass the Gardevoir a little bit more and not allow it to do too much. But if their Gardevoir could land those side shocks in, you know, the amount of damage potential coming in for their Gardevoir is going to be off the chart.
Yeah, I could already imagine if they do get themselves pretty stabilized, it's going to be pretty huge on how they could actually just come in with some big turnaround in some of all these major battles. So we'll definitely have to see if they would be able to just find a way to get just about enough EXP. And if they do actually get a few of all these knockouts early, then it just speeds up the process, right? But even despite that, it definitely will have to see in the terms of how they actually execute their plan overall. So I would think that most of all these members from PFF, they are looking to be a little bit more balanced all around. And of course, that being said, it's all about how much of an impact will they bring now that they are going to be having the Mewtwo on their side.
Yep, I mean, for Play for Fun with this particular team composition, all eyes is going to be on that Metagross and Mewtwo Y, right? You know, how are they going to be scaling up fast enough so that, you know, they could do a little bit of a disruption? Yes, the Mewtwo could do a little bit of disruption early, but, you know, wow, that Cider just going so deep into the back line and just taking out all the berries, and that might be an opportunity to actually stall that Beldum from leveling up into a Metech.
Yeah, already upping the tempo from the past game, as you know that they need to actually win this and put it to a draw so that they can have another shot to be able to, of course, climb over onto the standings overall. Of course, a little bit of a pressure situation as we are looking at some of the members with Roy also putting himself at a very risky position. Now they're out for this contest for the Altaria. Will be able to quickly secure it for Play for Fun.
Yep, as you guys could see, right, they're just targeting onto the Beldum. Those side shocks just targeting the Beldum as fast as possible. So not allowing it to get too much EXP, not allowing it to, you know, have a lot of space to get that level up that they need. But down goes that Cider too. The early fetchling right there.
And it's going to be a little bit of an eye for an eye kind of situation. So yeah, I guess it's not too overwhelming for either side of the party. We're already getting the Metang up online. Well, we're going to see a little bit more of a vast movement later on for the Reggie eventually down over on to bottom. But of course, they got to still get that priority on the mid sector because another Altaria is spawning at this current mode. And just like that, the Talonflame just swoops right behind them and finds themselves that double KO. And there's just nowhere for them to escape as they will return the favor once again.
Yeah, Bliss in a little bit of a trouble right there as well. Scissor immediately taking it down, with a punch, right? And right here, it's still anybody's game at this point in time. It's pretty balanced, but that Talonflame is already at level 7, so that's one of the Pokemon that they have to be really scared of, as the Talonflame would just swoop onto the Gardevoir to turn things around.
Yeah, and that being said, of course, once those Unite moves are up available, you will be pretty certain that this Talonflame is going to have some major impact with the Flame Sweeps coming right in. A lot of all these priority onto the goal zones over on the top, while they're also prepping for another battle down bottom. It's going to be a Regice that does appear, as we are looking at the rest of Play for Fun to be holding a very defensive position with a serve pretty much brought right in. This Slowbro is absolutely in a great position at the moment to zone them up, and it's gonna be this like being brought right through, and just like that secures it for Play for Fun.
Wow, that was a good telekinesis coming in, stopping the Scissor from jumping into to get to steal off that Regice away from them. And Play for Fun actually did have 2 casualties of that fight, but they're happy with that.
Yeah, just about good exchanges coming right through, and they're looking for those opportunities to score, but this is just a little bit too much. And just like that, they all rally down over on the bottom, and they're looking for more. Those beams, it does hit, but it is going to be a double for the Talonflame.
Wow, I mean, that Talonflame literally disrupted every single game plan that GhostDora is going in for. And Mew coming in with the surf, trying to take out the Slowbro, immediately flying away from that fight is the Talonflame.
I just love how proficient he is on this Talonflame, and just like that, there's just going to be more tussle over on the bottom, but it leaves the Metagross pretty much ample space to actually work with. So we'll have to see this time around. It's going to be Dora playing with fire, and that's going to be a beam that does actually connect. And Flame Sweep hits onto multiple members of GhostDora, just like that. 3 Pokemons all went KO.
Wow, I mean, that Roy on that Talonflame with that big flame sweep, sweeping away 3 Pokemon away from out of position, immediately getting 3 KO under his belt. And, already at level 12 right now, that Talonflame is really scary. How would GhostDora deal with them?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit out of hand, as well as once more having the Talonflame to be able to secure the Regieleki, and it just creates so much more space for them to eventually move rapidly over onto the bottom goal zone in order to score. This time around, they try to form up a response, as they will try to form a breach over onto the top goal zone, but instead it's being held back by the Slowbro that's been so effective throughout the run.
Yeah, I'm loving how Play for Fun allow themselves to let the Regieleki do a little bit of a pressure on the top side, but immediately 5 men on top just putting in so much in. But the Talonflame managed to get the Darkrai under his name, and a Gardevoir as well.
Yeah, finding a double KO, and this is where the Mew tries to turn the tides around, as they will go in with a fly, and this might just be even more. And Roy, he's looking for another one, and that beam, as much as it lands, it doesn't seem like it's enough to quite take out this Mammoth, but they will still do so with a double streak going in favor of the Slowbro, and it's not over and done just yet. Fly put to sleep, and another KO in the back for the Darkrai.
Wow, I mean, I just love how all the utilities coming into play from Play for Fun. Great use of telekinesis, catching the right target at the right moment to allow them to have a little bit of an edge, to allow the Talonflame to fly and soar to get those KOs.
Yeah, this time around, they're having the health bars dropping very, very low, so they will have to just leave the go zone, as it will be quickly taken by members of GhostDora to be able to at least pile on some points to try to match up the current lead that's being held by PAFF with 196.
Yeah, I mean, Play for Fun is fine, right? They're okay with that go zone being taken away from them, that, but that also means that the Regieleki have a little bit more threat, right? A little bit more pressure onto the top side as well. So as long as they could secure all these team fights and get this objective, they should be a little bit more comfortable in this matchup.
Yeah, a little bit more of the party towards the side of PFF, and this is where they try to take it down. And it seems like it's a little overbearing right now with the positioning. While they jump onto the Cypher, and it's going to be the Mewtwo that goes on a double, looking for even more as they take down the goal zone, having the Surf to be able to push them all around and just form up that free space to just get themselves even more up ahead.
I mean, just looking at how the whole state of the game, what the level department is right now, Talonflame already at level 14 before the final stretch. All that's left is Blissey to level 12, and they are fully skilled. But on GhostDora side, they're a little bit behind at this point in time. We are moving straight right to the final stretch. Rayquaza is on, and Playful Fun is just waiting for dinner to be served on the plate.
We have to see big moments coming in from the side of Kiko as well. They're going to be the ones to initiate this takeoff to the Rayquaza. Here goes the Metagross, looking for a huge compute and crush in order to just connect onto the majority of the target. And here comes the Flame Sweep. Oh, it finds them all completely. 3 Pokemons knocked out, and now it is all clear for them to grab the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they got a Vor being chased out of there as well. That was a really good orchestration coming in from Play for Fun, right? Crash and compute and crash into the right target and just allow the whole team to be knocked up, and the rest of the team just sweep it. Flame Sweep pushing the Mamoswine away to get those hindrances out of their way to get themselves that victory that they need.
Just like that, they've been able to not only build the lead from the ground up, but to maintain it, having this Talonflame to really run rampant all across the map. And now, Focus, he's going to look for another catch. And now with the beam pretty much connecting, it's going to be a little bit of a freebie. There's not much space that GhostDora can work with. And with this lead build up, there's only 30 seconds on the clock. I don't think that this is going to cut it for the rest of GhostDora.
Yeah, it's not gonna be looking good right now. Compute and Crash just finishing up those putting the final nail into the coffin as well. Just putting out those KOs one after another. Most of the Pokemon on Play for Fun side are at level 14 and 15, and with a level 13 full team from GhostDora, it's not gonna be possible as the clock counts down. There we have, ladies and gentlemen, our winner for the first lower bracket game.
A very convincing win once more as Play for Fun will advance through the bracket, taking 2 games back to back.
Well, I mean, that Qontra, that was a swift and decisive victory coming in from Play for Fun, right? Even though they have a little bit of a struggle in the early game, but throughout the mid to the end game, they're just picking up so much steam. Once that Metagross actually picks up, things actually starts to gel really well for the rest of Play for Fun.
Yeah, and of course, over on to both sides of the coin, right? It's all about activating your speedsters as well. And look no further than Roy, because 2 games in a row is just so effective, especially on this Talonflame pick of a Pokemon. Well, not only were they just trying to funnel all these resources to be dropped on top of Roy, it seemed like he just knew the perfect timing to pop the fly, just to reposition himself, and after that just recommits with the Flame Sweep, which we saw that was held until he finds the perfect angle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of Talonflame, in this game, right? Being able to reposition, being able to fly out of existence, I would say, and then just dropping straight right down to get those final hits onto all the objectives that they have won. They literally won every single objective in this matchup, and I believe Roy has a big part to play in this fight.
Yeah, initially during the draft, we did talk about having 2 Pokemons that need to hit the stage 2 evolution. So they needed a lot of all that time to skill, and it really felt for fun. Never really allowed that to happen in the early span of the match.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, look at the Swine right there, this unable to do. Swine is not able to do too much. Even Gardevoir, I don't even see too much of an impact coming in from the Gardevoir once it's managed to scale up as well, because there's so much pressure coming in from Play for Fun. They're just so good with initiation. There's so much die capability coming with them as well. So it's really difficult for GhostDora to actually find an opening to push through.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think like the player on the Slowbro has been able to really handle majority of these situations really well. Whether if you want to go ahead to use the Slow Beam onto the Darkrai or even the Scissor overall, and then right before we even get into the final stretch, just the Regieleki has been able to just open all that form of spacing, and eventually, even despite them being a little bit behind, we did actually see GhostDora try their hardest to eventually look for that opportunity for Rayquaza, but it was unfortunately not quite enough.
Yep, there we have, ladies and gentlemen, the bracket for this so far. GhostDora Play for Fun actually just won 2-0, and they will be moving into the second round of the lower bracket in this top 8. And next up, we will be having Point Blank and Team Berudu for the second game on stream.
Yep, and that has been a pretty exciting game to actually witness to kick things off very nicely and steadily for Play for Fun. And so far, a force to be reckoned with when we take a look at how proficiently they've been going with their plans. And I feel like eventually they might actually meet the match from the lower bracket. We'll have to see, because now we update the bracket once again. So I guess early on, we also have seen that there's also another match happening concurrently. So that's going to be LT Baoyu that got knocked down by Team FF from the upper bracket. And eventually, Team FF will be meeting either Team Kata or Paper Rex.
Wow, I mean, Paper X has been undefeated so far, but yesterday there was 2 teams that was undefeated, and Laotian Baoyu is one of them as well. So it's really shocking to see them dropping into the lower bracket. So we're just gonna see how this whole competition is gonna be playing out for them, because ultimately in the whole of Singapore, Malaysia, there's only one team that's gonna be making 2 votes.
Yeah, and of course, the hot favorites are definitely Paper Rex, but I'm pretty sure that over time, there's also a lot of all these teams that have been hungry for competition. And speaking of which, there's just all these names who's hoping to make a mark in this tournament. So that being said, of course, if you guys have not locked in for all too long, there's plenty happening when you just move into the Pokemon Unite app, and there's just so much that you guys can check out. And before we even get to that, take a look at this beautiful video. And there we have it. Alolan Raichu joins the fray as an attacker. And of course, you guys don't want to miss the new beach style Hollowware currently up in the game, of course. So make sure you log in and eventually get your license to play Alolan Raichu. And of course, that is the brand new Battle Pass for Season 31 that begins on Thursday, April the 17th. And so you guys, of course, can get the Noble Style Leafeon, Sacred Style Eldegoss, and the Noble Set Leafeon with, of course, plenty to offer. So you guys definitely want to keep up to the fashion in game. So make sure you guys check that one out as well.
Well, I love the Leafeon before start, right? That Leafeon looks good. With those additional animation coming in onto those Unite moves, it's going to be elevating your game by so much, my friends.
It definitely is. And not only that, there is even more for you guys to check out. So make sure if you guys were to, of course, log in, of course, invite your friends for a couple of games, and eventually, if you guys have been able to train hard enough, we might even see you guys one day make it to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series as well if you guys didn't sign up. So if so, the dates have passed. We're already looking at some of all these top teams battling all out. So that said, that was our first match concluded. We still have more to go on our series coming up next. So Moonboy, I think we'll take a breather and we'll come back in a few minutes. A slight lead as we'll see a double knockout to begin the run up top. It seems to be that GhostDora is going to be looking for an initiation, just moving right through, and this is
for the team as well. So those are going to be really good initiation coming in. Basketball jumping straight right in.
Yes, which has a little bit of over, and they want even more. Just like that, they have been able to just reach over onto the goal zone, but it's just gonna be a big turnaround
to the rest of the team so that they could get the Regieleki, and they're pushing straight right in.
Yeah, with the Gengar down, this is gonna be a little dance with them trying to initiate a move, and this is where they call for it. A huge one for the Venusaur.
Position right now, and just trying to get that push that they need.
Speaking of which, there's just moving right through as the Mime will be able to find one in return. Focus tries to dance his way around, dropping very, very low and looking a little tough here. So they got to find a sort of way to eventually knock them out completely. Speaking of which, this is where the Greninja, in convincing fashion, to score the risky position. Now they're out for this contest for the Altaria. Will be able to quickly secure it for play for fun sector because another Altaria is spawning at this card mode, and just like that, the Talonflame just swoops right behind it and finds themselves that double KO, and there's just nowhere for you to bring brought right through, and just like that, secures it for play for fun.
Wow, that was a good telekinesis coming in, stopping the Scissor from jumping.
Good exchanges is coming right through, and they're looking for those opportunities to score, but this is just a little bit too much, and just like that, we'll have to see this time around. It's going to be GhostDora playing with fire, and that's going to be a beam that does
Flames allow that Talonflame to fly and soar to get those KOs.
Yeah, this time around, they're having the health bars dropping very towards the side of PFF, and this is where they try to take it down. And it seems like it's a little overbearing right now with the positioning. Rayquaza, here goes the Metagross, looking for a huge compute and crush in order to just connect onto the majority of the target. And here comes the Flame Sweep. Oh, it finds them all.
That's lower bracket game.
A very convincing win. We'll get a little bit of a slight lead as we'll see a double knockout to begin the run up top. It seems to be that GhostDora is going to be looking for an initiation, just moving right through, and this is good
for the team as well. So those are going to be really good initiation coming in. Basketball jumping straight right in.
Yes, Real Witch has a little bit of over, and they want even more. Just like that, they have been able to just reach over onto the goal zone, but it's just gonna be a big turnaround
to the rest of the team so that they could get the Regieleki, and they're pushing straight right in.
Yeah, with the Gengar down, this is gonna be a little dance with them trying to initiate a move, and this is where they call for it. A huge one for the Venusaur.
Position right now, and just trying to get that push. Gentlemen, welcome back to Pokemon Unite WCS Malaysia Singapore qualifiers, and we are down to our second lower bracket game right here. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Qontra, and what a game we have for the first game.
Yeah, it's a back-to-back finish coming from Play for Fun, where, you know, as much as that name is Play for Fun, they mean serious business. This time around, we have two different sets of teams who have been playing from the upper brackets, and they've dropped down into the lower, so it's all on the line for both Point Blank as well as Team Berudu. So they got to put out the best picks possible in this upcoming draft. So we'll have to see if the tadpoles will come up ahead or Point Blank goes all the way to the finish line.
Yep, I mean, this is going to be an elimination match right here. You know, they're in the lower bracket. There's no more second life. It's all down to, you know, this particular match. Like, if you want your spot in Anaheim, you got to show up for this game.
Yeah, and we last saw some of all these trainers. They really were putting their level best in. So far, I think we've seen a lot of interesting picks coming in from that prior series. So maybe if they were actually tuning in, then they could basically get a couple of ideas. I think like some of the major impact from the speedster category, Talonflame so far has been really showing up, at least for PFF. Now, it's really down to the comfort for all these said teams because they got their own game plan going on as well. So in this business category, I think that there's just so many options out there on the table. What else would be a really solid pick moving into maybe all these upcoming games?
Well, I believe, you know, Venusaur, as we saw for, you know, the game number 1 of the previous match as well, Venusaur is one of the stronger Pokemon, especially it got buffed. It has been in the game, you know, for the longest time as well. The strategy of, you know, popping Petal Dance, just walk forward, Giga Drain where you need a little bit of healing. And, you know, once that Petal Dance goes down, cooldown comes back, Petal Dance again, and, you know, rinse and repeat the whole action for Venusaur, and it's just so easy to play, but at the same time it's yet, you know, still really strong. But at the same time, you have to be really careful of things like, you know, Slowbro or even a Mamoswine that might be able to stop the Venusaur from doing its thing.
Yeah, I can now understand why teams are actually banning out the Blissey, because can you imagine that combined with the amount of sustain they could actually get? And maybe that's the reason why, you know, like not every single situation requires the Venusaur in that sense. But if they do get these combos right, oh wow, we're definitely in for a big treat. But, you know, I gotta hold my thoughts back because once again, the Blissey is kind of out of the equation here for this second match on our very first game. So we're looking at a little bit of a trend as well, because Buzzwole back in the game 1 had some major impact in their match.
Yep, I mean, immediately banning out Blissey, Psyduck, Buzzwole, and Venusaur as well. So we're gonna see, Suicune is open. We get to see a little bit of a icy action coming in from Suicune. That also means, both Pokemon that got buffed recently in the latest patch is not gonna be seeing play. But Dragapult, on the other hand, got a buff from the game developers as well.
Ooh, I really do love what they're having with plenty of options on the table, but I think that they're considering either the Wigglytuff or even the Gyarados, and now that's pretty much locked in. We still need to see more of all these beefy defenders to be able to provide that space for this Dragapult as well. So we'll have to see what else is being left up, because from the side of Point Blank, they have taken the Snorlax. Always good to actually have him to be defending some of the zones and just be absolutely disruptive. And since they did secure the Gyarados, Point Blank will take it for themselves.
Yep, I mean, this two are really strong and solid pick coming in from Point Blank. Having that Snorlax, as you mentioned, is a really good initiator in a fight, in the team fight especially, right? Just Snorlax, Heavy Slam in, and the rest of the team just do the rest of, the job for the Snorlax. And but however, on the other hand, having a Slowbro and a Aegislash coming in from Team Berudu. So that's a really interesting pick. We haven't been seeing a lot of Aegislash recently in the competitive space. So let's just see how this is going to work out.
Ooh, really interesting stuff as we're looking at Point Blank also bringing out the Sableye, and to complete the draft, they are once again locking in another Talonflame. This time, of course, this is Point Blank making their debut on this. While to answer back in return, we're having the final pick to be on the Espeon. So what's your take on both sides of the draft?
Well, I'm very interested on how this Sableye is gonna turn out, in this matchup, right? Because Sableye, it being a really kind of a scout, I would say, for the team, just running around the map, being elusive a little, just getting a little bit of information here and there. But the thing about Sableye is it's always not really involved in team fights. So it's probably gonna be a 4.5 Pokemon versus 5 right here, and it's just down to them. How are they gonna be a little bit disruptive with their Sableye if they really want to make it work?
Yeah, and of course, they could, of course, utilize the Sableye in such a way where you just want to sneakily score a couple of points, and at the very same time, you can also provide just about enough vision for majority of all these members to actually play around, set up for some of all these major battles if that's going to be the case. So really boiling down onto if they would be able to sniff out the Sableye, since it isn't exactly the tankiest of Pokemon. Once you're exposed, then then you just have to take the KO in that sense. But what's really interesting that if they were allowed to skill Team Berudu, they will have this Dragapult as well as Aegislash to be some major damage dealers on their side, and that could potentially be what they're aiming to get activated throughout the match as we now move into our first game between Point Blank versus Team Berudu.
Yeah, but I'm actually liking why. I actually slowly get to understand why the Aegislash is actually one of a pick coming in for Team Berudu, because with so many melee attackers, or with Gyarados coming straight right in, the Aegislash would do really well with the White Guard to just bounce those attack off and getting a little bit of an edge against their opponent. But looking at Point Blank with the Sableye immediately invading the central area of Team Berudu.
Yeah, they could actually take a lot of all these space when it comes down to the team battles, where they would be able to, dance around them with a little bit of that range advantage. Speaking of which, this Snorlax is being a little bit more disruptive, as they will be able to get those levels up on point. Really going for a knockout on this Magikarp. Wait a minute. Now, going in for the goals as well, trying to score some Chaos points into the zone, but it is going to be quickly disrupted by the Slowpoke.
Wow, I'm loving the speed coming in from Point Blank, right? Having the Snorlax actually doing a little bit of a distraction with the Sableye, allowing the Talonflame to get a little bit of more EXP, and in fact, they managed to steal the orange buff away from Team Berudu. That would really bring the Dragapult so far behind the rest of the team.
And It seems like the eject button has to be popped really early on by the Suicune as they manage to pull off a massive defense to turn the tides in their favor. Heavy Slam connects as it will be 2 Pokemons to be knocked out in return. So Point Blank still going strong.
Yeah, and they're still invading their central area, right? Just taking away all the neutral Pokemon as much as possible. So it seems like this Saber Eye strategy is really doing very well for Point Blank. Team Berudu have to start figuring out, the position of the Saber Eye. Where are they? So it's playing a little bit of a mind trick at this point in game. Mind game a little bit, at this point in the game.
That's right, as they immediately hit onto level 7 on this Talonflame, they do secure another knockout. So a little bit rough on the edges for Team Berudu as they're starting off on a slightly slower pacing. Might even lose out in this contest as we do see them flying directly into the battle just like that. That's 3 Pokemons in a row knocked out, double for the Talonflame and 1 for the Sableye.
Wow, that was a really aggressive move coming in from Point Blank. Talonflame already at level 9 at this stage of the game. Look on the right side of the screen. Slowpoke is only at level 3. It's leveling up really slow as it could get as well. And they're not resting at this point in time. Flame Sweep coming in, pushing, taking out the Dragapult. In the meantime, Slowbro down. 3K coming in onto the name of the Talonflame. Down goes the Wiggles as well. And there we have Point Blank pushing in so much pressure onto Berudu.
And over onto the top portion, it seems like it's pretty much wide out in the open. So Point Blank's just getting every exchange in return this time around. Eject button being popped by Azure. Big heavy slam as it does connect. And that leads to both the Slowpoke being put further behind. Aegis Slash as well as the Espeon to also follow suit. They try to firm something up to get a knockout on this Snorlax, but he is just way too strong at the moment. Rampage having major impact in this match.
0 Qontra, 0 wild Pokemon taken by Team Berudu at this point in time. They are having so much struggles trying to get those EXP in. Block just pushing the Aegis Slash away. And with this Sings and all this Heavy Slam coming in, yes, they managed to get a Snorlax, but the rest of the team just sweeps it off and just unable to do anything for Team Berudu.
Wow, this kind of tempo of play is really hard to match when we take a look at Point Blank. The moment that they get those leads, they're just basically pushing every single advantage, and there goes the Slowbro once more. And there is going to be a little bit of an exchange going on as they finally get to take down the Sableye, and that's going to be 2 knockouts in a row this time with the exchange. And it seems like no one, well, it's not exactly the one, it's the Talonflame getting that double KO, just further amplifying the amount of EXP that they're currently gaining at this moment.
Yeah, look at how far Point Blank is ahead at this point in time. Level 12 on the Talonflame, level 11 on the Gyarados. Speaking of Gyarados, just diving straight right in and just trying to do a 1v5 all by himself. I don't think that's a good fight right there. Bail yourself out despite having that, huge level difference.
Yeah, that was a huge Dragon Current as they managed to at least get a little bit of discrepancy over on the course over on the top portion. Regieleki now being secured by the members of Team Berudu. This might actually lead up to something. They try to Scorpion Lecky into the goal zone and they won't be able to do so. Finally knocking down the Snorlax while they are forming up a little bit of exchange with the Registeel to be taken by no one himself.
Yeah, but at this point, I believe the key Pokemon that Team Berudu really have, it's gonna be that Wigglytuff, right? Those Starlight Recycle have to be really properly well-timed so that they could dodge things like, Dragon Current, Flame Sweep. All these big moves have to be really, they have to dodge all these big moves or else they are in really big trouble. In the previous fight as well, we've seen a really good Starlight Recycle coming in from Team Berudu's Wigglytuff. And if he could keep that up, they could turn things around, potentially.
Yeah, a big 50-pointer now being sent over onto the goal zone, and that should be sufficient for them to just take out the first goal over on the top side. And meanwhile, another battle erupts as they do move right through with the Flame Sweep. Oh, it is the entirety of Team Berudu to be knocked out with all of that said and done, that's a hefty 463 points all stacked together.
Well, at this point in time, we know that Point Blank has a game plan and is executed to the finest. Those well-timed, combos coming in from Point Blank is allowing them to do so much. There we have a 1v1 coup de grace have to be wasted on this Talonflame, but yet effort is wasted by the AG Slash.
Yeah, just hopping right on board, and they're just ensuring that there's not going to be any form of EXP or EOS energy to be gained in multitudes of fashion for the rest of Team Berudu. So even if they're going to go in for contests later on for the Rayquaza, it is not going to be an easy exchange because of the level discrepancy right now. Regieleki up for grabs, and they're already in position, just holding it out, hoping that they can catch out some of the members of Team Berudu.
Yep, I mean, having this Regieleki kind of acts like a mini Zapdos at this point in time, right? With the final stretch, having double points, have that Regieleki has so much value, especially there's no more goal zone left from Team Berudu. I believe this is not a fight that Team Berudu really wants to pick right there as well. They have to get ready for that final stretch.
Speaking of which, there we go. Dragon Cover, and now they're into the Flame Sweep once again. Shoves them all back in. Another team sweep with the entirety of Team Berudu once again to be knocked out completely. And that leaves Rayquaza absolutely out there for the taking. And this is where they try to close it all out in another convincing fashion.
Yeah, not just Point Blank not just have the Rayquaza buff, they even have the Regieleki. Every dump right here is gonna be instant at this point in time. There's nothing that Team Berudu could do. They are totally outplayed for this particular game, and if they really want a head start for game number 2, they have to start thinking, how can we deal with that Sableye, or even in fact, how can we deal with this Talonflame that's scaling up so fast. Level 15 just before the final stretch as well. And 939 versus 95. I mean, I believe that's the best that Team Berudu could score at this point in time.
Yeah, and you can't even afford to step out of their own base right now. And just like that, this Snorlax is absolutely blocking the way. Somebody bring the flute in, because there's just no stopping Point Blank at all.
Right, and it's just a big Dragon Current coming in from the Gyarados immediately gets stopped by the Telekinesis coming in from Slow Beam coming in from Team Berudu. I mean, this is as much as they could do at this point in time, and I believe this is just going to be small fights here and there, and there's not much time for Team Berudu to actually catch up for this game.
Point Blank absolutely oozing with confidence. 959 points. How could you not be confident with such a result? Now, only a couple of seconds remaining as they will try to wrap this one up. Maybe make it a perfect 1,000 if they could, as we count it all the way down to 0. Point Blank right now making a statement run.
I mean, Qontra, as much as I know this is, I want to be excited for this, but Point Blank literally outplayed Team Berudu in every aspect, right? They were moving around the map so well, just stealing away all that central area Pokemon away from Team Berudu. There's no space for them to breathe. There's no space for them to scale at any point in time. So despite the Dragapult managed to get up, and great timing of Starlight Recital coming in from the Wigglytuff of Spidey, but there's only so much that he could do, and they can't exactly stop those Flame Sweeps and Dragon Current coming in from No One and Azure.
Yeah, I think like the major impact is their maneuver around the center of the map, right? When we saw both the Sableye as well as the Snorlax to just move very, very deep into the members of Team Berudu, just to deny them any form of opportunity to just get EXP from the wild Pokemon, just like that. Those exchanges kind of put them pretty far behind. So, like you said, seems a little bit more one-sided, so hopefully there's just something more that they could come up with for the next game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I love how, they're moving together as one unit, just rotating always at the right moment. And there's always backup, right? There's always a backup plan coming in. Despite one Pokemon is in a pickle, the rest of the team is always there behind to just clear up everything and just allowing them to move forward as much as possible.
Yeah, and once again, just take a look at all their members, especially on No One, on how well he just plays onto the Talonflame. Fly being used very offensively, where majority of all these trainers, they like to use it as a last resort to escape.
Yep.
But if you're getting a lead like this, you could just go ahead with that level advantage to be able to just sweep right through. That he absolutely did.
Yep, everything is just so well coordinated. Take a look at this Brave Bird immediately jumping straight right and tagged together with the Gyarados, and just everything is just history for Team Berudu in that fight. And I believe this is one fight that they should not really be engaging right here as well for Team Berudu. Just before the final stretch, get the team getting KO'd as a team is not exactly the wisest move.
Yeah, and I guess this is why nobody really wants to also deal with Suicune whenever it is not being banned away. Somebody's got to pick it up, and we have already seen some of all these usage of endless ice spikes being put into some major moments, and it's just tough when it's not only the Suicune, right? You got the Gyarados and this everything on the line, especially like the moment where you know that it's over is when that Snorlax is even blocking you to get to that Regieleki as if that was Rayquaza up for grabs. And they're having such a tough time. So hopefully they gotta sort out the bans, right? Like, what are the Pokemons that they really don't want to face, judging from this Game 1's performance?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a micro thing. I don't think it's a Pokemon thing, but it's more towards a macro kind of game plan, right? Where Point Blank actually runs everything really well. So I'm not sure what kind of picks and ban could actually change these things around, but instead, maybe breaking their game plan is what it should be your game plan at this point in time. But banning the Sableye, that's probably one of the first steps as well.
Yeah, I guess the Sableye has been an absolute nuisance overall to deal with. And this time they're also bringing in the Psyduck. So at least they will be able to have just about enough hindrance to be able to hold some of all these members of Point Blank back. So we'll have to see on what the rest of Point Blank comes up with, because without the Talonflame as well as Sableye, they're going to have to go for something absolutely different for this draft.
Yeah, a total support, a ban coming in from Point Blank, and Team Berudu have an option to take away the Gyarados away from Point Blank as well. But I believe they're probably going in for the Zeraora. It's not exactly the speedster meta as of right now, so maybe reconsidering the Zeraora, going for the Dragapult this time around instead. I don't know, the Dragapult didn't exactly do too much in the previous game.
I guess it's going to be a little bit of that safety net where you have pretty much an attacker that can actually do a little bit of exchange from a long range, while once again Suicune at this time around, the Buzzwole was not being banned away. So quickly as it go, Point Blank knows exactly what's up.
Yep, I mean, you see an opportunity, you've probably got to get the most swole Pokemon, the most buff Pokemon right here in the game. And it's definitely got to be Buzzwole. Those Leech Life, lunges into Leech Life has so much potential coming in a 1v1 situation, and that's probably what this Buzzwole is probably gonna go for. And we are gonna be seeing a Darkrai and a Gardevoir coming in for Berudu, second Gardevoir in this matchup. But Gardevoir didn't exactly work in the previous match. I'm not sure how this is gonna fare in this game.
Well, it really depends. I mean, if they are feeling a lot more confident in this, so good usage of Fairy Singularity, it could still be pretty impactful. But speaking of which, it's like, okay, I know you guys want to take those big, massive fights.
Miraidon.
The Blastoise, and we're seeing the first ever Miraidon to be played out.
Wow, I mean, this is one of the Pokemon that we have not exactly seen so often, especially in game as well. So this is probably a comfort pick coming in, maybe a comfort pick coming in from Point Blank. We just got to see how this Miraidon is gonna fare. But having the hands on that Umbreon, those mean looks is gonna be mean if they could capitalize on that.
and to also double down their brain into the drill. It is going to be them just running pretty well around the center of the map. So we'll definitely have to see when we move into Teia Sky Ruins. At least they do secure themselves the Gyarados as well as the Slowbro, so they can actually find a Pokemon to just absolutely lock them down with the Slow Beam, and then maybe by doing some of all these pickoffs, they will be able to slowly get advantages in those farm exchange. That's on paper, right? Like if you actually have everything nailed down to a T, then that's going to be good enough. But still, you gotta also look out, because to me, this is a big wrench of a curveball. You not only have to deal with the Suicune as well as Buzzwole, which is already very, very disruptive by itself. Somebody's got to guard this Dodrio from really scoring all around the map.
Yeah, I think, speed, right? Speed is what Point Blank is actually looking for, right? Having that Dodrio, previously we got the Talonflame as well. So they are always, moving around the map really fast. And with Dodrio, having that, triple hit kind of like, scoring mechanics, it could allow them to play a little bit more in the numbers game in a macro sense point of thing. So I mean, looking at Point Blank, their macro game plan is just really solid. Let's just see how they're gonna do it, especially with that Miraidon.
That's right. Here we go. Can Berudu turn it all around as they finally get their hands on these Gyarados? We've first seen Point Blank doing so much on the prior run where it was almost 8,000 being scored, where, of course, that may actually seem like it's a little bit of a rough run. I hope that spirit is not broken just yet for Team Berudu. They did actually stop Rampage from actually doing much. It's just going to be 2 points. And looking for the first knockout of the run, but they're stealing all the berries away.
So it seems like the game plan is still similar, right? Miraidon trying to go for the middle central area invade as well. Yes, this, Umbreon goes down really early, but, it did its job, right? It did a lot of disruption coming in onto the lane itself. So, with the Suicune, allowing the Suicune to get a little bit more EXP from this wild Pokemon that's shared between them.
Yeah, speaking of which, here comes the Dodrio, already securing the knockout for the Miraidon, just pecking onto the Magikarp, and also opening up just about enough space for them to start scoring, and that's already like 43 points and perhaps even more. Holding down the line, they're just trying to ensure that they can just keep them at bay as the rest of the members of Point Blank are looking to secure themselves the Altaria.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, Umbreon is really online right now. It seems like it's running rich, so it's going to be provide a little bit more sustain for the team as well. And, looking at this Soul Magikarp is not going to be holding himself against a Buzzwole and a Miraidon. One Hyper Disc, one legendary Pokemon. What is this, Magikarp is going to do against them?
That's right. On top of that, like, you always have this a super muscular Buzzwole that's going to be always up in front of their faces. So looking a little bit tougher, as they have yet to actually find any form of score lines with the energy collected. And now another KO for the side of the Miraidon. Well, that makes it double this time around. Still looking for a whole lot more. And we can already see the damage output is surreal coming out of Miraidon.
Yeah, but it's not. They're just creating so much space, denying so much experience for Team Berudu. Take a look at the levels once again. Dodrio already at level 8 at this point in time, and at this point, and they're still putting in so much pressure against them. Dragapult unable to get into the final stage as well. With this lone Curlia, it's just being chased down by the Miraidon if it ever comes too close.
That's right, and they're just going dunks after dunks after dunks. Nothing much that this Magikarp can actually do, but they do have the Slowbro to try to first disrupt all these pressure coming in from Azure. And just like that, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be a pickoff just when they did get the evolution into Gyarados. And now Regice is up for grabs. Meanwhile, there's also another attempt over on to the Regia up above as well. So that's going to be it. It's going to be all the exchanges that led up to 2 knockouts. Team Berudu is falling further behind.
Not just to knock out Qontra, 2 objectives taken away from Berudu as well. And there's so much that, there's nothing much that Berudu could do at this point in time. They try to go with Baswell, just slamming straight right in with the Ultra Swole Slam. And just dashing straight back and forth. And at this time, it seems like Berudu actually have a breathing space. But no, the point blank just turning it around, scoring once after again. Second, go zone down as well.
Perfectly executed when they were getting those double objectives and just rotates around the central area just in the nick of time. This time with the Gyarados unable to even fall back. Rampage is doing such a magnificent job to really hold them down. So what can I say? It's already 300 T points and this is just the halfway mark. Barely halfway actually, because we're still on 4 minutes and a half.
Yep, and Team Point Blank is already on double digits on the levels as well. So, I mean, at this point in time, Team Berudu really needs to start getting those EXP in, but there is no wild Pokemon available for them to get those EXP that they need. So, it's a really kind of like awkward situation.
And there we go, as we do have the triple trample running right through it. Just like that, zones him off completely. Another full wipeout as Team Berudu have gotten knocked out completely. Oh, I'm not too sure. I mean, we're looking at singular digits in terms of level, and it's just not going all too much in the favor of Team Berudu. What exactly can they do to make a resurgence in this matchup? Is it too far gone, my friend?
It might be at this point in time. It seems like the Baswell is not going for the Leechlice as well. Slow Swole Slam once again coming in. They managed to get the Regieleki. Baswell went down as well. Umbreon in a little bit of a situation. This might be the turning point that they need coming in for this matchup, but in diving straight right in, Dragon Current, and just trying to take out the Umbreon in the meantime. So with this KOs coming in from Team Berudu, this might be the EXP that they need for the comeback for the fights later on.
Yeah, at least they form up with a massive response. They managed to stall for a little bit more of a breathing space at the very least. And by doing so, getting those crucial knockouts over onto the Buzzwole, as well as putting enough pressure on the Dodrio, will have them to be able to hold out that Regieleki. But the Registeel is still going to be attempted and will also be secured once again by Point Blank.
Yeah,
looking for a whole lot more though.
Yeah, Point Blank immediately spotted them out on the tall grass on the left side as well. There's really nothing much that they could do. They have to share, the most like 10 wild Pokemon among themselves at this point in time. And with Point Blank still putting so much pressure on that central area. And, at this point, Team Berudu really have to start walking in groups of 5. If not, they will be picked out one by one by Point Blank's Pokemon.
They will have to actually form up a catch really down to the Slowbro to find themselves that slow beam and just start to work with at least a form of exchange. The Surf has been popped out, not able to actually catch this right on just yet, but the Cavalry have arrived as we're looking at a little bit of form of initiation coming in from the Umbreon, and the HP bar is dropping down low. They will get the knockout as Dragapult does secure it, and just like that, it's going to be another exchange. This time, they say, you take one of us, we'll take 4 of you.
Wow, I mean, the Baswell just literally wiped the whole team out by himself. Dodrio on the top side, just creating a little bit of nonsense, pushing them back a little bit more as well. But, that Baswell was the Pokemon to watch in that particular fight, right? Swollen Slam in, going straight right in, getting a few superpower and smackdown here and there. So, that's exactly how, and he managed to sustain and getting out of that fight alive at the end. That's just pure, skill right there from that player.
Yeah, they were so fixated onto getting the Umbreon to be knocked out. You gotta also remember there's Moonlight Prance and all these other abilities that the Umbreon has to still, buy all the time as well as space. And just like that, they have all the other Pokemons pretty much ready and available. Speaking of which now,
Topside
Rayquaza is now appearing, and look at what they're up to.
I mean, they are totally giving up on the Rayquaza at this point in time because they knew the Regieleki literally walked into the final goal zone, and all they have to do is score the points, go back to base, and then defense at this point in time. They know that they got the upper hand in terms of fight coming into this matchup and just removing all of their Rayquaza buff simply with this fight.
Yeah, this is where they see this as an opportunity. So there will be an all-out exchange over onto the top as they will have them pretty much frozen in place. And there you have it, with only Dragon Pool as well as God of War remaining. They might still be able to form up a little bit more of the defense, but they really have to push through with only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v2 right here in this matchup. A lone Dragon put right there on the top side, trying to get a little bit of information, trying to find a little bit of space. But at this point in time, Point Blank knows, right? They don't have to do anything but defend, and if they want to initiate a fight, Point Blank will be bringing it to them. With the Rayquaza, Team Berudu actually get a little bit of a catch up in terms of level, but for Unite move wise, you got the Swollen Slam ready, but however, the Dragapult have his Unite move ready as well.
Yeah, all they really have to do is to stall time. They hold on to the 792 quarter of a lead. Now, it's going to be the final push coming out of Team Berudu. Are they going to be able to find a little bit of a leeway here? It doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Riser, he's trying to look for the angle while they have members occupied. This is going to be multiple knockouts. Once again, Point Blank will now proceed through the brackets as they score 2-0.
Wow, I mean, what a game this is, Qontra. Point Blank being a strategist, right? I would say this is not your common kind of like Pokemon Unite where you pick fight after fight. This is exactly, another way of playing where they actually gain so much map control, knowing their opportunity, knowing how many Eos energy that they are holding for that Regieleki final cap, despite, giving up that Rayquaza at the very end.
Yeah, and on top of that, Point Blank, their game plan was immaculate, right? Looking at the timings that they were going for all these major objectives, to the point that they're actually attempting both the Regieleki as well as the Regi downward on the bottom at the very same time. So I felt like Team Berudu, a certain point of the game, they just felt a little bit more passive. Despite those kind of exchanges that they tried to form up, they were aiming on, a Bustle, which, he's happy to actually take all these form of pressure. And at the very same time, once he does, you will expect the rest of Point Blank to also respond, and that they did.
Yep, I mean, this is just beautiful, right? A game of like beautiful Pokemon Unite coming in from Point Blank, and it's not always down to the fight. It's all about how you coordinate together as a team, and that's the beauty of this team.
Yeah, there's just so much cohesion going on. Where do we even begin, right? Like, you have this Miraidon that's definitely luring them into trying to get the knockout onto Miraidon. Sit. There's always going to be that backup arriving for Point Blank.
Yeah.
And just like that, they got funneled into some really tight positions. And it's just tough for the members of Team Berudu. But we thank them for participating. It was still a very entertaining match. They did not just secure the Rayquaza, but maybe it's a little too far wide gone because they don't have enough Eos energy to score that hefty amount that was put on the table by Point Blank.
Yeah, I mean, Berudu had a really difficult situation at that point in time, right? Should we stop the Regieleki or should we focus on the Rayquaza fight? And they chose to go for the Rayquaza fight, and that's where Point Blank actually noticed that, hey, no one is actually stopping the Regieleki. This is our opportunity. Go for the cap and win via points instead of, getting the Rayquaza.
Well, that's it and done. It will be Point Blank to be moving up ahead as they will meet their challengers later on with Lao Tian Bao Yu that has been knocked down from the upper bracket. And of course, Team Kata, they will still have a little bit of a chance to, of course, book themselves a slot to go up against PFF, who's also low bracket. So FF versus Paper Rex up there on the upper brackets. That is going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yep. Definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a short introduction of Alolan Raichu for you guys. Let's just take a look at the video. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alolan Raichu will be joining the fray as an attacker. So do not miss the new beach-style holoware as well. As I believe, a lot of people have seen Alolan Raichu in the game so far. It is not a Pokemon that, there's lots of learning curve, to deal with how to deal with Alolan Raichu. But we have another video for you guys. Let's just take a look at it. I'll try to take the next one. The better.
That's right, trainers. If you guys have been spending a whole lot of time playing Pokemon Unite, you definitely want to get your hands on the Battle Pass Season 31 that has begun on April 17, where you can get the Noble Style Leafeon, Sacred Style Eldegoss, and the Noble Set Leafeon, where you definitely want to keep up with the latest trends and fashion in Pokemon Unite. Not only that, I think that we also do have even more, so check this out. The treasure chest challenge of the Orange Tag Hollowware Fairy Tale style Greninja is here. I know there's a whole lot of fans that you guys out there who loves Greninja. So every weekend till May 7th, your chances to get Great 3 and Great 4 treasure chests are doubled. So make sure you join into the event and get your hands on the Greninja Hollowware. So, of course, log right in, play a whole lot of Unite with your fans and loved ones.
Yeah, so of course, next up we got the Masquerada new holoware as well. The beach style is in town. Purchase the premium pass in ongoing mini event pass and complete missions to actually get this stylish look. I mean, Qontra, there's lots and lots of new holoware coming into this game as well, and they're just looking so fabulous on this Pokemon. Which one is your favorite?
This one actually looks super good. I think like this could easily be my favorite because I'm definitely a fan of Masquerada, and summertime is kind of around the corner. You definitely want to get your hands on this Masquerada new Hollowware beach style, so you can just purchase the premium pass and the ongoing mini event pass and complete all the missions to get this stylish look. So other than that, I think like there's just so much to upkeep in form of fashion. I believe there's even more coming up.
Right. I mean, in order to play well, of course you got to look good, you feel good, obviously, and then you get to play a little bit better, I would say, right? Looking great with those special effects coming in from those moves as well. So this beach town Masquerada is gonna be it. I swear, Masquerada is gonna be it, man.
Yeah, and of course there's plenty more that you guys can see over the course of this tournament, but for the meantime we'll take a little bit of short break, and when we come back we will bring you into the next matchup, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. More disruptive, as they will be able to get those.
Wow, I'm loving the speed coming in from point blank, right? Having the Snorlax actually doing a little bit of thing.
Might even lose out in this contest, as we do see them flying directly into the battle, just like
Tree is leveling up really slow as it could get as well, and they're not resting at this point in time. Flame Sweep coming in, pushing, taking out the Dragapult
this time around. Eject Button being popped by Azure. Big heavy slam as it does connect. And that leads to both the Slowpoke being put further behind. Aegis Slash as well as the Espeon to advantage. And there goes the Slowbro once more. And there is going to be a little bit of an exchange going on as they finally get to take down the Sable Iron. And that's going to be able to take out the first goes over on the top side. And meanwhile, another battle erupts as they do move right through with the Flame Sweep.
This is not a fight that Team Berudu really wants to pick right there as well. They have to get ready for that final stretch.
Speaking of which, there we go. Dragon Cover, and now they're into the Flame Sweep once again. Shoves them all.
There's nothing that Team Berudu could do. They're totally outplayed for this particular game. And if they really want a head start for game number 2, they have to start thinking, how can we deal with that Sable Eye? Or even in fact,
all the way down to 0 point blank right now.
From this wild Pokemon that's shared between them.
Yeah, speaking of which, here comes Energy Collected, and now another KO for the side of the Miraidon. Well, that makes it double this time around still.
At this point in time, and at this point, and they're still putting in so much pressure against them. Dragapult unable to get into the final stage as well.
Attempt over on to the Reggie up.
Nothing much that Berudu could do at this point in time. They try to go with Baswell, just slamming straight right in with the Ultra Swole Slam, and just dashing back and forth. And at this time, it seems like Berudu actually has to be in, but there is no wild Pokemon available for them to get those EXP that they need. So it's a really kind of like awkward situation.
And there we go, as we do have the triple trample running right through it, just like that. No opportunity. So there will be an all-out exchange over on into the top as they will have them pretty much frozen in place, and they proceed through the brackets as they score. Snorlax is being a little bit more disruptive as they will be able to get those.
Wow, I'm loving the speed coming in from point blank, right? Having the Snorlax actually doing a little bit of a
Might even lose out in this contest as we do see them flying directly into the battle, just like
tree is leveling up really slow as it could get as well, and they're not resting at this point in time. Flame Sweep coming in, pushing, taking out the Dragapult
this time around. Eject button being popped by Azure. Big heavy slam as it does connect, and that leads to both the Slowpoke being put further behind, Aegis Slash as well as the Espeon to advantage, and there goes the Slowbro once more. And there is going to be a little bit of an exchange going on as they finally get to take down. Well, that was just a little bit of a break as we continue on with our teams on their journey to book those golden tickets to Anaheim, California for the biggest event of the year. This time, join alongside with me is my buddy, Flava.
Yes, thank you so much, buddy. And of course, Qontra, you had such an amazing time. I witnessed all those amazing games that we've had so far in the early stages of this bracket itself. And these teams have been bringing their A game. And I do believe that we still have not seen their all just yet. We're only featuring some of the lower bracket matches. We're still diving down here at the lower bracket before we go into some of the upper bracket matches later on. But things definitely look very promising and very exciting. And our next matchup so happens to be Team Kata up against Team Just for Fun. I believe that quite unfortunate we're not able to actually see any kind of performance coming up in Team Kata as they hail from the upper brackets. But Team for Fun, Just for Fun, you had the opportunity to actually witness their matches itself. What are your takes and what can we expect here in this coming game?
This time, I believe that Team Kata will really have to form something that is going to be absolutely different, because if Play for Fun were to be looking at what went on earlier, there's definitely some of all these struggling points that they could actually poke on towards. So with that said, let us not actually take too much of a wild guess, because we're about to move into the first draft between Team Kata as well as Play for Fun. So what exactly will be the bans? We shall see right now.
Now, this is going to be a very, very important kind of play over here. And we're going to see an opening ban here on the Talonflame. We've seen 2 matches so far featuring Talonflame, and so far some exceptional plays as well. Could this possibly be a respect ban coming on from Team Kata side? Meanwhile, Play for Fun responds with a pussy ban here on their end.
It's very interesting to see that the entirety of the day, every single team is actually looking for a Blissey ban whenever they move into their rounds, and that actually leaves Suicune to still be in consideration. It is instead going to be a ban onto Absol. So first pick for Team Kata, they got to make this work. So they will immediately secure the Suicune, but also keep in mind they did not ban out picks such as the Buzzwole and even the Umbreon is left on the table.
Yeah, most of it's kind of hard because you don't have much opportunity to actually ban everything itself. But I do really like the point when you mentioned about the Blissey, because it so happened that Blissey is considered somewhat the #1 supporter here at the current meta where we're leading on. So I think that there's a lot of teams who would not want to give them an opportunity for their opponents going for first pick to actually go pick out that Blissey for themselves. But meanwhile, Darkrai and Umbreon is going to be the first 2 picks here on the orange side for Team Play for Fun. So far, very, very solid opening, and responded with an Eldegoss together with a Pikachu from Team Kata.
That's going to be the very first Pikachu that we are seeing for today. Meanwhile, we did talk a little bit more on Buzzwole and how effective it has been for the teams that have been able to actually get themselves that pick. And that's also going to be paired with an Inteleon. But to also come up to this, we have a potential Garchomp and a Mimikyu. So interesting. What's your take on this?
Oh wow, so far things are looking pretty solid coming on from both ends over here. The thing is, do they really have from Team Kata? Do they really have a Pokemon that can actually try to actually catch on this Inteleon? That's going to be key as well, because you can't just allow the Inteleon to just roam around freely and just snipe you from a distance, which could save us problem. And you have a number of Pokemons on the side of Play for Fun. Who's going to be on the front lines? Who's going to be doing a little bit of defense and screening away from this Inteleon? So it's going to be a very interesting game so far. But the draft is complete here at Qontra. We have both teams with the drafts for this game number 1 in sub. Your take on this? Who do you think in your mind has an upper hand in terms of the draft so far, putting aside the games that we're about to witness?
I think that Play for Fun definitely seems to have a very balanced kind of way to be able to scale throughout the course of the matchup. Meanwhile, I'm really heavily interested onto both the Pikachu as well as Mimikyu that's going to be on the side of Team Kata. I feel like when we talked about making a difference in the draft, this could be their secret weapon on their side. I mean, looking at what they're currently pulling off, it's all about getting this Pikachu online very early on.
I'm a little bit concerned that we look at Team Kata, right? They don't even have a single defender here on the draft, but they are running triple all-rounders. They do have the Suicune, the Garchomp, and the Mimikyu. They have a support Eldegoss and Pikachu. Looks leaning more towards the offensive side of things with this draft. And sadly, who knows? It might just work out for them, or probably this could be their downfall in the game. But of course, Qontra, the game has begun. We're going to be jumping into the Tia Skyro wins and see what will transpire here in this game number 1.
Yeah, what I really want to see from Team Kata is how they actually control the central zone overall. If they can actually utilize all the form of kit that they have from their all-rounders, then perhaps they could actually make this one work out, as we're already seeing a little bit of a back and forth exchange, and that's a lot of damage being done to the Eevee.
Yeah, still in the early stages over here. It's going to be interesting to see at which point the central area Pokemons are going to be rotating towards the top or even bottom lane over here. But we do see a little bit of structure here at the central area, trying to cause a little bit of problem in terms of getting on those wild Pokemons here in the area. We do have the Suicune and as well as the Darkrai. And of course, they are going to disconnect from this and return back to the respective lanes. So far, no trade-offs, no knockouts yet from both sides. So far looking a little bit too peaceful, but of course this is all this all a little bit too quiet, the calm before the storm, we would say.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same words. Calm before the storm. And now here comes a little bit of a tussle for the Altaria, and that is where they're looking to eventually get a little bit more hindrances down onto the side where they could. But of course, with just about enough spacing, they can still work this one out. Meanwhile, we're going back and forth this time as we're looking at all the range output onto the Suicune. But yet again, it's no convergence thus far. There's still a couple of berries to keep themselves very healthy for the moment. So perhaps in the next minute, we'll actually see some of all the major exchanges to go through.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that I think that the Gabite is kind of scaling quite well here for Team Kata, which is something. The thing is, she scales quite well during late game. Like, the thing about him is that as an all-rounder, he has insane late game scaling, and 1v1 potential is just insane for him. So you wouldn't want to punishment take advantage of this. But of course, early on knockout, make that two-tiered hands of the Mimikyu, getting the Darkrai. So that's going to be a great opening here in the hands of Team Kata for now.
Yeah, overall, this is what we really want to see from Team Kata. They picked this triple all-rounder just to ensure that they get a little bit more of an early lead in the front of that exchange over onto the center area. And just about 25 seconds from now, they got to find another big setup. And so long as they can just keep these members safe for now, then they will be able to actually form something up. A little bit more of the exchange as we see the Buzzwole trying to actually move right through. It does get a good slam off of a member, and just to take them into a risky position, then perhaps Play for Fun can still turn it all around. Regice available for grabs.
All right, just in time over here, it does seem that the whole village come from Team Play for Fun is gathered here at the bottom lane. They are trying to screen each other up as there are going to be small attempts trying to get on this Regice. Now, this could be slightly helpful here when it comes to feelings for the team, and the ones going to secure is going to be in the hands of the Cider. That's going to be play for fun. This could slowly snowball into this potential knockout here. Pikachu is down for the count. He's going to be coming back in the next 1 more second back into the frame. Meanwhile, trying to do a little bit of scoring from their end, a little bit too much, but Cider dunking in a huge 40 here for the whole team, holding all of them in position. But where's the follow-up coming on from Team Kata over here? Mimikyu is going to be down for the count at the same time as well, losing yet another 3 Pokemons here from Team Kata.
Wow, they just managed to muscle through their way in. That is the first goal zone already taken out as they layer through all of their defenses. And just like that, they are trying to at least come up with a little bit more of a response by going in for a little bit more of the exchange, but not quite enough just yet, as they do have a few more members to once again feign in the exchange.
Well, I think that's a little bit of overextension coming out from Cider, but it's still okay. Losing out 1 mon from that, I do believe that is a huge win. Much needed win coming on from Team Play for Fun. So Team Kata, they had a small victory here in the early stages, but it kind of swept with the other way at this point in the game. They need a little bit of recovery, and Play for Fun is currently leading 90, roughly around 98 points here for there. And meanwhile here, not a really promising place is going to be the Umbreon. 2 of the Mons from the side of Play for Fun get caught up here in between 4 of the Mons from the side of Team Kata, and a little bit of display of scoring here at the bottom lane by 2 Mons from Team Kata.
Yeah, at least they're starting to stabilize right now, and especially with the Elder Gods to be involved as well, they should be able to at least skirt away from dangerous situations if they really need to do so. While the Garchomp so far kind of have free reign of control, already hitting on to level 11. Well, take a look at that Umbreon. They're about to participate in a big eruption of a battle.
Oh yeah, this is definitely not the place you would want to be, but he's able to actually make an escape away from that. Follow up from the team itself. He's going to be getting Pikachu getting caught from this, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 knockout trade-offs in between them. A Pikachu for a Cider. Team Kata just played for fun, making it a 4v4 situation. Regieleki on the top lane, getting secured here in the hands of Team Kata, but it's going to be Darkrai securing that last hit in on the Regis at the bottom lane, making it a double Reggie for Play for Fun.
And you can see how close it is right now, 193 to 200. So this time they want to look for a push advantage, despite, having the Regieleki to be moving over on to the top portion of the map. They're piling all the pressure down bottom.
Oh no, losing 3 of the Mons over here. Double going off up top and 1 going off at the bottom lane. 10 seconds on the clock here for Mimikyu to be returning back. Now this is a very close match, Qontra. 3-point difference in between them. So far, the closest we've seen so far out of all the matches so far from the start itself, making Rayquaza the more important here for both teams. Now the team in the lead would want to go off for the screening, but you also have to cover the top lane and the bottom lane for any potential sneaky and naughty scorings from any of the members from the team Play for Fun. My apologies, Kata, or even Play for Fun, because the scores are so minimal.
Yeah, and I really want to see how this Garchomp could actually impact some of all these battles with his Livid Outrage later on. So we'll definitely have to see. Once they do gather up as 5, they should be able to come up with some huge combos of their own. Now, take a look at this. We have a lot of all these members of Team Kata to be over onto the central area to try to prepare themselves for the next Altaras to be spawned up next. But keep in mind, 21 seconds, that's going to be another Reggie coming up on bottom.
Oh yeah, and of course, are they going to be paying any attention to actually try to catch up on the Reggie? But hold on to that thought, because just speaking about him, Garchomp here is down for the count, 12 seconds on the clock. Level 13 down at this point in the match, definitely not something you would want. Of course, this could create an opening here for Team Kata to actually get themselves with this Regieleki in the top lane, but a big opening for Play for Fun down in the bottom lane to do a little scoring for themselves and destroying that secondary goal post. And they are currently leading by 95 points here for there, and it's going to be a huge gap, which means that the one has the target in the back to actually get this Rayquaza is definitely going to be Team Kata right now.
Yeah, just driving right through as they are looking for a big toss-up, and that's where the Dark Knight does find a Pikachu. This is going to be an all-out affair from both ends as the Psyker does actually get the catch, and that's the entirety of Kata out of the pool, and that is where the rest of the members of Play for Fun looking to dominate, slamming in every single points that they have right now.
Wow, definitely not the outcome that Team Kata actually wants. They're the ones who's in need of that Rayquaza being down for them to do a little bit of scoring. But right now, a huge point gap here in between both teams. Team Kata needs 500-ish, 490-ish, 500-ish points to actually make it a turnover win for their side. Do they have enough time? 1 minute here on the clock. And this is what I talked about, right? Garchomp got dropped at the worst time possible as they nearing down the Rayquaza timer. By the time he come back, he has to make his way towards the area as well. By that time, the team is hoping he's actually making it on time. But even from that, all those trade-offs, Umbreon kick-starting things off, making it the opening, and was able to sustain and survive all that onslaught. Here we are, some point scoring attempts coming on from the side of Team Kata. They need to actually clear out the way before they can actually do the point, but they're way down in terms of Pokemon there, and losing out 4, make that 5 with a 4, a Quadra knockout streak here in the hands of this sider, and Tencent getting himself with 1.
Yep, and all they really have to do here is just to form up defense or just hang around because there's no Pokemon to guard right now. Play for fun. Like you said, that catch onto that Garchomp was the golden opportunity because that goal zone was left out wide open, and the rest, they say, was history.
Oh gosh, I think they had a good plan. I think you want to match up the Eldegoss together with the Garchomp, but you gotta stick. That's the thing. Garchomp is heavily reliant towards other mons to just really catch on to the opponent so that Garchomp can actually do his work, deal out some damage output. But then that's not really the case over here. There's so many things going on as well. And I think the playstyle being brought forward by Playful Fun is much more cleaner, much more tighter, and that brought them victory here in this game, number 1. But of course, it's the best of 3 Qontra. There's still opportunities for their opponents to actually make a win for the next one and force a game number 3.
Yeah, I love the tandem coming in from the Scyther as well as the Inteleon so far, dishing the most damage output. And you can see that it was a little bit of that stalemate. It came really close up to the point that Garchomp got knocked out, and it really felt like, oh, Play for Fun just knows that was the golden opportunity. They just went for all these areas to just slowly choke out some of all these key points to actually hold out. And it was a little tough, but at the very least, Team Kata is actually showing really significant solid points during the early phase of the game.
Yeah, I remember that we had this conversation in regards to the Garchomp, right? He's actually really weak early game, but that's the thing, he would really skill late game. But that's not the case. Like, even when he scales really well early game to mid game, the thing is, Team Kata didn't really capitalize on the whole idea of things, and he got caught a few times out of position. And I think Play for Fun was just lucky that that was the situation that was given to them. It makes it more easier for them to secure this game number 1. But so far, I think everybody, in terms of synchronized, in terms of positioning, I think that's the thing that Play for Fun had it better. I think execution is definitely a problem here, and if Team Kata could actually resolve that by this game number 2, they could actually translate it into win for themselves in upcoming matches. But so far, by looking at all these matches, right, I also want to point out that at one point when Team Kata actually went for the Regieleki, that's the thing, they already lost the Garchomp, right? During that time, they were still working on the Regieleki. But down bottom, like, their opponents were just dunking huge amount of points as nobody was actually doing any form of defense. And I think that played a big role, because if they just stick around with the low point gap, I think this would have been a much easier entry into the Rayquaza timer, because at that point, it's kind of obvious that you're the one who needs a Rayquaza. So yeah, so we'll see how things will go here.
Yeah, I guess that there's definitely going to be major adjustments to be made here by Team Kata, as they will go on to the orange side this time around. A ban onto the Umbreon, I think it's just for safeguarding purposes, since they're going to be having only one pick to start things off with. So far, Team Kata has seen Talonflame to be the bane of their tournament runs thus far. Don't want to deal with it yet again.
We're not gonna let them go. No way we're gonna let you. We've seen how you we've seen how you play Talonflame, so there's no way we're gonna allow this in. But does seem that Blissey is available, and there's a very, very high chance that this will be picked. We'll see which one we prioritize, as Play for Fun has first pick. As mentioned before, yeah, it's gonna be.
Yeah, I just love it, right? With this Blissey on board, they can have multitudes of all these combos to be paired up, and look at what they are trying to form up with. They're deciding between the Slowbro as well as a potential Blastoise. I guess like if they're looking for big team fight combinations, perhaps you're still going to be having a lot of major setups. This time, keep it simple. If you can isolate any other Pokemon there in some of all these battles, then this Absol can actually go ahead to stomp them out.
Yeah, depending on how this draft actually plays out, I do believe that this is going to be a telekinesis. I think most of the time it's going to be telekinesis. Slowbro, anyways, just catch up. Because I think last time before the last major patch actually came out, because it was the speedster meta, right? So I think that's why Wigglytuff and speedsters like Zeraora and everyone else was being run here. But it does feel like that's going to be the case, but somehow not yet at the moment. Buzzwole, Trevenant. If you guys don't know this, Trevenant has a small nerf on his offensive power, because I think finally the game does realize that this Trevenant feels like both. Despite being a defender, but he's also a very offensive defender at one point. So a much needed nerf over here. Yeah.
And at the very same time, when you take a look at the front line of the defense for Play for Fun, it's going to be having multiple avenues to just keep themselves sustaining. This time, Team Kata doubles down onto that Elder Gods pick just to ensure that they would be able to just find a good combo together alongside with this Garchomp. And instead exchanges it for a Clefable. So, well, I think like definitely this looks to be a little bit better as compared to what they've drafted prior to this. So a little bit more balance onto what they have. It's already showing some signs of improvement. But to take out either the Trevenant or even the Buzzwole, it's going to require a whole lot of damage.
I have to agree with you, man. I do believe that this is a much better draft, knowing on how balanced the draft are running here. Finally, they're actually running a defender. That's going to be the Slowbro. We'll see how this mix-up of Mons would actually work out for them in this game. But here's the thing. I really want to point this out. They're running the Garchomp again, and I do believe this could possibly be a comfort pick for them. They do believe and they do trust that by having this Garchomp, they could actually secure this win for themselves. And right on here first time for themselves, and they get the App Store looking pretty sturdy. They have a really good support here with the Clefable and backline. Meanwhile, looking at Play for Fun, I think the draft also looks pretty solid here. They are running the Mega Mewtwo Y, so the range version over here also pretty good. In terms of caching, he does have a double dash, he actually goes for teleport. I don't know. This actually we'll see in game. They're actually running the recover future side or the side start teleport. All these pull downs to gate this off.
Yeah, so far I think like it's just big grand ideas coming in from the side of Play for Fun. Now up ahead in the series, we'll see where or not can Team Kata try to tie this one up with a much improved roster of Pokemon out there in Heya Sky Ruins this time. So all eyes on this Absol, on the kind of impact that it will bring to the table when we look into the grand ideation. Of course, you want to have maybe the gravity on the side of the Clefable, get some catches going on. You will eventually look for pretty much some huge swing of the Midnight Slash and some of all the fights around the Reggie. So that, to be paired alongside with Garchomp, could be a very devastating combo.
Yeah, most definitely. And I could say the same for the Scyther as well. It depends on where these two central Pokemons are actually heading to. It does seem that Absol has made his rotations towards the top lane of here, providing a lot of support here for the Chansey and as well as the Gibble needs a little bit of spacing, almost to 5 to actually become the Gabite here next evolution. And there we go. As mentioned before, usually you wouldn't want to punish, and I think that's why Absol goes on to the top lane, so that giving a little bit of space for the Gabite to actually get a little bit of experience and get to where he really needs. Oh, Roy getting a little bit in trouble here, dashing himself away from trouble. Cider gettability defense here at the goal post, almost down. Gotta be careful of here. Absol really packs a punch.
It does, and overall, I think like the rest of Play for Fun understood that they cannot overextend on this one, but they're gonna face check into the tall grass and they will commit to this exchange. Meanwhile, over down bottom, we are also getting a little bit more of that party for this Berudu. Meanwhile, the first knockout has already happened, and it does seem like it is gonna be a blow for blow in terms of knockouts.
Oh yeah, so I think that's a still strong opening, but right now Team Kata is currently in the lead into some points. It does feel like the same thing that we saw here in the first game itself. But first, a little bit scoring coming from the side of Play for Fun as well. We're done with almost the first quarter of the match. So far, both teams are trying to fan up. This is looking at the top lane over here. Does seem a little bit of action. Does not have much opening over here. It is going to be in trouble all by himself. This is going to be down for the count. Everything back into the game.
Yeah, still really early though. I think that all it really takes is for Play for Fun to eventually get those level up available, and that's where once you have the Mega Mewtwo Y to be pretty much stacked up, that's where it's go time. Speaking of which, they're already looking for it.
Oh, jumping out, losing out one over here at the top lane. Make that 2, make a double knockout streak for the Mewtwo. Doesn't even need to go mega here at this point, as it is enough to actually knock them out. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, it's a 2v1 situation, screening out this slow bro from any potential attempt. Does have 20 EOS points here in hand. It's going to take a little bit of time, roughly around 2 seconds to actually do that full on scoring. Trevor is not going to allow that wood hammer in the face, so it's away by the Cyber Rider. Look at all this coming in, but of course the buff, the shields from the goalpost is going to ensure that Trevenant is able to actually defend that goalpost like an amazing goalkeeper.
Yeah, meanwhile, over onto the top portion, we are already looking at Reggie and Lecky secured by the members of Team Kata as they work on both of all these objectives at the very same time, getting a lot of all that space to eventually dunk about 2 points in, trying to catch up with the tempo of Play for Fun. And there's just not much of an avenue here unless if we do have this muscle to be able to pull them all the way back. Then there you go, that knockout, as they will go ahead to exchange in that favor. A 2-for-1. And now Team Kata's back on track. But here comes more.
Oh gosh, making things into wonders of the Absol's doing so much work here in the back lines after getting knockouts here behind the post itself. Also getting followed up with a double knockout straight for himself. He is definitely snowballing here in the game, and it's currently at level 12. We only have 2 months here beyond the level 10 threshold for the side of Team Kata. Meanwhile, still struggling to reach that point is going to be Team Play for Fun, as we have triple level 9, the Scyther, the Mewtwo Y, and the Buzzwole. And joining to the fray is going to be the Trevenant level 10 here on the Scyther at this point.
And this is just going to be very careful movements coming out of the members of Team Kata. They cannot afford to be caught out just like how they did in that prior game. Just making sure that they position themselves well enough as they're just taking a little bit more of that ample space up in the center zone and just hiding inside of the tall grass. They saw this Trevor. I think that that's not going to be the main target this time around. They have spotted the Blissey, forced to actually pull in the eject button swiftly once you overstep.
You don't want to go on the Trevenant because it could be a bait. He does have Horn B, so he could actually be driving them towards their own goalpost here on the left side for Team Play for Fun. Of course, that's not going to be happening here. There's going to be them here on their Reg Lucky. It could be just a bait. Getting on the last is going to be the Absol, securing it for the team itself and making it a 6-member for the fight. And look at this, a triple knockouts here by the side of Team Play for Fun with a 2 knockout response. It's going to be the Blissey together with the Scyther down in the side of Team Play for Fun.
Wow. That was a huge one.
That was a huge one. I think not done it, and we do see some smackdown here coming up from the Buzzword to ensure that this Regieleki does not make any point of entry into this goalpost. None shall pass and score here for Team Kata. So despite having that somewhat advantage of having a Regieleki here on their side with a secure coming from the Absol, they were not able to actually make good use of it. But this could actually prove to be a much bigger advantage for them, and they secured a special attack and an attack buff for themselves by securing this Reggie still at the bottom lane, which means in the next few seconds, definitely not a good time for you to actually go up with on any kind of fights up against Team Kata.
Not at all, but this time, huge recovery, of course, coming in from that previous scuffle. Now find themselves having this Absol to be hitting level 14. Play for fun, understand that they cannot afford to take a risk when it comes down to the next objective, but if it's going to be the Rayquaza, that's where they will have to really put in everything that they've got. So plenty of all the space now being acquired while this Garchomp has also gotten himself into the thick of things. We want to see what really forms up over onto the top quadrant. This is where we're looking at only the Buzzwole to be holding down the line of defense by himself. Well, so a little bit of back and forth was we're already seeing pretty much the Absol getting into that position as play for fun. They know it could still be an exchange that can be favorable if they can just find the right targets, but it's going to be the Slowbro going in with the Surf. That actually gives them just about enough info to work with. And now with the Lucky up available as well. Oh, this is going to be a big brawl up here.
Yeah, they cannot allow any of the teams to actually get this Lucky, because this could be an opening for a little bit of point dunking coming from either side here at this point. But of course, the next 12 more seconds, it's going to be the man of the hour, the Rayquaza appear here at the central area. And at this point itself, as you guys know, Team Kata, all they have to do is screen away Team Play for Fun from actually grabbing themselves their hands on this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Play for Fun has more things in their hands that they have to do here. Open up with the Moonlight. Doesn't affect to any one of his teammates, but it's okay. This Swording Run needs to do a little bit later. He's like jumping onto the front, but there's no follow-up damage coming from any one of here. Does look like getting himself in a little bit of trouble from behind, but then they got Saito against some Absol, and that's gonna be huge, losing up their main here from the side of Team Kata. But it became a 2-1 trade-off, losing up 2 Pokemon here for Team Play for Fun. Would hammer in your face, but still goes down. Make that 3 for Play for Fun, leaving out only 2 of the team members left here up against 4 of the Pokemon on the side of Team Kata.
Oh, they kind of committed on the wrong timing because they thought that they're going to be marching up ahead on Rayquaza. And just like that, a love all bases pretty much see them getting clipped and knocked out at the very same time. It's a really rough space for them to even get any form of control over on the center. And all that the rest of Team Kata needs to do is hold firm.
Oh yeah, they only have 50 seconds left. Play for Fun. Can they find this opening? They don't really have to go straight for Rayquaza. We do see here Saito trying to go in for a big point down here at the top lane, but gets screened out here by Miraidon to ensure that that does not happen. He gets a scare not trying to go for the score at the top. This could be, well, not enough. That's going to be 187 for themselves. Could Blitzy possibly have more on his belt? No, he does not. But instead here in the bottom lane, yet another gun coming up from the Team Kata, which is something that you definitely do not want. Meanwhile, at the central area, trying to go for the clear, and the Rayquaza is going to be Play for Fun, but they don't have much time. They have to secure this. If not, it is going to be game over for them itself, down to close to losing out on this. No, it is going to be the Garchomp instead. Play for Fun did not find the opening they wanted, and this is going to be a clean victory for Team Kata here, ladies and gentlemen.
They just didn't have enough time to actually close it out, and Team Kata, they now will set this to a draw as we go for our third matchup here in the series. Oh, wow. What a play that was. And I really felt that Team Kata, they knew exactly what they need to do. The moment that they got that lead, especially with that long extended fight down bottom, all they really have to do, okay, they understand that they will try to once again recommit. Let's look for those angles where we could just set some of all these traps, and one after another they keep going for those knockouts, and it just weirded down all these capabilities of Play for Fun to even think about getting that Rayquaza. And even when they secured it, it's a little too late now.
Oh yeah, I think one of the biggest problems that they had in this game, going up against Team Kata, is that Absol was just snowballing like there's no tomorrow. And I think that for him to actually get multiple knockouts in early stages of the game itself, it just worked for him. And he's all maxed out at one point, and it's very hard when your team is literally trying to catch up in terms of levels up against your opponents. And by that point, you're going up against a team which also excels in late game. We're talking about Garchomp over here. So yeah, it's very, very, very tough. But yeah, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the replay here for that game number 2. If they missed out on all that action so far, things are looking pretty steady for both ends. And I think that was actually the point when Absol was actually managed to actually grab a few of the mons knocked out under his belt. Even this attempt here at the top lane, this is when things didn't look so well here. For Team Kata. Play for Fun was able to actually make it into a small victory for themselves. But at the end of the day, Team Kata still wins this match.
Yeah, I just love how they have definitely had this really disciplined run, and overall they ensured that they can just layer down their Unite moves all together, and they are in a much better cohesion this time around. So they're definitely on the right track once more. So of course that was a little bit of a scare, because at a certain point it was kind of like a 50-50 exchange until that they finally got pretty much all these priority targets, right? You want to get the knock onto the Mewtwo and eventually look for the Scyther at the very same time. And for most part, all they really have to do is to maybe leave a little room. They don't have to be too occupied with the Buzzwole. And perhaps when we look at the damage department, once the Mega Mewtwo Y as well as Cypher is going to be knocked out, there's honestly not too heavy damages to follow through. So great plan. And I finally get to see how they actually work out this Garchomp.
Yeah, and I do believe that. I think it kind of worked out for them. I was a little bit concerned, but when they were going for the Rayquaza attempt, they lost out the Absol. Team Kata lost the Absol. But since Garchomp's already at the point where this is your time to shine, right? I can't get all the spotlight to myself. So Garchomp was able to excel from all that space he got throughout the whole game itself and snowballing to a certain level. And that's a victory, much needed victory for Team Kata. And of course, Qontra, once again, we're going to be jumping into a game number 3, as we couldn't find a definitive winner by game number 2, which means that if you guys don't know this is currently the lower bracket second round match number 1. One of the teams will be knocked out from the competition for losing out in this match, which makes it a little bit more important than the others.
Indeed, this is the one that goes all the way to our third matchup, and it's
finally
pretty much similar. And this time they say, hey, that Garchomp is a little bit too troublesome. They take it out. So what exactly does Team Kata take if that's the case?
Yeah, finally. So like, no Garchomp, okay, let's go for a different one. I think they ran it twice. If they ran it a third time, I think I think they found that. So not just banning the Garchomp, they also banned the Absol as well, which forces a hand to actually just pick something else. But with such an opening, instead of picking the Blissey, they are still comfortable with running the Slowbro here for their side. So okay, so remember, Play for Fun does have the Blissey opportunity for them, and they're not going to secure not just the Blissey but also the Umbreon defend the set time as well.
That's 2 super picks coming out of Play for Fun. Well, they have definitely opened up a little bit more of that wiggle room for an tackler, but we're seeing multiple hovers coming in between that Miraidon as well as potential Decidueye. It could also very well be pretty much some other picks as well, but they will commit to the Miraidon and also bringing AJ Slash to also follow suit this time around.
Wow.
I'm surprised that Suicune was actually up for grabs, but none of the members of Team Kata says they want it.
It's not even a priority for any of them. And I think that Play for Fun was also surprised that even Team Kata doesn't want to run it as well, since it's also available. But I think that is more of a comfort pick. So despite Suicune still available, they still want to run run the Miraidon and the Aegis for themselves. Great opening for Play for Fun, and they are going to be getting a Megaros for themselves at the same time as well, making the fourth pick with yet another attacker for the side.
They're having the ideas of bringing the Hoopa on board as well, so you could just ensure that the entire team could actually teleport into the portals. And looking into the pickups, it seems like they are going to stick with a very similar game plan. And of course, without the presence of the Garchomp, they kind of replace it with the Miraidon or even the Aegislash, and still having the old faithful Scissor to also join alongside. Now, a lot of all these powerful picks: Leafeon, Suicune, Metagross, Chansey, and Umbreon. It just screams to me, I want the big AoE combos, and that's how Play for Fun wants to overwhelm their opposition.
Oh yeah, that's probably going to be the play over here. Ancient enough, finally they're playing out with the Speedster over here. Is going to be the Leafeon. Curious to see how they're going to navigate this Leafeon throughout the game. Of course, remember, it might just be yet another I think it might just be another telekinesis slowbro here being run for the side, so you don't want to get caught as you are kind of fragile. Now, speaking of which, I also want to talk a little bit about the Aegislash, because the thing about Aegislash is, yes, it's a very, very highly flexible duelist. You can play defense and offense, but you got to be careful, because once you are in your offense form, you're quite fragile, so you want to make sure that you shift very, very well in between as well. But very interesting pick. I didn't foresee them to actually be running this, because none of the previous match indicates that they were going to actually run this kind of composition. Maybe you're right, Qontra. Maybe this was the hand that was forced because of the Garchomp being back.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I really want to see, like, are they going to be comfortable enough onto this Aegislash? You definitely talked about the perks of having one on the team. And in the form of frontline, I think that there's still definitely avenues that they are going to be ensuring that slow beam is going to be able to isolate that target, and eventually that could potentially lead to some of all these big pickoffs, ideally maybe onto the Metagross or even the Umbreon for safety measures. You could also do so. Now, let's take a look as we dive into our third game.
Yeah, and I think that the leading phase is already out right here, so you can actually see which monsters are going to respective lanes as well. And as usual, they are running the Scyther to a central for the side of Team Kata, and Play for Fun running the Leafeon over there. Well, you don't have to, but I guess why not? Because Leafeon doesn't really need much levels to actually get into Leafeon form from Eevee. But the more levels, it's even better, because he's going to be the main speedster here for the team.
Absolutely. Well, just steady pacing as we pass the 1 minute mark. Now, over on the bottom side, it definitely looks like it's going to be a tough breach, so long as this Suicune is going to be guarding onto the goal zone. I want to see how fast can they actually get the evolution for this slow grow, as we are looking at the Altara being attempted, and immediately hops right through this Aegislash. It's just doing so much.
A little bit too late here by Team Kata, because almost all of them got cleared out by Play for Fun. By the time they want to make the point 3, it was already too late. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, still in the early stages, we do see the Horn Edge here trying to get his time to actually becoming a Doublade here. Not yet, needs a little bit more space for himself. But of course, here at level 5, this is going to be the Matang trying to top lane is not going to be any trade-offs. Most of them do have a little bit of Pokémon, but they don't have that much high damage output unless they stick around long enough. Let's see who's going to come out on top from this trade-off itself. And as mentioned before, shields up coming from both of them.
Yeah, crucial shield just to ensure that they keep themselves pretty much intact this time. That kind of exchange for the Altara sees the rest of Team Kata actually coming up ahead by knocking out the Umbreon.
Oh gosh, Umbreon getting caught up alone there in between 3 of the Mons from the side of Team Kata. There's no way he's going to survive out there. Meanwhile, getting put in the position, all 3 of the Mons over here. It's a 4v2 situation. Make that 4v3, but the other 2 getting knocked out here for Team Play for Fun. And it's going to be easy peasy scoring here by Team Kata at the bottom lane. A little bit more to clear this tier 1 goalpost. Leaving. So here comes the cavalry. Will they be able to fend this off and screen away the Mons from Team Kata away from the area as they're trying to steal the wild Pokemon? Being all alone, it's going to be a slow bro. loads and loads of HP. No biggie.
No biggie at all, as they're definitely recommitting once again. And seems like right now the Leafeon does have the Unite move up available. We'll have to see when exactly is it going to be put into great effect. And we're already at the Reggie pretty much up online. Oh, we've got to now see if this Metank's going to be involved as well. It seems like that's not going to be the case. So this could be a really good opportunity as they're already working on the Regirock. So this could be 3 versus 3. Now join alongside with the Rhydon. Are they going to be able to secure it? And yes, they will. As Sliker gets this one down the back and immediately has on board all 4 the Pokemon that was contesting. All got knocked out.
Wow, what makes it worse is that by the time that the Regirock was actually secured, they were not able to actually disengage in time, and they got cleared out there at the bottom lane. So that's going to be multiple knockouts, and with addition to the knockout by Scyther at the top lane early on before the attack on the Regirock as well, which makes it a huge victory for Team Kata. So that's going to be huge points being dunked here at the bottom and top lane, which you can see the tier 1 goalpost from TA for Fun Arabian cleared out over here. 193 points to nil for Play for Fun at the current moment. Things are not looking good. They were looking pretty healthy, Qontra, in that game number 1, but game number 3 over here, definitely not the position you would want to be, knowing that this is going to be a knockout game.
And that big, massive team fight definitely benefited this Scyther. And now hitting level 12. And they're once again looking for more. Going for the Umbreon. And just like that, it's another wipeout performance as Team Kata overwhelms the rest of Play for Fun. As we see every Pokemon on their side get knocked out.
Guess this answers a lot of things. Guess they can run other things other than the Garchomp, man. So here at this point, the Aegis Slice is doing exceptionally well. We're right now level 11, but that Scyther looking pretty big at level 13 at this point compared to the highest level on the side of Play for Fun, Leafeon level 11. So level scaling wise, looking very healthy on the side of Team Kata over here, and they are currently in the second half of the game.
Yeah, timely usage of the coup de grace as well, stacking it all on top of what the Bright Future Meteor Storm has actually been able to really chunk it down for the Scyther to just hop on board, do a massive cleanup with the Green Illusion dive, and I think all they have to do, rinse and repeat the same sort of team fights that they've been looking for. And while they're at that, you just have the Scyther to single-handedly take out the Register.
I just want to applaud the whole idea that you actually mentioned the full Unite name for Rhydon, Bright Future Meteor Storm. I'm not able to pull it off in any kind of team fights, man. There's so much thing going on. And that alone, I think somebody needs to find like an abbreviation for this, a BFMS. There's no way we're gonna actually run that. But speaking of which, coming back to the game over here, looking pretty good. 320 points to 57. They're going for the next Regieleki or Tam here at the top lane. This could be a great opening for the side of, but unfortunately, Rhydon's going to be the one getting the lesson in. It's going to be Aegis Slice securing that knockout here on the Umbreon, Scyther on the Suicune, and gets on another. It's going to be a double knockout for this Aegis Slice on his head. But 4 of the Mons down here for the side of Play for Fun with a one trade of 4-1. I guess you'll take the win. It's a Scyther, but still not looking good. This is numbers 4 knockouts to 1 trade-off in that battle at the top lane, and was not able to secure the Regieleki to do any form of scoring as well. Things are looking pretty dire here.
It looks to be so, and Play for Fun, they got to look for those avenues. They only have 3 minutes to work with right now. Another minute before we go in for that Rayquaza battle. So right at this moment, they not only need to defend to their utmost potential, is there going to be a way that they can actually sneak some points right through? We got to see the impact of the Scyther now joining over on the far end, as we are already seeing every member to be sent over on the mid sector as they go in for the exchange.
Wow, quite early to actually go for any form of engagement, as there's no reason to, because if you do actually win this trade-off, they are still able to actually come back into the game and enough time to actually make it for the Rayquaza and team. Meanwhile, this rotation towards the bottom lane, waiting for the next Reggie. It's going to be a Regirock. This could amplify their special and their normal defense here for the whole team, which makes them much more stronger here in this next upcoming team fight. 5 more seconds here before Rayquaza, the man of hour, appears here at the central area. Umbreon gonna give them save, but does get got out here, decided to dash himself out into safety before getting caught at any point. Now, of course, they are doing the screening as usual. Slowbro at the front lines to ensure nobody naughty enough to actually go in from the top side and from the bottom side.
Yeah, Team Kata, they just really have to hold firm. They don't really have to attempt onto this Rayquaza unless the rest of these members of Play for Fun really wants to commit. All it really takes is one good slow beam and it could just spark and ignite a huge fight to take place. And speaking of which, they're going for more.
Oh no, here comes the opening as well. Disruption everywhere. Morino gets up with the Umbreon as well. Aegislash here on the Blissey, but also goes for a little bit scoring for themselves. It's going to be from Team Kata here on the downside, ignoring here on the Rayquaza because they don't really have to. Losing off 4 of the mods from there and leaving Umbreon being the only one as he got knocked out earlier on. Do they have the time? Less than a minute left of here, Qontra, for them to actually clear out the Rayquaza. They have to clear the Rayquaza. They don't have enough points right now in hand to actually go for any naughty scoring. So Rayquaza is definitely going to be the only answer to winning this game for themselves. And hold on to that thought as well. They also lost out on the Suicune.
And it's just going to be a full-on rampage as we are seeing them just going for all these knockouts, and it's just too much of a level deficit for the rest of Play for Fun to handle. And the rest of Team Kata, they bounce back, reverse sweep. Now on the cards with only less than 15 seconds, they also secured the Rayquaza, and they have just about enough points. They don't even need to dunk more in, but of course you want to end it in a great fashion. So here we go. Team Kata proceeds into the lower bracket finals.
What a run. A reverse sweep at that, Qontra. They lost game number 1. They won back in game number 2 after fixing a little bit of problems from their end. And right now in this game number 3, winning in a very convincing manner. Like, I don't know what kind of conversation they had during the break in between game 1 and game 2, but whatever it is working for them. And yeah, they're making it to the next round here and still climbing through the lower brackets.
Yeah, what I really love about this round is that we take a look at Team Kata members. Every single member were really ensuring that they keep their focus intact, right? Each one of these members puts on an average of 80 points of AOS energy at the very least. So they're just taking turns. While every single good opportunity that they do get, they just went in for a launch onto anybody that they see right in front of them. Now, take a look at Play for Fun as well. I think like somehow they were just hindered every time they tried to actually get all around. And you got Decider to be one of the major threat over on the back line. Meanwhile, Aegislash has always been up there being very pesky in some of these team fights.
I'm a little bit sad that I think Play for Fun, just by looking at drafts, it's very clear and apparent that they were playing meta drafts because they kind of knew, they kind of did the research on what works and what doesn't in this current meta. But also have to remember when doing all this, right, execution is also important as well. How you actually play out with this meta of Pokémon right now. I thought just by looking at draft wise, possibly this could be in the bag for Play for Fun. Not just speaking in terms of volumes for this game number 3, but also game number 2 at the same time as well. I think they are quite okay over there, but I think in terms of communication, how they execute certain things, they don't really have to fight everything. If they just play as how they did in game number 1, it could have been a different outcome, I do believe, here for this particular match. And of course, you don't want to you want to dwell too much over losses already been done and dusted with anyways, but this could be something that they do want to consider in upcoming ones. And I definitely do dare say that this is definitely not going to be the last we're going to be seeing them Play for Fun so far. Based on my observation on their matches so far, they played well, and they're definitely going to be back in the next qualifier.
And And of course, credit where credit is due. Team Kata, they've been able to adapt along the way, where you saw throughout their lower bracket run, it hasn't been the smoothest ride thus far. You know, the past two series, even from the upper brackets, they got knocked down. And while doing so, it clearly felt like they had their morale pretty much slowly withering until, you know, back in game 2, they saw that opportunity. They took it all the way right now. And that lower semifinals has been booked, as they will get a little bit of a matchup with Point Blank. And later, we'll also be seeing Team FF to take on the hot favorites, Paper Rex.
Wow, so far we're looking at the upper bracket itself. Team FF and Paper Rex has not dropped a single game. They've had a clean 2-0 victories over their opponents in the upper bracket. But of course, knowing this, since they have not dropped a single game against any of the teams, curious to see which one will come out on top. Now, of course, Paper Rex up against on top. Paper Rex, I would say a fan favorite, because they've been around for the longest time, back then being Team MYS. And of course, I'm getting teams FF over here. Curious to see who's going to come out on top and who's going to be getting that first ticket towards the grand finals. And meanwhile, who's going to get knocked down to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, of course, plenty of storylines now being formed here. An exciting day of finals where we're getting a little taste of everything. So far, we have identified a few of all these core pickings of whenever you see that Blissey, or in a certain scenario where you could basically get a Suicune to be more involved as well. These are very, very hot picks to be contested. So we see maybe some of these guys will be yoinking some of these Pokemon to be fielded out there in the field later on. So that's it. Once again, congratulations to Team Kata. They have been able to still prove that they have what it takes to maybe be fighting for that title. So that being said, let's take a little bit of a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more Pokemon Unite action.
Potential is just insane for him, so you wouldn't want to punish him, take advantage of this. But of course, a little bit of scoring from their end, a little bit too much. But Cider dunking in a huge 40 here for the whole team, holding all of them in position. But where's the follow-up coming on from Team Kata over here?
So true their way in. That is the first goal zone already taken out as they layer through all of their defenses, and just like that, they are trying to
90, roughly around 98 points here for there. And meanwhile here,
moving over on to the top portion of the map, they're piling all the pressure down bottom.
Team Kata right now.
Yeah, just driving right through as they are looking for a big toss-up, and that's where the Dark Ride does find a Pikachu. This is going to be an all-out affair from both.
Point scoring attempts coming on from the side of Team Kata. They need to actually clear out the way before they can actually do the point, but they're way down in terms of Pokemon.
Catch onto that Garchomp was the gold chest stacked up. That's where it's go time. Speaking of which, they're already looking for it.
Oh, jumping out, losing out one over here at the top lane. Make that.
And there's just not much of an avenue here unless if we do have this puzzle to be able to pull them all the way back. Then there you go, that knockout as they will go ahead to exchange.
Oh gosh, making things into wonders over here. Absol's doing so much work here. Fine, of course, that's not going to be happening here. There's going to be them here on the Regieleki. It could be just a bait. Getting on the last is going to be Absol, securing it for the team itself and making it a 6-member for the from anyone of here. Does look like getting himself in a little bit of trouble from behind, but then they got Saito against some Absol, and that's gonna be huge, losing up their main trade-off, losing up 2 Pokemon here for team play for fun. Woodhammer here did not find the opening they wanted, and this is going to be
crucial shield just to ensure that they keep themselves pretty much intact this time. That kind of exchange for the Eltara.
Alone there in between 3 of the Mons from the side of Team Kata. There's no way he's going to survive out there. Meanwhile, getting put in the position, all 3 of the Mons over here. It's a 4v2 situation. Make that 4v3, but
it's going to be 3 versus 3. Now, trying alongside with the Rhydon. Are they going to be able to secure it? And yes, they will. As Slicer. And that big, massive team fight definitely benefited this Scyther. And now hitting level 12. And they're once again looking for more. Going for the Umbreon. And
no, they're going for the next Regieleki or Tam here at the top lane. This could be a great opening for the side of But unfortunately, the Rhydon's going to be the one getting the lesson in. Umbreon, Cider on the Suicune. And gets on another. It's going to be a double knockout for this
huge fight to take place. And speaking of which, they're going for more.
Oh no, here comes the opening as well. Disruption everywhere. Murano gets up with the Umbreon.
This is going to be a full-on rampage as we are seeing them just going for all these knockouts, and it's just too much of a level deficit for the rest of Play for Fun to handle in a great fashion. So here we go. Team Kata.
As an all-rounder, he has insane late game scaling, and 1v1 potential is just insane for him. So you wouldn't want to 100% take advantage of this. But of course, a little bit of scoring from their end.
Welcome back once again as we bring you the upper bracket finals where we will see FF to take on Paper Rex.
Oh yeah, finally. So we have witnessed too much lower bracket matches. A lot of people who's watching and tuning into the live stream has been wondering when are we going to get to see some upper bracket action. Here we are at the upper bracket finals. These 2 teams are going to go head to head in a best of 3 series. Now, a little bit insight about them. Throughout the whole upper bracket run that they've had, both FF and Paper X has not had a single game drop. So far, it's been a clean 2-0 victory throughout, and we'll get to see how things will transpire here in the series now, starting with game number 1. As me and Qontra, and together with everyone tuning in, we're going to be diving into the first draft. And of course, very curious to see what are going to be the bans here for this game.
Very high stakes game. Whoever wins this series gets themselves a step forward into the finals where they don't really have to have a long run. And by doing so, you just need to outright win that series instead of going for a double win. And now we finally get to see some matches from Paper Rex. The ban's now out. Umbreon, Psyduck, Blissey, and Suicune has been taken out.
Wow, that's like the most meta ban you can actually look around over here. So for this amazing monster could be away. In terms of choices for support, so when this has it, Paper X is going to be sorry about that. It's going to be FF opening with a Hoopa support. So it's a different kind of support being played out, because usually when we talk about supports, everybody's looking into the amount of healing, amount of buffs, or amount of shields you can actually provide for your teammates. But Hoopa just gives you a little bit different kind of support here. And this could be the kind of playstyles that FF just likes to run. But with this opening, Paper Rex is going to be running this Talonflame and Zacian opening for the draft.
Ooh, very aggressive form of playstyle coming from the side of Paper Rex, especially you definitely need this approach as when you are actually playing against a Hoopa, that definitely puts in a little bit more pressure when it comes down to maneuvering around the field. Of course, that being said, they are looking to at least to keep at least one of these guys at bay, and of course that's where the Snorlax comes in handy. And once more, we have seen the impact of what a Mewtwo can actually bring. This to be the Mega Mewtwo Y variation to be brought on board. But what's interesting to note is that we're getting ourselves not only in Trevor, but this is the first appearance of the Ho-Oh in the entirety of the top 8.
That is how rare this Pokemon is in the series and as well in the game here in the competitive circuit. Over here, making that their 4th Mon being drafted for PRX. Now, FF, down to their final Pokemon over here. They are considering to actually pick out the Metagross for their end, and they will lock it in for themselves. So they have quite some really solid Pokemons on their end. Double all-rounders. They do have 1 support, 1 attacker, and 1 defender. Meanwhile, looking at Paper Rex, they're going to secure the last one. It is going to be this Inteleon last pick for themselves, as they do see the Mons from FF don't really have anyone who can actually go on for the backlines. So this could possibly be a great pick for themselves. Now, how is FF going to shut down this Inteleon? That's going to be a mystery that needs to be solved.
Yeah, and at the very same time, whoever tries to go onto the Inteleon or anybody getting into danger, you gotta also remember that this Ho-Oh can just activate Rekindling Flame, and you know, you can just continue on fighting overall. So I love this very aggro kind of approach that's coming out of Paper Rex. Something that is going to be very bold of a stance, where it just tells you that, hey, don't you dare challenge me on a big team fight, because I could just take this all the way and just draw it all out. So I want to see how well would they also bring this Hoopa to be able to, of course, channel the Rings Unbound, make some big plays around the entirety of this Teya Sky Ruins, and perhaps that could be that big focal point to turn things around whenever they're behind, or if they are hit, even better, just pile on the pressure on all these goal zones.
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, remember, Talonflame could also reposition the team members coming on from Team FF away from the hyperspace hole, if that's the direction that Hoopa is trying to actually go here for this particular game. And so, which could also disrupt the kind of gameplay that they want to bring here in the game. But of course, all this will be answered in the next 10 minutes of game, as the game has begun and respective Mons have already reached to their respective lanes and going on about. Here we have Snorlax here on the wrong side of the lane, as he does a little bit scoring. He does have a small sum and is able to actually pop that eject into safety up against the Sashin and Ho at the bottom lane. Oh, sorry, this is actually top lane, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's kind of worth it when you are popping the eject button so early on, and then now they're just ensuring that they keep up with the pressure, as this is gonna be the whole putting up a fantastic job to keep the station to be able to get those EXP power stacking up. So this is gonna take a while, as we're seeing a little bit of exchange for this Altaria, and it seems like it's gonna be the rest of these members of FS that does get the better end of all these traits, and instead it's gonna be quick scoring potentials. And here we go, a little bit more of that exchange coming out from Nebula Drift, and it seems like the Trevor did not manage to land the hammer on top.
Oh yeah, I think you were just saying about this that he just uses eject, right? And then there's no way, you know it's in cooldown and it's not gonna be, back anytime soon. And then he went in for a dive there for the Altaria. It was not able to secure as well, because in terms of damage output, Paper Rex has it better here in the bottom lane, despite not having Inteleon yet at the current moment and only still at the Drizzle, but it's still enough when you pair out together with his partner. So I think that's quite unfortunate going off for that particular dive in Xenon. Of course, the main focus is going to be here, the Small Blue family in the central area. And it's going to be a clean knockout here. Make that 2 knockout here in the hands of this Talonflame.
Pretty huge pickup, I would say, especially that to be on the Gyarados. And now they have a breach open the goal zone, as they are going to be just having everybody dunking those points, but they kind of took a little while, and that is where the punish comes through to knock out the Talonflame as they continue on is going to be a big dive as we'll see the Ho-Oh to be able to hold them back for a little while longer with the flamethrower.
Wow, that was close. If they actually had yet another Mon there at the top lane, they could have actually secured triple knockouts here at top lane. The damage output was actually high, but not enough to actually knock out the other two. They lost on Talonflame, but he's going to be back in action in just a bit. Meanwhile here, looking at the top, do a little bit of screening here by the Ho-Oh. They did manage to do a little bit of scoring for themselves just a while ago, and they don't have a lot in the bag, so which means that scoring is not really that hard, to be honest.
Right now, they're working on the Reggie like yes, they've been able to form a little bit of exchange. They will give over the other Reggie towards the members of FFs, and that's going to be the Reggie still. Meanwhile, this Ho-Oh have a little bit too much to do, but just about enough trickle of the damage to be able to disrupt them from actually getting any form of scoring done. With those berries, Yang will be able to just hold on for the meantime while that space has also been created over on mid, while the rest of Paper Rex have been able to secure plenty of AOS points from that point onwards.
Smart place by the Ho-Oh, by the way, because you're going up against 4 of the Mons from the side of FF, where they actually have the Reggie Steel buff. So it's a little bit scary as they do have higher attack and special attack amplifications from that buff. So that can be a little bit careful. But he still come out okay. He did a little bit defending for the team here. But things are looking pretty average from both sides, despite we look at the points leaning towards the Paper Rex, but both teams does have an okay gap in between each other when it comes to levels. And but of course, we're coming down to the halfway of the match over here, 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the match, and we should be seeing some big team fights happening very soon here from both ends.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on to the Zacian later on, and if they could actually find the right angles to really drop in a perfect Sovereign Sword. And speaking of which, they also have to avoid this Metagross. And speaking of which, they're actually going for the pickoff instead, knowing that this Metagross is absolutely isolated. Does not really matter with the Computing Crush, as they will be able to fly away, channel in the perfect timing. That's such a great call coming from the Paper Rex, and now it seems like they will eventually have a lot of wiggle room to open up for the taking on this upcoming Reggie down bottom. Well, I want to see what exactly will be the answer. Instead, they go for the Lecky up top, and that's going to be a quick maneuver for them to regroup once again, while they already have the Trevenant and Ho-Oh to be disrupting them until the cavalry arrives.
Oh yeah, and of course, this is not over yet, as they are still revving around at the Regi's area. The one going for the secure is going to be on the side of PRX. Intello getting the last hit in. Meanwhile, Talonflame getting himself a double knockout upon the Mons from Team FF, while looking a bit dire, trying to do as much defense as possible. Goes up the unbomb, but pops it off right now. Hyperspace is already in the open. How can they capitalize on this? He's going to be returning back with healthy HP. Would happen, does not connect to anyone here at this current moment. Rebounds currently in trouble, tries to go for the Horn Leash towards his side and goes for a little bit of shields for himself at this point.
Yeah, that was just perfect timing with the Flame Sweep as well, zoning them all completely, and just like that, double objective secure for Paper Rex. And now it is going to be them holding down the line. Well, there is going to be retaliation coming in, commitments to be full sended into the way with the heavy send now dropping right through, and here comes the fly, and as this hose just keeping them at bay. It's just such a hindrance for them to even consider pushing right through, so nobody can actually reach either the Inteleon or even the Zacian.
This Yang of the Ho-Oh is just annoying right now. It's doing so much work over here. Not really. The thing is, in terms of damage output wise, it doesn't really have enough to actually go in for any knockouts, but that's not the idea. The idea is just to cause disruption towards the opponent so that they're not able to actually do what they really want to do over here. It doesn't have much range to begin with at the same time as well. So this is the amount of chaos that Ho-Oh can actually do here in multiple kinds of team fights and situations. But reflecting back on the game as a whole, right now, in terms of point gaps in between them, still leading Paper X, FF, but not too far behind. Now, there is an opening for them to actually do a little bit of scoring without the Rayquaza here at some point in time. Meanwhile, just speaking of which, Reggie Lecky in the top lane is down for the count here in the hands of the Zacian, which means that Reggie is making his way to the top lane, being defended by the Gyarados and the Hoopa. Meanwhile, it does seem that a few of the Mons from Paper Rex is marching forward in the bottom lane. But this is merely a two-mon screening, the Ho-Oh and the Trevenant. But their main objective is actually securing this Regirock at the bottom lane.
Did you just see how Yang gathered every single information while holding back the entirety of FF? That's just huge advancements coming from this Ho-Oh to be so problematic that they don't really want to overcommit, because knowing for the fact that the Reclaiming Flame is still pretty much active, there's no point in doing so. But this time they want to breach to get a little bit more of an arm's length into the pit, where they are going to be challenging for that Rayquaza, but this is where they are just going to be full sending it with the Snorlax to be moving right in with the heavy slam, not really finding all too much. The Hoopa actually recalls them into a different position as they now fall all the way back to look for a little bit more of a defense. But are they going to find any avenues for them to score, because time is slowly running out?
And speaking of time as well, since time is not of the essence, now two of these Mons here from the side of FF getting caught in between four of the Mons on the side of Paper X. It's a 4v2 situation, knowing you are a Snorlax, but how long can you hold on over here as all this bombardment, all this savagery coming off from the team members from Paper X, a little bit too much to handle. And right now, you're being chased out here by the Talonflame, and you're going to be down and knocked out for the count. Three of the Mons making it a 5v2 situation. No openings yet right here to answer your question, Qontra. For them to actually, instead, it might just be Paper Rex doing a little bit poking the Rayquaza since FF is not able to actually do so. But just to be on the safe side, let's not do any of that. Let's not help FF in their attempt to actually take the Rayquaza down and cause any mistakes. And yet, Mewtwo, Gyarados, and Hoopa down for the count.
And just look at this ultra aggression coming out of Paper Rex. They say, no, can't do, buddy. You won't get your way into the Rayquaza. And now this is their turn to shine, looking to actually score some points. But here comes the Snorlax holding them back as they will try to actually defend. But look at this Ho-Oh with the flamethrower slowly wearing down. And yet again, the exchange goes through. The Inteleon still survives, just passing all around him, and still is there to stay while they knock the rest of FF out.
Oh, wow. I think that was an amazing match. Great attempts coming out from FF. Quite unfortunate that it was just not enough. Paper Rex just played a very beautiful game of Pokemon UNITE over here, and has shown how things are being done. Kudos to Yang for that amazing gameplay in the Ho-Oh. And of course, you know what? To answer my question earlier on how do they resolve this whole Italian issue, right? So how they resolve it is they just use his Snorlax to chase down solo on the Italian, which is not really something that I would do. But then, hey, it works almost, yeah.
You know what's really interesting from this graph that we actually saw? The most damage was actually done by a Koopa out of all the many Pokemons on the side of FF, which, you know, seems to be a little bit more peculiar to me because, of course, the majority of all these members of Paper Rex were down to eventually look out for the Mega Mewtwo Y. And at the very same time, there's just no avenues at all. They tried to go in for multiple chases, but Yang is always there. Take a look at the replays once again, where this Ho-Oh has been so impactful, where you can say birds of a feather flock together, where that Yang with the Ho-Oh create that space so that this Talonflame can actually surf right in when the moment is right.
Yeah. Also, I just want to highlight one thing, right? I think since we didn't talk about it so much, right? There were numerous of times where I kind of forgot Inteleon was present in the game because he was so out of frame. He's not really the main highlight of things because no one is going for the chase towards him. This is one from the get-go when PRX found out that FF was going with mons that don't really address the whole issue of catching any of these Pokemons in the back end, right? So they were like, okay, so we'll go Inteleon since nobody's gonna care and nobody's gonna be able to have the maneuverability to chase him down, right? So he gets he gets forgotten most of the time. Yeah, but he's there the whole time. It's so obscure the whole time.
Yeah, can I also talk about this composition because it's so unique to the point that only a team like Paper Rex is willing to commit into such a a draft where it's super high mobility, but if you were to get caught out as well, there's always going to be responses. So you gotta execute this perfectly. That means that you need a high level of individual skills, and they've got that pretty much nailed down. PaperX, of course, revert as some of the best out there here in the MYSG region. It's just showing that they're on another level in terms of how they actually execute their plans than, you know, going for a just typical balanced draft. I think like the ideation is clear. FF actually put on a really good fight, if you ask me. It's just that they just don't have a clear passage into going for those caches because, like you said, nobody's going to be able to reach all the way back to even find that Inteleon. You have a Zacian dancing all around. And then once you try to get onto the Zacian, take a look who's there. Yeah, he's spitting flamethrowers all around him.
Yeah, if I had to say MVP-wise, I think Ho-Oh just did wonders over there. I get it. I think Talonflame and Zacian just did great wonders together with Trevenant on the front lines. But Ho-Oh was just being a kryptonite to FF throughout the whole game from the start to the finish itself. And I wonder to see how this game 2 is going to go because we are jumping into the draft itself and curious to see how the bands will be as they've already had a good feel of each other and how they actually played off in that game number 1. And they could possibly be having a mix of a different kind of draft they want to play out here for this game.
Yeah, and they have already considered to go for a ban onto the Hoopa. I did point it out that Hoopa actually did the most damage last round, so I guess like it's just a little bit of a hindrance. And at the very same time, you kind of want to keep them pretty much at bay than to, of course, have those massive movements around the map with the rings unbound. So instead, with this kind of ban procedures, that opens up the Suicune for PaperX. And to respond to that, that's a Mew to a Y, as well as the Gyarados to be brought to play for FF.
Well, so far, I think draft-wise, I think it's looking pretty okay. I think FF's still pretty confident and they want to actually run this PQY for the end together with the Gyarados. PRX, I've seen this before. I think this is a different conversation because back then when PRX was still MYS, they've always been known as a very aggressive team with aggressive playstyles. Even back then, remember Qontra when we were doing Unite, they've always been this team where they really don't favor a defensive kind of lineup. I believe that even if they did, out of 50 games in their lives, probably twice or 3 times they would run it. Depending on the situation in which team they actually fight out. But most of the time, it's going to be a very, very offensive one because they do believe in the individual and team skills and how they want to run things over. But this time, we do see the Snorlax once again from FF, which I do agree because they played a Spanish Snorlax in that game. But just it wasn't enough. And paired out together with the Darkrai is going to be Miraidon and yet another Talonflame over here for PaperX.
Yeah, I really do think that it's not too far off in the form of how they really want to execute certain team fights. I do really like this Leafeon pickup alongside with the Darkrai. Perhaps this is going to be a little bit more punchy coming out of the side of FF. But once again, you got to ensure that everything goes smoothly in the early span of the match. So I guess now with the Miraidon on the hands of Solo, it's just going to provide them a little bit more of this kind of long-range damage output as well when it comes down to how they ideally want to go in for exchanges. And of course, once you see a very good angle, that's where the Talonflame will also sweep right through with his Unite move. So I guess it is something of the standard meta that PRX is running because I guess if they're going to be able to still work this out, then they could still keep some of their cards behind their sleeves for a perhaps grand final finish. It depends on how well they do from here on. But now, what could you tell me about this draft coming from the side of FF? Like, who would be their main member to be able to snowball into this matchup for them to get the lead?
Well, I think they're just looking into 2 of the ones. It's definitely going to be Mega Mewtwo Y and definitely going to be the Leafeon. Gyarados, I think, is still putting it in an okay position, but the main priority they want to really snowball and do well in this game is definitely going to be Mewtwo and the Leafeon over here. I think quite fine with Mewtwo, but Leafeon, very fragile from the Evolution family. So once you get caught up here by the likes of Buzzwole, Umbreon, they do have a number of catching power here from Team Paper. So you have to be really, really careful because it's either you're the one trading, getting knockouts, or it's going to be them catching you and ending up getting knocked out instead.
Yeah, at the very least, when we look into the side of Team FF, they can afford to play a little bit more high tempo as compared to the last matchup that they've had based on this current form of composition. At the very same time, I mean, it does take a little while for them to at least get some skilling done for some of their members, but overall, they got to capitalize on the early span of the match because once you have the talent flame up, just getting a lot of massive control of the central area, then it is going to be a little bit tougher from then on. So this time, you can see that they are having a very clean take as it's going to be the first goal to be scored by the side of Paper Rex. But even so, there's going to be 3 members from the side of FF hoping to find a little bit more of the angle, get some of the wild Pokemon, and they're box right in!
Oh no, forcing this fight over, and things are not looking so well here for FF as they lose out to the Mons here. Double knockouts, and that's gonna not look pretty because the Leafeon here get caught off and actually got knocked out in the hands of a Fletchling. Not even a Fletchinder, it's a Fletchling. And so that's going to boost out his experience gain and also just skill through this early game itself. But still, in the early stages over here, Miraidon very, very close. Heavy Slam was not able to connect. Oh, instead, this is going to be a Electro Drift and not a Charge Beam Miraidon compared to the previous one that we saw in the other game.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. That gives a lot more mobility for this Miraidon to actually impact some of all these battles. So if you want that Snorlax to jump upon this Miraidon, it's not going to be an easy task. You can just quickly dash out of the way, and that eject button definitely pulled at the right time. And that being said, this Suicune being absolutely disruptive as we're looking at the current contest for the Altarias. Oh, big damage to be put out there, and it's going to be the Buzzwole that does get the KO, make it 2, and it is just not going to be much of a challenge for Paper Rex, but they do get the Talonflame and the Buzzwole in return. So that kind of makes it pretty even for now, but with not much defenders right now, they got to throw something in return. Well, Paper Rex is now leading with 78 points.
Oh, that was quite unfortunate. I think they had a really good point of entry of things. They had the heavy slam coming on from the Snorlax over there, but just not enough damage. The follow-ups coming on from Team Paper Rex has the upper hand. It was a 3-2 trade-off, but instead, hold on to the thought. Looking at the top lane over here, they are going to be using out the Leafeon as well as the Darkrai, making it a 5v3 situation here at the moment, and it's going to give them a very, very easy clear and knockout on this Regieleki at the same time as well. We were able to clear out the goalpost, which means that this Regieleki is going to be marched towards the second tier goalpost for the side of FF. Point-wise, 147 to 67, make that 72 here at the moment, close to double. Sorry, slightly more than double on the points what FF has to offer, and definitely not looking good not really in a really good position, and with hopes that in the next few minutes they're able to actually exchange this gap towards there. And meanwhile, Paper Rex snowballing through and also gets yet another Mon here, another knockout, and it's going to be Mewtwo Y at level 8 at the bottom lane, and gets yet another goalpost.
Yeah, we're already looking at some level differences coming in. Paper Rex, they're very much up ahead. The rebound so far looking very good. This Talonflame's already at level 11. I believe that Team FF is honestly not too far behind as of yet, but it's still a little bit risky if they really want to take a battle over onto the center. Well, here comes the Buzzwole. Oh, caught out just like that. That Snorlax doesn't seem to be all too tanky.
Oh, wow. A little bit different than what we saw in the previous game itself right here. Getting caught up a little bit too many times here by the Snorlax. It has to be very, very careful. Meanwhile, here goes on with the Unite and gets invisible, goes off on a chase. But what's the follow from behind? It's going to be the Fly. Disconnects, disengaged from everything, but was not able to get jumped off over here. Instead, is going to get knocked out in the hands of HG and Yemu.
Yeah, a little bit more of an overcommitment that we saw coming from the Gyarados. And it's not really the perfect timing, but everyone's pouncing onto the Snorlax this time around. Paper Rex, they want to go and take him down. And here comes the power nap, turning the tides in their own favor as the cavalry arrives. Here comes the flame sweep that does connect onto the Darkrai. Oh my word, what a fight it is as we're looking at all these back and forth and still in the favor of Paper Rex as they quickly find a way to knock out the Leafeon, but the Regice is still intact. But PRX, they find themselves the advantage, but yet again, here comes the Gyarados, quickly maneuvered as they will be able to secure it, while it is more and more KOs in favor of PRX.
Oh wow, FF has already tasted a slight taste of victory just a while ago here at the Regieleki area, but right now Darkrai getting chased down here by this Umbreon and the Buzzwole. Will be able to actually make an escape? No, he does not, and it's going to be a really easy lunch here by the Buzzwole, securing that knocked out. Now of course the timer 3 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock, 100-point gap in between the right on the dot. This could possibly be forcing FF into yet another Rayquaza attempt, or probably if they could actually sneak in yet another 50 points, dunking out really nice upon their opponents, they could actually make it an equalizer. And remember, when it comes to equal points, the second team that actually makes it an equalizer is the one winning the match itself, just in case if that scenario actually happens. Meanwhile here top lane, instead of going for the Regieleki, there's going to be a fight here. Of course, chasing from behind, it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade-off. No, make that 2-for-1. It's going to need to wide together with Leafeon and the Darkrai for this talent frame. A triple knockout for the Miraidon, making him at level 14 here at this point in the game.
Solo is just built different. How well did he just execute all these master plan when everybody was kept busy? They were just hoping that they could catch onto the Talon Flame, but they forgot the biggest target should actually be this Miraidon, who's already at level 14, and there's just no way that they could actually reach out onto Solo. Well, of course, the next thing that they really have to do is to once again pile a little bit more pressure, but they can only pick off one player at a time, or Pokemon in that sense. Now Rebound's already in position. They know that they want this Rayquaza badly, so it's going to be all in or nothing for FF.
Oh yeah, 120 points gap in between here. They are in position. The team members of FF here down at the bottom lane, trying to make their way to the central area, trying to find an opening over here, but get caught up over here. So there's Snorlax making up to the power knife, plays over to the other side with hopes can actually sustain all this damage output. Meanwhile, Darkrai going up against Rebounds here on the side. Meanwhile, the top lane as well. Snorlax a little bit more. Stellar Slash is down for the count and gets knocked out. Here comes the fly, lands it over on top of Darkrai, and Darkrai also gonna make that a full team down on a knockout here for the side of Team FF, making it a clean attempt here on this Rayquaza at the central area, down to less than half HP, and that is going to be yet another big victory for Paper Rex as they are now marching towards the right side of the map, doing a little bit scoring for themselves. Solo moving forward, decides to go behind instead. He doesn't have much points anyways, but it doesn't matter here as there's nothing that FF can do.
And it's just impossible to catch out Solo. Look at how nimble Solo is. And speaking of which, finally they get themselves a little bit of a space. But even despite that, just having the perfect stats to just go for the electro drifts. And once again, great endless ice spikes coming out of Suicune in that scuffle to really pick on that Snorlax. And now onto this final stretch of 30 seconds. It seems like Paper Rex will not be denied as they will be locked in eventually for the grand final spot. And they shall wait to see who exactly is the challengers that will face up against them as they leave no room for them to play onto this upper bracket. And Paper Rex is going to be there to look for that golden ticket to Anaheim, California.
Oh yeah, yet another clean 2-0 victory here in the upper bracket, and that is achieved by none other than Paper Rex. Congratulations to PRX for securing the first ticket towards the grand finals here at the Malaysia Singapore qualifiers. We're going to be seeing them much later, but of course, this is definitely not the end for FF because we are going to be seeing them later on in the lower bracket finals. And they could also actually secure the second ticket, the final ticket towards the grand final as well. But Qontra, I have to say this, a spectacular match in between these two amazing teams. Congratulations to both teams. Congratulations to PaperX for actually being the winner for this team. And of course, FF for playing very responsibly throughout game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, it's just magnificently pulled out. You saw how technical it was on how Paper Rex actually find the avenues of a team fight where you could just go in for a little bit of that bait and switch. Ever since you pointed out that it's going to be an Electro Drift Miraidon, so that Miraidon can actually soak that pressure, no problem at all. The same could also be said about this Talonflame where it's almost impossible to catch at a certain point of rate other than, you know, the early span of the matchup. And even so, you could see that form of the graph really leaning so much in favor of PaperX as they have gotten majority of all these objectives. There's only one Reggie Eyes that was actually stolen away by the members of FF, and even then, like, some of all these guys definitely had a tough time to eventually look for those kind of pickoffs. I mean, ideally, the only immobile targets that they could go for is that Buzzwole. Like, the rest of them, it's just so difficult. I mean, do you really want to challenge the Buzzwole? That's not going to be the key target.
Yeah, I think the thing about when you go up against teams like PRX, right? You don't want to get into their tempo when they just want to go in for fights because they are already snowballing from all this wins and experience. They have a higher level, so you have a slight gap over there. If they can win before, they can win even better with this slight advantage that you have, and they will make the advantage bigger and bigger. The thing is, usually what most teams will actually do with going up against PRX is try to take things down and try to be more on the defensive side because you don't want to make mistakes. PRX has always been good in capitalizing on other teams' mistakes, especially when you get screened out, when you get zoned out by your teammates, or you're at a very, very, very bad position. So that's a team they are, and those are the kind of scenarios you don't really want to happen because if you want to play aggressive against PRX, they will be welcoming you with open doors because that's definitely what they want as well, and they know they can actually win those kind of trade-offs, and it really, really shows in this game number 1 and game number 2. This game 2, Qontra, I think I do believe the FF played a slightly better game 1. Game 2 was just going into team fights knowing that you cannot win, but you feel that you're somewhat forced into getting to these fights. But is that really the case? Probably a really good idea to just regroup and rethink back on how you want to approach it.
Yeah, you can definitely see that this Snorlax pick was to try to break some of all these attackers out of Paper Rex, but even despite that, it is just too difficult because you can only, you know, find one to heavy. If you get multiple connections on that heavy slam, great, but you can see how nimble they were. If you were to jump onto that Talonflame, there's always going to be Fly available, and that dash, once again, do I need to highlight how well Solo also played this one out? It is definitely a team effort. We see everybody scoring an average of 80 points to make this one work perfectly. So kudos, Paper X. They're just one step away from being crowned as the grand champions. But of course, we're looking for any form of challengers as everybody else is now sent into the lower brackets, and only the finalists will be the finalists out there will be able to challenge Paper X. So who's it really gonna be? I mean, we've seen a lot of all these games. I don't really have a clear answer. I think FF looked really good, and there's also some of all these other guys who's currently brawling out there that will be able to stand tall up against them too.
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, we're very curious to see who will be the opponents for FF here, who is going to be standing in the way and preventing FF to actually get that ticket and grab that ticket for themselves instead. So the lower bracket finals is definitely going to be the next match to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to don't go away because that's definitely going to be coming up next itself, and that's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this very short commercial break with more Pokemon Unite action after this. So make sure to actually be around because it's definitely a match that you don't want to miss out as well. But speaking of which, Qontra, so far PRX has been looking unstoppable. Not a single game being dropped up here. is there any teams out there? Of course, we're looking at the remaining 2 teams, right? Which is definitely Team FF, which gets dropped down, but they still have a chance to actually come back up, go against PRX, right? And as well as the opponents, is it confirmed? Is it decided yet? Because it's not shown yet.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if there's going to be any form of updates onto some of the brackets that's currently running concurrently. And speaking of which, we will have it on our screen, so take a look at this. Point Blank are the ones that have been able to overwhelm Team Kata on the lower semifinals. So Point Blank, I was thinking of them. If there's anybody that has clean macro plays as well as micro mechanics, I think they should be able to at least match up to the tempo of not only FF, potentially even Paper Rex. So we'll have to see, can FF now fend them off, especially now needing to lick their wounds a little bit after falling to the feet of Paper Rex. I mean, we can't blame them. I think they definitely tried everything possible. Game 1 looks super close, and then game 2, I guess maybe some improvements to the draft needs to be made. So whoever it is to be going to the grand finals after this, I'll be super happy about it. I mean, my, it's been a stellar day. I'm gonna have to take a break. I mean, it's been 4 series for me in a row, so I gotta call Moonboy. Where is he?
Yeah, that's true as well.
Gotta look around the studio for him.
I think I couldn't agree more. But here's the thing: you're looking at 2 teams at the lower bracket who like one got dropped really early in the whole bracket itself. I believe that Paper X actually 2-0 Point Blank in the first round, or the quarterfinals round number 1, which means that Point Blank has the longest crawl throughout the lower bracket. They have to start off with lower bracket, so upper bracket round 1, lower bracket round 1, round 2, then semifinals, and then here they are in the finals. Meanwhile, up against Team FF, they had a much shorter route because it was round 1 quarterfinals, upper bracket quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and then right now should be their 4th match here in the competition. And yeah, so both of them have history, both of them have beef, and they want to seek revenge up against the team that actually dropped them down here at the lower bracket itself, which is Paper Rex, but only one of them will get the chance to actually do so here later on. So very curious to see how that will transpire later on.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, because of how PRX has this dominating run over onto the upper bracket, whoever comes into the lower bracket will need to actually find a way to beat them twice in the series. It is sounding a little bit daunting. I'm not trying to scare any of these teams off. It is going to be a very long day, but it is definitely worth all the effort, because not only are they fighting for a better prize pool, it's that golden ticket to Anaheim, California that will provide them with greater opportunities. And if it's cash rewards, that's definitely a whole lot when they do get into the world stage. So there's no worry about that. It's all about making sure that they secure that spot. But in order to actually match up to the tempo of Paper X, they gotta, in a way, think like Paper X and also outdo them at the very same time. So they got to start show more than just the meta. They gotta go for some pocket picks, right? Yeah. What exactly are the pocket picks? I have no clue at all. So we'll definitely have to tune in for that.
I like how you have questions that you don't have answers to and expecting them to answer them. I think that's quite a tall order. It's not going to be easy as well. And the thing about Paper X is they are veterans here in the Malaysia-Singapore qualifier scene. They've been around for the longest time back then under the name of MYS, and here are rebranded and under the banner of Paper X. They are a team to be feared and reckoned with based on their achievements in the past as well. And it's very much understanding. It's not going to be an easy feat, right? But I do believe that in the past, there were teams who were able to actually grab a game or even actually win a series over them before. But of course, they are the more consistent on the winning side of things in Pokemon Unite when it comes to Malaysia Singapore qualifiers. And Qontra, as mentioned earlier on, together with Mason, right? We only have one slot here for Malaysia and Singapore qualifiers, which means that only the champion gets to represent Malaysia and Singapore in the next phase of the tournament. So it's very, very important for you to actually become the champion over here. So Paper X, one step away from actually becoming that team itself. And of course, we're very delighted to jump into the next game after this. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that has to hold on a little bit because we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be right back after this.
bit of exchange for this Altaria, and it seems like it's
quite unfortunate going off for that particular dive in Xenon. Of course, the main focus is going to be here, the small blue family in the central area, and it's going to be a clean knockout.
drop in a perfect Sovereign Sword. And speaking of which, they also have to avoid this Metagross. And speaking of which, they're actually going for the pick off instead, knowing that this Metagross is absolutely as prevalent and Ho-Oh to be disrupting them until the cavalry arrives.
Oh yeah, and of course this is not over yet as they are still revving around at the Regice area. The one going for the secure is going to be on the side of PRX. Intello getting the last hit in. Meanwhile,
Flame is still pretty much active. There's no point in doing so, but this time...
Speaking of time as well, since time is not of the essence, now two of these mons here from the side of FM getting caught in between four of the mons on the side of PaperX. It's a 4v2 situation, knowing you are all this bombardment, all this savagery coming off from the team members from PaperX, a little bit too much to handle right now.
Is there to stay while they not find a little bit more to angle, get some of the wild Pokemon, and they're box right in!
Oh no, forcing this fight over this early game itself, but still in the early stages.
Differs, we're looking at the current contest for the Altarias. Oh, big damage to be put out there, and it's gonna be the Buzzle that does get the KO, make it 2, and
more lives over there, but just not enough damage. The follow-ups coming out from Team Rex has the upper hand. It was a 3-2 trade-off, but instead, hold on.
If they really want to take a battle over onto the center, well, here comes the ball from the Gyarados. And it's not really the perfect timing, but everyone's pouncing onto the Snorlax this time around. Paper Rex, they want to go and take him down. And here comes the Power Nap, turning the tides in their own favor as the cavalry arrives. Here comes the Flame. Find themselves the advantage, but yet again, here comes the Gyarados, quickly maneuvered as they will.
The second team that actually makes it an equalizer is the one winning the match itself, just in case if that scenario actually happens. Meanwhile, here top lane, instead of going for the Regieleki, there's going to be a fight here. Of course, chasing from behind, it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade-off. No, make that 2-for-1. Is going to need to wide together with Leafeon and the Darkrai.
Actually, for the grand final spot, and they shall wait to see who exactly is the challengers that will face up against them as they leave no golden ticket to Anaheim, California. Seeing a little bit of exchange for this Altaria, and it seems like it's
quite unfortunate going off for that particular dive in Xenon. Of course, the main focus is going to be here, the small blue family in the central area, and it's going to be a clean knockout.
Drop in a perfect Sovereign Sword. And speaking of which, they also have to avoid this Metagross. And speaking of which, they're actually going for the pick off instead, knowing that this Metagross is absolutely as prevalent and Ho-Oh to be disrupting them until the cavalry arrives.
Oh yeah, and of course this is not over yet as they are still revving around at the Regice area. The one going for the secure is going to be on the side of PRX. Intello getting the last hit in. Meanwhile,
Flame is still pretty much active. There's no point in doing so, but this time...
Speaking of time as well, since time is not of the essence, now two of these mons here from the side of FM getting caught in...
bit of exchange for this Altaria, and it seems like it's
quite unfortunate going off for that particular dive in Xenon. Of course, the main focus is going to be here, the small blue family in the central area, and it's going to be a clean knockout.
drop in a perfect Sovereign Sword. And speaking of which, they also have to avoid this Metagross. And speaking of which, they're actually going for the pick off instead, knowing that this Metagross is absolutely as prevalent and Ho-Oh to be disrupting them until the cavalry arrives.
Oh yeah, and of course this is not over yet as they are still revving around at the Regice area. The one going for the secure is going to be on the side of PRX. Intel getting the last hit in. Meanwhile,
Flame is still pretty much active. There's no point in doing so, but this time...
Speaking of time as well, since time is not of the essence, now 2 of these mons here from the side of FF getting caught in between 4 of the mons on the side of PaperX. It's a 4v2 situation, knowing you are all this bombardment, all this savagery coming off from the team members from PaperX, a little bit too much to handle right now.
Is there to stay while they not find a little bit more to angle, get some of the wild Pokemon, and they're boxed right in!
Oh no, forcing this fight over this early game itself, but still in the early stages.
Differs, we're looking at the current contest for the Altarias. Oh, big damage to be put out there, and it's gonna be the Buzzle that does get the KO, make it 2, and
more lives over there, but just not enough damage. The follow-ups coming out from Team Rex has the upper hand. It was a 3-2 trade-off, but instead, hold on.
If they really want to take a battle over onto the center, well, here comes the ball from the Gyarados. And it's not really the perfect timing, but everyone's pouncing onto the Snorlax this time around. Paper Rex, they want to go and take him down. And here comes the Power Nap, turning the tides in their own favor as the cavalry arrives. Here comes the Flame, find themselves the advantage. But yet again, here comes the Gyarados, quickly delivered as they will.
The second team that actually makes it an equalizer is the one winning the match itself, just in case if that scenario actually happens. Meanwhile, here top lane, instead of going for the Regieleki, there's going to be a fight here. Of course, chasing from behind, it is going to be a 1-to-1 trade-off. No, make that 2-for-1. It's going to need to wide together with Leafeon and the Darkrai.
Actually, for the grand final spot, and they shall wait to see who exactly is the challengers that will face up against them as they leave no golden ticket to Anaheim, California. Seeing a little bit of exchange for this Altaria, and it seems like it's
quite unfortunate going off for that particular dive in Xenon. Of course, the main focus is going to be here, the small blue family in the central area, and it's going to be a clean knockout.
Drop in a perfect Sovereign Sword. And speaking of which, they also have to avoid this Metagross. And speaking of which, they're actually going for the pick off instead, knowing that this Metagross is absolutely as prevalent and Ho-Oh to be disrupting them until the cavalry arrives.
Oh yeah, and of course this is not over yet as they are still revving around at the Regice area. The one going for the secure is going to be on the side of PRX. Intel getting the last hit in. Meanwhile,
Flame is still pretty much active. There's no point in doing so, but this time...
Speaking of time as well, since time is not of the essence, now 2 of these mons here from the side of FF getting caught in between 4 of the mons on the side of Welcome back, trainers. We are back again here at the Malaysia and Singapore qualifiers. My name is Flava with my good friend over here, Mason. We're going to be your casters for the upcoming series. And hopefully you guys are excited. Mason, I hope you are excited because after this, we're going to be tuning into the lower bracket finals. 2 amazing teams, but only one will move forward to the grand finals while the other will be knocked out.
Yep, I mean, it has been a exciting day so far. We've seen, FF, we've seen Point Blank, Paper Rex coming in as well. Finally, we get to watch Paper Rex, right? And, in the next matchup, it's going to be FF going up against Point Blank. Both teams really strong so far. I'm leaning more towards, Point Blank loving their whole macro kind of strategies moving forward. What about you, Flava?
Oh, man, I think that based on what I saw for FF, right, in the grand in upper bracket finals, I do believe that they do have what it takes to actually take down Point Blank. But of course, all this and more will be answered after the conclusion of this best of 3 series. Curious to see how they're going to be playing it out as well. And I think that FF, the edge they have is that they are coming in piping hot from the upper bracket as they just lost that series. So they had a very strong opponent. They could possibly just snowball that, all this heat that they have within them here in this game itself. Meanwhile, we saw Point Blank, they did have a short break, I believe, because I think that their match concluded early on.
Earlier, yeah.
So they had time to relax, could also potentially become an advantage for them.
Yeah, for sure. But coming into the ban phase right now, immediately banning off the Saber Eye. We have seen, Point Blank doing really well with the Saber Eye previously as well. Saber Eye's banned, Umbreon, Blissey, and Hoopa being banned from Point Blank side of the field. Immediately, FF picking up Psyduck, one of the newest Pokemon in this game as well.
Oh yeah, excited for them to actually bring in the Psyduck here for the game. I think we never actually had an opportunity to actually see him. There were multiple times where actually got banned out. So even when it's not being banned, nobody was picking as well. Now this creates an opening for multiple great Pokemon to actually be picked, and the opening coming on from Team Point Blank is going to be the Suicune and the Snorlax. And I do believe that FF ran a double Snorlax in the previous 2 games up against PRX. So curious to see how Point Blank's going to be running this as well, because it has worked wonders based on the games we saw. It's just that it was not enough to translate into the victory depending on the pairing of the draft. Curious to see how it's being run this time about.
Yep, I mean, having the Snorlax, you have the advantage of like fight initiation, right? And looking at the first 2 picks coming in from Point Blank, it is definitely going for a little bit more of a hindrance kind of like playstyle, right? Having those knockouts and freezes coming in from those 2 Pokemon, and immediately picking an Inteleon and a Garchomp for a follow-up as well. Phalanx! That's a new Pokemon coming in for today.
I didn't see this coming. We see a lot of familiar faces. I remember them of Phalanx and Psyduck here from the side of FF. They are definitely bringing in a different kind of flair, and they're going to be securing that Darkrai as their final mon here for the pick. So what would be the fall here? It is going to be the Speedster Dodrio, which we have not seen in a while. I believe that a lot of people are not running as much Speedsters as before. I understand that we're slowly running away from the Soul Speedster meta, but I've always believed that I thought that Speedsters are still good in the patch. It's just that right now the game does decided to actually make more openings towards the kind of draft that you can open with rather than just running full Speedsters, right?
Yeah,
like before. But of course, I don't want to judge on how people actually want to run this as well. It's a tournament and everybody is being very, very serious on how they want to approach each game as well. But the draft is complete, means, and I have to ask you this. Which one of these 2 drafts are you more in favor with? Let's say based on your observation, and what can we do? What do you think that we can expect here in this game, number 1?
Well, I love what Point Blank is doing, right? We have seen the Dodrio in action previously as well. Just, a lot of disruption, a lot of, map control coming in from Point Blank. And that composition stacked together with the Inteleon is going to be packing a lot more punch, right? Moving into this particular game. And with every Pokemon could just, most of the Pokemon could just shred their opponent, and then the Inteleon could just snipe them off from the backline. And I believe that should be their game plan for moving forward. But however, on FF side of things, it looks a little bit, more of a fight kind of composition. They want to go in, they want to fight and disrupt you a little bit with the Psyduck.
Oh yeah, and of course this is going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the lower bracket finals featuring Team FF on the purple side and Team Point Blank on the orange side. Game number 1, an opening to see how this best of 3 series will transpire. Respective Pokemons have already reached out to their respective lanes. It's going to be a Psyduck and Mewtwo here at the bottom lane, and we do see up against the Inteleon at the bottom, as well as we're running Central. Oh no, leaving out the leaving out all alone, but running the Snorlax to actually cause a little bit of problem here up against this Fletchling.
Yeah, I mean, the Snorlax, we have seen this previously as well, right? They're trying to invade their central area, trying to do a little bit of a disruption here and there. And if that Snorlax could manage to get 1 or 2, wild Pokemon away from the Phalanx, I think he might have a little bit of an advantage moving forward, and as when he joined the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's already level 3 and he's keeping him up quite well. A little bit concerned if he's not able to do so. It's also going to look bad for him. But meanwhile, so after doing a little bit of trouble here at the central area for the side of FF, decides to actually rejoin back together with his teammate here at the bottom lane, the Drizzle, to actually just do a little bit of scoring and defending for their own. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, not looking too well. Oh my goodness, it's going to be the Gibble as he's going to be knocked out in the hands of the Phalanx. Despite being low in HP, he's going to find a little bit of opening. Here, a little bit of shields from his own point.
Yep, I mean, the Gabite going down so early, they're probably a little bit fine with it, right? They managed to get a bit of EXP, and especially coming in as a Gabite at this point in time. So, you know, if they are able to push a little bit more pressure onto the top side once the Dodrio joins them, and let's just see how this goes around.
Oh yeah, and curious to see how this Dodrio will perform. He does have the mobility to go from top lane to bottom lane really fast if he needs to as well, which serves really great. And we'll see here. And they're going to be the first ones to actually be clearing out the Swablu families here at the central area for the side of Point Blank. A little bit too late for FF to go for the respawn, but they might just get themselves with a small win here by getting knocked out on that Suicune from side of Point Blank. A very good start coming up from both sides over here. A little bit better for Point Blank as they score a little bit more, but FF doing a little bit of work over here as they are going to be doing their fair share of scoring upon the side of Point Blank's goal post and destroying here at the bottom lane, making it 85 for FF and 60 for Point Blank.
Yep, taking up the Suicune there is a good spot, right? Good KO. They managed to take the Suicune out and managed to snowball it down. Gabite in the lead going straight right down to the Talonflame as well. With the Talonflame already at level 8, is ready to just pick on fight after fight at this point. Point Blank have to start getting those EXP or else it's going to be too late.
All right, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We do expect the Gible and the Gabite to actually struggle a little bit early game because, yeah, it's always the early pressure coming up from the opponents knowing this. But once he actually gets into the Garchomp, things gonna scale very well for him. It takes a little bit of time for here. Ooh, was not able to connect on the slap shot as well. Who's gonna be securing that? It is going to be the Talonflame. Reggie still down in hands here for the side of FF, but Talonflame was not able to capitalize on that buff itself. Gets knocked out here in the hands of the Dodrio at the bottom lane. Was not able to actually get himself with any form of shields from that point, and that is going to be down and knocked out for the Snorlax for the side of Point Blank.
Yeah, that was classic Talonflame right there, just diving straight right in, gets the final hit onto the objective and just take the objective for his own. There's nothing much. The Italian sniper shot was a little bit late. A sniper shot was a little bit late, I guess, to hit onto the Reggie to unable to get himself that secure.
Oh man, Zero was not able to actually connect on the skill, but he's able to actually be safe and sound here inside. Chances of forward, but instead gets straightened up. It's going to be a knockout for him yet again at level 8 and creates an opening here for FF to do number of scoring here at the top lane. He cannot continue. He needs the space for him to actually get better levels to become a Garchomp here in the game. And speaking of levels wise, things are not looking so well here for FF as for Point Blank, as FF is currently in the lead here with triple Mons at level 10. You're looking at the Phalanx, the Talonflame, and the Darkrai, and slowly followed by the Mewtwo Y and Psyduck behind at level 9 and level 8. But Point Blank has managed to actually make it rise for that one. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Dodrio secures that knockdown and the knockout on the Talonflame, going up for more. Heavy slam here, hitting up and connects on the Phalanx, but there's no follow-up coming up from behind. Where is the damage? And that is coming from FF as they get themselves the Suicune, but the trade is going to be on the Dodrio. As between 3 Mons, that Snorlax is going to go nowhere, and he is down for the count.
There was a great fight coming in from FF, you know, able to just control Point Blank at that point in time. Where is that Garchomp where it's needed, right? Finally, it's in the Garchomp form, but is it going to be translating into power for Point Blank at this point in time? You know, from now on, the Suicune and the Garchomp is going to be the key player for Point Blank from here on out.
Oh yeah, and of course, Regis has appeared here at the Fierce Sky Ruins and elements of a talent over here. Phalanx managed to secure it. That's going to be application of regeneration. Heavy slam hitting off onto it's going to be Phalanx with 2. What was the flaw coming out from behind, as well as a roll over here with the heavy nap. But was not able to actually do much over here. He does have durability, but where's the damage fallout coming up from behind? And that is going to be Phalanx doing the works and managing to get his hands on his Suicune. Make that too, as he also gets himself on the Garchomp and tries out with the Snorlax as well.
Phalanx straight right up in front, just defending and just creating so much space for FF, for the rest of the team to just go forward. Talonflame and Mewtwo Y to just sweep the rest of the team. And there is just a well-coordinated fight coming in from FF. Point Blank really have to start answering. They have to get their levels running at this point in time. Suicune only at level 9 has to start catching up, or else, you know, this is going to be a snowball coming into the FF for FF victory.
Yeah, I think so far, Point Blank, despite being a little bit behind when it comes to points-wise, I think they're doing kind of okay in this leveling over here, but we might just be witnessing yet another engagement here happening here at the top lane. They're making the way and also following, becoming bodyguards here for this Reggie Lucky with hopes that is able to actually join and enter into the goalpost here at the top lane, but they're going to be leaving that behind. Meanwhile, without noticing, that naughty little Talonflame was able to actually do a little bit of point scoring at the top lane, but gets knocked out by the Dodrio from Point Blank.
So, I mean, the job is to just dunk the point in, right? And he managed to get the jobs done. It's okay at that point in time. Just, and right here, the Snorlax is in a little bit of a trouble right here. Phalanx is just doing so much for this team and just creating so much space for FF.
I was gonna go to the Pokemon Center anyway. Thank you. So yeah. Let's go with that. Let's go with that over here. Meanwhile, look at this mean machine over here, Phalanx. Now we've seen him doing a well-coordinated Dust Devil formation just a while ago as well. Curious to see how well it's gonna be played out here. He's currently at level 13, follow up together with the Talonflame and the Darkrai and the Mewtwo Y as well. Woo, looking pretty great. Meanwhile, here bottom lane does not look uncontested by Point Blank, and that's gonna be an easy peasy Registeel for Team FF.
Yeah, and right here, Point Blank has only one way to win this game, is to get that final objective, to get the Rayquaza on their own, or else, this game is going to be going in the favor of FF at this point in time. All teams ready, Dodrio trying to sneak 800 on the top lane all by himself.
Oh no, Phalanx tried to rotate from behind as well, was not able to cut up anyone here at this point as well. Double dust formation, following from behind, hitting off on the Snorlax before, not close enough, but here we go, Snorlax is down for the guy getting knocked out here. And of course, followed here, Mewtwo Y, multiple trade-offs, is a 4-for-1, and now making it a 4v1 situation, siding towards FF, and that's going to give them an opening to actually clear out this Rayquaza for themselves, and this is going to be opening for them to actually do a little bit scoring. Here comes Darkrai with 100 points, a 2-point multiplier. Here comes 90 coming from the side dog, and here comes a little bit more from his other team as well. Was not able to actually dunk in with that 50 by the Talonflame at level 14. Tight defense coming on from Point Blank.
Yeah, really tight right here. And with the Talonflame out for the next 10 seconds, this is their opening. This is their opportunity to go for those big fight that they need to try to push in as much as possible. They have 1 minute on the clock still available. So this game is not out yet for Point Blank.
Well, yeah, they need to find an opening, but they do have enough do they have enough EOS points here under their belt to actually do any form of scoring to overcome the 600 and make that 706 points that is within FF right now? Here comes the jump. They have to go in for defense to prevent away. That's their winning condition here for FF. They don't need to go for any more of scoring all this damage output. Still insufficient dumping in yet once again. They manage to get on the dot right. They get the Phalanx and the Mewtwo Y at the same time as well, but they do lose out, getting knocked out. There's Snorlax and Intel at the same time as well. It's a 3v2 situation, getting for yet a little bit more. Here comes the Gacha marching forward, but still surviving. The shield is going to be Stellar Sash. Still has a little bit more. Sided sustains and survives, but getting brought up from behind. But there's going to be a little bit of points. Is it going to be
Is it enough?
So, by the time I was trying to look at the points at the top, I think it's already gone. Let's have a look, shall we, to see whether is this final efforts from Point Blank. And no, it is not. 706 points to 434, winning victory for FF.
I mean, that was a really good game coming in from FF, right? Like just controlling Point Blank at every single turn, not allowing the Garchomp to have a lot of Garchomp and Suicune to not have a lot of advantage early. Just control them a little bit more. Just keep getting those KOs on them, and that's where the Talonflame and the Phalanx actually have a lot of advantage moving forward into the mid and late game. And they are like Point Blank is unable to, I would say, get their gears running, and the whole game plan just broke down from the middle game onwards.
Yeah, I think they had a good idea on how they want to approach the game. It's just execution-wise was not as tidy as how FF actually made it. So I really love the whole idea where the Snorlax was actually putting pressure up upon the Talonflame. It didn't work out to a certain level, but of course, after a while, you have to ignore, and that's giving the Talonflame the spacing that he needs, and he's able to actually make it work for himself. But I would say that I think it looks pretty solid coming from both ends. One has to win, one has to lose. It's not like a clear cut that the other team is just way better than the other. I do believe that there is opportunity for Point Blank to actually make a comeback here in upcoming games and possibly even forcing a game number 3 here upon FF. We'll see. And of course, Mason, we're going to be jumping into some of the replays and show to everyone what has transpired in the game thus far in game number 1.
Yeah, and you guys could see it, right? Straight out from 8-minute mark, they're just destroying the Gible and not allowing it to do too much at this point in time. Whenever you see a Gible or Gabite, it's definitely going to be going straight right down. There's a good steal coming in from the Talonflame as well to just take that Registeel away, and that's where they start rolling from then on.
Yeah, I think that's a right way to do it. You kind of know that Gible and Gabite is very, very fragile early game as well, right? Kind of weak, but once you get the Garchomp, that's when the real game actually starts as well. And that's really the right idea in how you want to approach against teams that actually played out with a Garchomp. Because if you give him space, it's going to be really, really strong late game as well. But yeah, I think at this point on, I think if you look at this game, right, there are opportunities for Point Blank to actually make it a turnaround, but it's just that I think the way they actually approached on Rayquaza Pit was also kind of bad. I think positioning wise also they need a little bit of work because they kind of got sandwiched in between all the team members from FF during that time, right? So I think I think there was one point where Phalanx made it to the other way. Yeah, literally they got sandwiched. I think they just didn't pay attention to the surroundings and didn't really cover enough ground.
I mean the Phalanx literally did a lot for this team, right? Like its positioning is always so good, and it's just with that, I believe it was beat up, like just creating so much space for the for the team and just pushing Point Blank back by so much. And as they were pushed back, the Talonflame is ready to just fly in and just swoop in to get those KO for themselves, and that's just. I believe it's just a sustainability issue coming in from Point Blank, or maybe it's the Garchomp that's not, translating for them.
Oh yeah, I think the Garchomp got punished really, really hard, and you're up against some teams who are very familiar on countering the kind of gameplay you want to bring, right? So you have to be very, very, very careful. But does not mean that Point Blank will not want to run Garchomp, and they could still do so as well. So try not, they're very confident in their run, but we will see. So here we are with the bans once again. We do see a Sableye here on the top right side. We see a Hoopa and a Blissey, the usual faces, and the other one will be a Suicune.
Wow, I mean, banning the Sableye and Suicune away from Point Blank, that might actually take away some of their main game plan away, or their, I would say, bread and butter away from Point Blank, immediately getting their first pick onto the Psyduck. We've seen Psyduck on the serve, creating a little bit of a disruption over there on the hands of FF. So it's just, not down in the hands of Point Blank. How are they going to fully utilize this Psyduck?
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, we do see some veteran defenders over here on the side of FF. It's going to be a Snorlax followed up with Mewtwo Y. Yeah. We're going to see a lot of familiar faces over here. We do see a potential Talon coming out from the other side at the same time as well. So yeah, just hold on tight, ladies and gentlemen. But it's pretty meta. I think that we got caught off guard a little bit by that Phalanx pick because we didn't see a lot of people actually running it. Also, which is interesting to see how well it's actually played.
Yep, and Talonflame really going straight right to the hands of FF once again, and with the Darkrai as well. So we're probably seeing a little bit of a similar composition coming in, with the addition of Snorlax into FF's lineup. And I know Point Blank is just, they have a open book test at this point in time, right? They know what FF is going to do. How are they going to respond? It's all up to this particular draft. How are they going to respond to FF?
Oh yeah. Oh, interesting enough. So if they're actually running the Slowbro, right? They have options. I would prefer if they actually went with telekinesis if you can actually catch this Talonflame or even the Phalanx. Oh gosh, another Phalanx, another Phalanx game. They're confident in running this, and the thing is, Point Blank is also running Dodrio because I don't think Dodrio. I think Dodrio just works for them. I think I think they run it okay. Why do I feel like they run somewhat a similar kind of draft for their game number 2?
I think it's similar but yet different at the same time. Yes, Dodrio is really fast around, like a very fast rotation and everything, but it doesn't have the final hit capability or evasive capability compared to the Talonflame. So the
Yeah.
Talonflame is definitely going to be, I would say, a little bit more premium compared to the Dodrio. But if the Dodrio, could rotate around really well, that might actually make a big difference. But compared to game number 1, the Dodrio was not exactly, I would say, impactful in the previous game.
Yeah, I think he just played out okay. But I think that he didn't really get his gears running and probably confident that this time about he's able to actually perform way better compared to what we saw like game number 1. It's sometimes you also then don't get any time of spotlight on you, especially when your opponents are doing way better and people really don't notice that, hey, actually I'm doing quite okay. It's just the opponents are just snowballing us.
Yeah.
And then we're so you don't actually see it. I think pretty okay. And very excited to see how this game will happen. We're playing around with somewhat a similar kind of draft, not really, but somewhat similar, and curious to see how this game will happen. So ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 of the lower bracket segment of the tournament, the lower bracket finals. Now, if you guys did miss out on game number 1, I think it was Team FF, right? Team FF actually won game number 1. So meaning that if they do win this game, they'll be the winner and grabbing themselves with the second ticket, the final ticket towards the grand finals. Meanwhile, if Point Blank actually wins, they'll be forcing a game number 3 here in this series.
Yep, it seems like right here, FF is just pulling a page out of Point Blank's book, right? Having that Snorlax just trying to go for the invade as well. But it's in a little bit of trouble. I believe Point Blank knows what exactly they're up to and managed to just get the first KO to capitalize on that.
Oh yeah, and of course, right now we're still in early stages of the game right here. Oh, too close to the Frostbuster! Let's make a red. Devilla Drift down to less than half HP here, but manages to actually reach the goalpost to get a little bit of shields for himself. So a little bit of recovery at the same time as well. I mean, just want to say this, Mason, right? For those who don't realize, right? The names for all the players here for Team FF, right? Oh, meanwhile, very close. Was able to sustain and survive this, but there's going to be a surf from Psyduck here at the bottom. It is able to connect, and Psyduck gets a knockout upon the Darkrai.
Yeah, I mean, that's the speed of Psyduck, having that speed boost coming in from the surf is just allowing him to go so much faster, and just with the additional push of the wave to actually land that final shot onto the Darkrai. And that's why, one of the reasons why Psyduck is actually so feared among, most of the players so far.
Yeah, it's a different kind of surf. Like, because nowadays you can actually do a secondary kind of surf to just position himself better, or even go for escaping, or also go for a little bit of chasing as well. So do not underestimate this Psyduck, right? He may look cute, but no, he's super scary. But instead, of course, the main focus is going to be in the central area. It's going to be the Swablu family who's going to get the last hit, and it is going to be enhanced with that Dodrio finishing in, but there's going to be erupting a fight up here, sleeping in the midst of this insane team fight. It's going to be a small light, but he gets knocked out. Make that 2 as Talonflame also is down for the count. So returning back, going over the chase, Mewtwo Y, make that mega Mewtwo Y here with the damage double coming on from behind as well. Psystrike was able to connect, and down goes the Slowbro.
Yeah, that was a good 2-for-2 trade right there. It's fairly fair going in back and forth from between both teams. But with the level 8 Talonflame, things is gonna be starting. Maybe Point Blank might be feeling the heat sooner or later at this point in time. They have to start getting that Garchomp up once again.
Oh yeah, that's gonna take a little bit of time. He's at level 7 right now. He needs 2 more. I don't think he was heavily punished as before, so I think he's looking pretty okay, because we don't see that much happening right now. And possibly by doing this clear here at the top is gonna be amplifying his position, but he's going up against this Phalanx. So 1-to-1 situation. We know how this finishes. But meanwhile, the focus is going to be bottom lane as Regis is here. We do see a number of mons here from both sides already gathered. 4v4 situation, but in the meanwhile, rather than going on straight for the Regis, they are doing poking against one another. But scrap what I just said, Inteleon gets a secure on the Regis, so that's going to be amplifying the health regeneration for themselves. Amnesia here up upon the Inteleon, putting him to sleep, but there's no follow-up from behind.
Yep, I mean, that was a great disciplined move coming in from Point Blank, right? Knowing that there's a Talonflame around, you do not start on objective just by yourself. You have to make sure that the Talonflame is out of reach, or keep it busy for a while and get the objective, so that Talonflame does not disturb anything from then on.
Oh yeah, gotta wait here. It's a 3v1 situation, but there's a Mewtwo Y here on the back end as well. Phalanx sustains and survives. Nope, scrap that as he is also down the count. Make that a 2v1 trade-offs. It's going to be a Gamite for the side out together for the Phalanx as well, going off the chase, and they get themselves with the Slowbro. It's a 3v1 trade out, siding more towards FF here in this position, doing wonders here with the combos, the Mewtwo Y here on the back end, dishing out all this amazing damage. Look at that with the side strike as well. Dabbing in, it's going to be the Talonflame here at the top, was not able to connect with that snipe shot from the Inteleon from the left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good, push coming in. FF looking really strong moving into this particular game, as well as we're moving into the mid section of the game. We're at the 5-minute mark with the Regieleki moving straight right down on the top side. 4-man marching straight right top. How is Point Blank going to stop this one?
Oh no, driving the Snorlax towards the left side of the map, but he's able to actually disengage from this. He does have this lead here, trying to recover a little bit health, getting himself another shield. Heavy slam here upon him, but where's the follow from behind? Instead, side out here gets knocked out the hands of the Darkrai. Now heavy slam connects on two, but there's no follow-up damage coming off from behind. They only have here as well. Holding up his mission is going to be Slowbro here, but where's the
Level
damage
formation.
here? Could they actually make this happen? But even with the Unite, the Double Dust formation, Phalanx still falls, so making it 3 knockouts straight here for the side of Point Blank.
Wow, I mean, that was a good defense coming in from Point Blank, right? Taking advantage of the go zone, just fighting, taking the fight one by one, just picking them off one by one, taking out the Talonflame first with and then the Snorlax, and then the Phalanx. Things is going to be easier from then on. You do not fight this team composition head on. If not, it's going to be really risky. Point Blank knows that, and they executed that to the finest.
Well, they were committed. They spent all the Unites. And Phalanx, you're not getting away. There's no way you can actually run. So Slowbro just went slow beam here on the Phalanx, just holding in a position, and there's no way he can actually him. By the time he actually disengaged, yeah, I mean, it's not enough right here. Meanwhile, once again, Phalanx is knocked out here in the hands of the side up. Making a run for it is going to be Dodrio with the mobility back to the lane. He is safer now. Eject can be used by the Slowbro. By dumping it, it's going to be the Talonflame. It's not going to be enough. Slowbro still get knocked out here in the hands of the Talonflame. The Yawn being used was not going to work here. 3 of the Mons. Where are you going, Mewtwo? Why? You are also going to get knocked out here in the hands of the Inteleon.
Wow, I mean, Point Blank is just building it up so well at this point in time. Phalanx trying to stop that Regirock from being taken as well.
Oh.
Phalanx managed to steal that Regirock and just jumping straight right in, getting 2 KO under his belt and make it 3, taking the side up out of commission at that point.
Oh yeah, so that's the much needed win coming up from FF after multiple losses here from the straight offs. So I guess small victories, they're just going to take it from that Regirock buff for defense and special defense. But still, right now, FF is still in the lead, 220 points, 203, and we are approaching less than a minute away before the appearance of Rayquaza here at the Thea Sky Ruins. And while waiting for that, why not we clear up the Swablu family here in the central area to get a little bit of experience for ourselves. And before we arrive to that point of the game, just to highlight, also Talonflame also secured on the Regieleki at the top lane. Of course, they're not going to gut him. They're just going to allow him to just pass through the top lane. Level-wise, level 14 on Talonflame being the highest, followed by a Garchomp and Inteleon on the side of Point Blank, and Phalanx on the side of FF.
Yep, it's anyone's game right here, Flava. At this point in time, it's all down to that final Rayquaza fight. Whoever can get the advantage, whoever could score the Rayquaza might actually win this game altogether. Level 14 onto the Talonflame right here as well. With the Talonflame being so high level at this point in time, Point Blank really have to be wary of where this Firebird is at.
Now, what is going to be the opening play over here? The one that has to go for the poking is definitely going to be in the side of Point Blank, because they're the ones who needs this Rayquaza. It's either this, or they do have a little bit of space for them to actually do a little bit of scoring outside of Rayquaza, right? Well, all the attention is too focused here on the central area. Meanwhile, it does look like Rio is going to be in trouble here. He gets me now, but the damage up, but not enough to actually secure that knockout up upon him. But Saiga tried to make him say it is going to be a Saiga over here. Oh my goodness. She's got from behind. Instead, was not able to actually secure that knockdown. Oh no, Garchomp is going to get knocked out in the hands of the Phalanx. Meanwhile, that's going to be a serving use as well, but it's not going to be enough to actually do much over here. Down goes the Garchomp, down goes the Slowbro as well, making it a 5v3 situation. Psyduck just running around over here, was not able to get anything over here. Oh no, Darkrai! Actually, it falls! It doesn't hit, but it's okay, it's okay. Talonflame secure. on the Rayquaza. It's okay. We're just gonna ignore what you saw. It's okay.
It's okay. It's totally okay.
We won't tell anyone that you got knocked out by that. It happened. I mean, it happened. It happened when I just started playing Unite when I didn't know Rayquaza was strong enough to knock out, us trainers, right? Oh, but in the meantime, a little bit scoring here by Stellar Slash on this side, but Garchomp is gonna make a little bit of work here trying to clear him out. Oh man, the Jukes Stellar is just toying around with this Garchomp and the Psyduck. Yeah, heavy. Yeah,
he's just chasing this big guy around.
look at the Snorlax. Yeah, he was joking around because he can lose. Yeah, every time away. But unfortunately, that Point Blank right now has their hands full in just going for defending your base and the goalpost, and you're not able to actually score off any points upon FF after that point. And I do believe that this is going to be yet another victory for FF, ladies and gentlemen. So Mason.
Wow, I mean, this was such a... it was really close until the final fight, right? And I believe it all boils down to that big flank coming in from Phalanx, right? It's just from the back end, just pushing straight right through and just pushing the Dodrio down to so low, while the rest of the Mewtwo Y managed to just punish, and with the Talonflame just diving straight right in to just take them out one after the other. I believe, it is the macro game coming in from FF. I would say, that they managed to outplay Point Blank at that point in time, just managed to get that right fight at that right point, and despite the Darkrai going straight right down to the Rayquaza, but it did shred the rest of Point Blank down a little bit more so that the Mewtwo could just clear them out as fast as possible.
Yeah, I kind of forgot. I don't think when that particular thing was happening, right? I don't think Inteleon actually popped off his Unite. He didn't pop up his Azure Spy Vision, because if he did, I don't think the team would be in such position where they would actually get caught and getting sandwiched by the team members from FF, right? So, I don't think so. I think he missed out on the whole idea of things, but I don't think that actually happened. If he actually popped that out early, who can actually have a good vision where everybody is. But I get it. Like, usually when you want to pop that off, you want to pop it off at a good time, but it's just that they got caught off guard, and that's when things just went really, really bad for Point Blank. But nevertheless, it was still a good game. Yeah, it was still a very, very good game. I really like the point you highlighted, Mason, that I think both teams just played well to a certain point. It's just that the big change is definitely during the Rayquaza time when things just didn't work out on how Point Blank actually approached on that fight. And I think FF was just coming in with a surprise,
Yep, for sure, right? Because at this point in time, in the Point Blank, they did play a better game. The Garchomp managed to pop off a little bit, I would say. But with there's so much things going around, with so much movement coming in from FF, and it's a little bit hard for Point Blank to keep track, especially down to that final moment. But there's lots of good fight from the mid to early to mid game coming in from FF as well, which allow them to have a little bit of an upper hand. And it's probably Phalanx, Point Blank is not really, maybe they're not exactly sure how to deal with Phalanx, and that's how FF actually just steamroll them over with the Phalanx.
Yeah, I think this Phalanx could definitely be a pocket pick for FF, coming into the grand finals, because this is something that we didn't actually see in the upper bracket finals earlier on. So I don't know, but this is all speculations coming on, probably things. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you did miss out on this, if you kind of forgot how the bracket actually looks like, this is how it looks like. The journey of Team FF, starting off from the upper bracket, where he went up against Play for Fun, winning 2-1 against them. Went up against Laotian Baoyu, getting 2-0 against them, but unfortunately gets dropped down to the lower bracket by Paper Rex in the upper finals. And here they are once again up against Paper Rex in a different setting. This time it is the grand finals.
Yep, I mean, FF, they have information on how Paper Rex play. Yes, despite them losing to Paper Rex in the upper bracket finals, but they have a lot of information, valuable information at this point in time. So FF have a lot to think about, right? How are we gonna deal with Paper Rex not once but twice coming into the grand finals? Because if FF wins the grand finals, we are gonna be getting a reset, as they have, as Paper Rex has 2 life in this matchup so far.
Yeah, and of course, given the advantage being hailing from the upper bracket finals, which means that Team PRX is only required to win of this series. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, all this and more after this short break. Let's see you. At the bottom lane, the Drizzle to actually just do a little bit of scoring defending for their own. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, not looking too well. Oh my goodness.
There is a good spot, right? Good KO. They managed.
The guard jumping's gonna scale very well for him. It takes a little bit of time for here. Ooh, was not able to connect on the slap shot as well. Who's gonna be able to actually be safe and sound here inside? Chances of forward, but instead gets straightened up. It's gonna be a knockout for him yet again. And elements of attack over here. Phalanx managed to secure it. That's gonna be application of regeneration. Heavy slam hitting off on two. It's gonna be Phalanx with two. Why was the flaw coming out from behind? As well as a roll over here with the heavy nap. But was not able to actually do much over here. He does have durability, but where's the damage fallout coming up from behind? And that is going to be Phalanx doing the works. And I think guys honestly could make that too. Oh no, Phalanx tried to rotate from behind as well. Was not able to actually cut up anyone here at this corner as well. Double dust formation, follow from behind, hitting off on the stall like before. Not close in the jump. They have to go in for defense to prevent away. That's their winning condition here for FF. They don't need to do for any more of scoring all this damage up. Still insufficient dubbing in yet once again. They're getting knocked out. There's Snorlax and Intel at the same time as well. It's a 3v2 situation, getting for yet a little bit more. Here comes the Qontra marching forward, but still surviving the kill. It's going to be Stellar Sash. Still has a little bit more sight. It sustains and survives, but getting brought up from behind. But there's going to be a little bit of points. Is it going to be? No, yeah, it's super scary. But instead, of course, the main focus is going to be in the central area. It's going to be the Swablu family who's going to get the last hit, and it is going to be enhanced with that Dodrio finishing in. But there's going to be erupting a fight up here, sleeping in the midst of this insane team fight. It's going to be a small life, but he gets knocked out. Make that
from then on.
Oh yeah, gotta wait here. It's a 3v1 situation, but there's some Mewtwo Y here on the back end as well. Phalanx sustains and survives. Nope, scrap that as he is also down the count. Make that a 2v1 trade-offs. It's gonna be a Gamma for the side out together for the Phalanx. The slam connects on two, but there's no follow-up damage coming up from behind. They only have here as well. Holding up his bitch is gonna be slow bro here, but where's the damage here? Could they actually make
it up so well at this point in time? Phalanx trying to stop that Regirock from being taken as well. Phalanx managed to steal that Regirock and just jumping straight right in, getting 2 KO under his belt.
When I didn't know Rayquaza was strong enough to knock out, us trainers, right? Oh, but in the meantime, a little bit scoring here by Stellar Slash. Has their hands full in just here at the bottom lane. The Drizzle to actually just do a little bit scoring defending for their own. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, not looking too well. Oh my goodness, it's good.
There is a good spot, right? Good KO. They
The
managed.
guard jump thing's gonna scale very well for him. It takes a little bit of time for here. Ooh, was not able to connect on the slap shot as well. Who's gonna see he's able to actually be safe and sound here inside. Chances up forward, but instead gets straightened up. It's gonna be a knockout for him yet again. And in the midst of a tandem over here, Phalanx managed to secure it. That's gonna be application of regeneration. Heavy slam hitting off on two. It's gonna be Phalanx with two. What was the flaws coming out from behind, as well as a roll over here with the heavy nap. But was not able to actually do much over here. He does have durability, but where's the damage fallout coming up from behind? And that is going to be Phalanx doing the works. And Magic as hands honestly could make that too. Oh no, Phalanx tried to rotate from behind as well. Was not able to actually caught up anyone here at this corner as well. Double dust formation, follow from behind. Hitting off on the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to WCS, Pokémon UNITE WCS Malaysia Singapore qualifiers. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Flava right here, and we are down to our grand finals. Paper Rex going up against FF rematch. Flava, thoughts on this?
Oh man, but Paper Rex 2-0 victory earlier on at the upper bracket finals, and pretty tough. I'm trying to be as realistic as possible. Pretty tough because so far we've seen Paper Rex having such a clean run at the upper bracket. I would say the same for FF. They had a clean run until they saw Paper Rex, and then they had a solid 2-0 victory at the lower bracket finals up again Team Point Blank, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So probably and they actually ran this Phalanx twice, not once, twice. And probably a pocket pick that we just didn't anticipate here, and probably they want to bring that into the grand finals. Who knows? You know, what will we know? We're just observing the match and seeing how they do the thinking and they do the drafting over here. Now, there's no time to lose here, Mason, because we're jumping in straight into game number 1. Production's not giving us time to chat about it. It's like, no way, boys. We're gonna go straight into the match here so that everyone can see. But of course, Mason, I can bet you we can expect the more or less the same kind of draft. More or less the same kind of bands happen over here. Yeah, the Hoopa, the Blissey, Psyduck, and the Suicune. We're probably going to be more or less seeing same kind of bands happening over here. What could possibly change is the way they approach the game and possibly a different kind of draft.
Yep, I mean, at this point in time, FF knows what Paper Rex is up about, right? They're just banning all these Pokemon, just denying Yang from any Pokemon, any good Pokemon that he is, that he can play at this point in time. With Yemu on to the Zacian this time around, and we saw the Zacian previously, right? Will we be seeing a Ho-Oh return coming in the hands of Yang?
Oh wow, that could possibly be something that could happen. It didn't work out very well in the previous game that we actually saw here, but right now as the openers, they're going to go with the Mewtwo and a Talonflame here for FF.
I mean, we've seen FF doing really well with the Talonflame previously as well, and stacked together with the Mewtwo Y. Could it be the same type of composition moving forward? We saw Final Flash taking on the Phalanx previously as well, so maybe this might be the best opportunity to actually bring the Phalanx to disrupt a little bit of Paper Rex tempo with that pick.
Yeah, but ignoring all that, right? Even the draft that FF is actually bringing this time, so it looks slightly different. It looks more or less the same kind of draft composition that they brought in the previous one we saw in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, but if you look at Paper Rex, they're running the Trevenant, they are running the Umbreon and the Zacian, and no, please. Oh no, no, Zeraora could be it. I mean, HT, ran the. I think HT, if I'm not mistaken, right? Did he actually ran? I think HT. Oh yeah, HT actually played Talonflame. Yeah, early on.
Played Talonflame. I mean, Talonflame is taken away, right, from FF, so probably you have to find a plan B coming in as well. But with FF taking out the Absol this time around, it's just that in Paper Rex there's Rebongs, right? Rebongs in the early days, he's known for the Absol guy. So you're taking Absol against the Absol guy. So I'm not really sure how this is all gonna be working out.
Do you know? I know what Absol does every inch of him. Are you really gonna run this against me? But It's a good Pokemon to pick, right? I guess other people could also play as well. Yeah, and seeing this game, you definitely know that Solo is going to be running Miraidon again, unless there's a switch up happening over here. I don't recall, but I think HT is playing to Trio.
The trio.
Yen and Yang on the Trevenant, I believe, or is it the Umbreon?
Umbreon, yeah.
Oh, it's playing Umbreon, yeah. Going in for catching as well. So yeah, so you have the Umbreon here. So Talonflame has to be very, very careful. Even Absol as well. So despite you having slight mobilities here and there, if you get caught up by the Umbreon, it's going to be a little bit of problem here, especially using the mean loop. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping straight into the game. This is game number 1 of the grand finals. Get hyped, get excited. Me and Mason are definitely excited to see who is going to be the Malaysia and Singapore champions.
Yeah, the champion is not just walking away with cash prize, but also a ticket to Anaheim, California as well. So everything is on the line. It's all down to this best of 3. Could Paper Rex close this out, or could FF bring it, force their way into a grand final reset?
Oh, yes. And of course, as an opener over here, we do see both sides. Of course, they're doing a little bit point dunking, the small ones, as it's much easier to actually go through. Of course, doing a little bit stacking for the health items over now. Now, laning phase-wise, top lane, it is going to be the Snorlax and the Absol here. In the bottom lane, it does seem that the Talonflame, we have the Fletchling, so we have the Mewtwo Y as well as the Magikarp. Yeah.
Yep, I mean, Paper Rex at this point, they have to try to control their Magikarp, right? Like, just deny their Magikarp. It's a little bit of a difficulty to reach into the Gyarados stage. So having, putting a little bit pressure down onto the bottom lane could change a little bit of tempo coming in for Paper Rex.
Oh, wow. By the time that Dodrio actually rotate to the bottom lane, they were just so lucky. They saw hey, Magikarp is all alone. Of course, that's the whole idea. You want to give as much space as possible to the Magikarp, right? But your left defensive here at the bottom lane is the way you can actually win. But of course, here in the mid lane as well is going to be a knockout here. One going out for the side of Paper Rex. Going for the chase. Absol still sustained. Snorlax is down for the count here, getting knocked out. Make that 2 together with the Absol as well. There's going to be 2 months down here in the side of FF, and currently Paper Rex in the lead in terms of both knockouts as well as points. 52-7 in at the 8-minute mark.
Yep, I mean, looking at Paper Rex composition, they are strong in the early game, right? Having so many basic and stage 1 Pokemon, things is going to be moving into their favor. And with that Miraidon taking the Mewtwo Y down once again, then right here, Paper Rex is just putting so much control. Down goes the Absol. Snorlax in a little bit of a trouble right there. 3v1 all down to this Snorlax. Could he get out of there?
No.
Unscathed? No. And Zacian immediately striking right down.
Oh gosh, that is going to be quite troublesome over here. Of course, he's also on the wrong side of the map, so he was not able to actually get himself, any form of shield. So getting cleared out. But that's the thing, when he actually did that, right? Even with the heavy slam, right? It was still not enough to actually lock everyone down in position for Absol to actually make an escape. It's quite unfortunate for his side. But as the game still continues over here, 100 points for Paper Rex and 76 for FF. Still looking close. Pretty close here from both sides. We have this Electro Drift coming on from this Miraidon. Very, very aggressive plays coming on from Paper Rex as usual.
Yep, and then down goes Miraidon, and I believe they're giving up the Reggie bottom once again. It's the same strategy coming in for Paper Rex, right? Give up the first Reggie bottom, take the Reggie top, have the Reggie Lecky march down into the second goalpost. And that is what exactly Paper Rex has been doing since the previous game as well. So I believe, this is going to be history repeating itself, creating a little bit more time for them to, get a bit more wild Pokemon moving forward. And right here, down the middle lane, I believe there might be a little bit of pinch coming in with the Zacian moving straight right down.
Oh yeah, of course, we're looking at here. Rebound was not able to connect with the Wood Hammer. Dodging, matching to the bottom lane. Tries to do a little scoring, but gets defended by the Snorlax and the Talonflame, and followed up together with Absol at the same time as well. It's a 3-man defense. Oh, dropping down towards the other side over here. That's going to be making clean work, and an easy knockout here up upon the Snorlax at the bottom lane. Opportunities for the team members to be able to do a little bit scoring. Oh, Talonflame jumping and dropping on inside. Was something to sustain on this one. Comes up with the Unite as well, but there's no follow-up coming up from behind. Was not able to knock out anyone here for Paper Rex so far. But right now, they are able to grab themselves their hands and making a knockout here on U2Y on the side of Team FF. That's going to be 3 months down, 3-0 trade-offs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really great fight coming in from Paper Rex. Level 10, more or less across the board for Paper Rex as well. And, at this point, level department-wise is pretty fair and even, but Paper Rex is picking their fight, right? They know what are the correct fight to take. They know how to rotate together to actually pick off the right target one after the other. If Paper Rex could keep this up, FF have to try to find a way to break this strategy coming in from Paper Rex. If not, it's going to be snowballing all the way down to the final stretch.
Yeah, but there is a little bit of fight coming on from FF. It's not like the previous matches that we saw before, right? It was kind of overpowering coming on from Paper Rex, but right now it does seem like FF could possibly give a much better fight compared to before. Here comes a dive from the heavy slam from the Snorlax, but it's not enough follow-up from behind to actually do anything here upon the Miraidon is able to actually make an escape. Here comes the Umbreon, our defender Yang, pops out with the Unite as well, but was able to actually survive all this onslaught coming on from FS from behind. Miraidon gets himself with a double knockup, make that triple knockdown up upon the ones from FF. Umbreon gets himself on the Gyarados and also going on the Mewtwo White, so making a 5-man knockout here for FF with no trade-offs for any mons from Paper Rex.
That was a great positioning from Yang, right? Just pushing them straight right back to their goal zone and then pressing the Moonlight Prince with the Unite move, not allowing that, just sustain a little bit more for the rest of the team to catch up, to take out one Pokemon after the other. And that's where they got the advantage, won their fight, take the Reggie, rotate straight right top, get the Reggie Lucky for themselves.
Oh yeah, I think he was in a great position, so it was all part of the plan. But actually be in between all that. Zacian also securing the last hit in for the Regieleki is going to be marching forward through the top lane, and of course a number of Pokemon from the side of Flava is going to fend this Regieleki off and not allowing to actually enter into the goal post. Meanwhile, Lucy Absol was able to actually teleport himself back to the Pokemon Center safe and sound. Meanwhile, Umbreon here is a 1v3 situation up against the Talonflame. It's going to be heavy slam in the face as well, and it is going to be enough to actually knock out that Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine, right? At the point in time, the Umbreon is there getting a little bit of information to see where exactly they are. Heavy slam coming in from FF.
Oh my goodness, here comes Sharpen in here, getting a little bit of attention by the Gyarados. Is it going to be Nom, and Rebound's going to be down the count here in the hands of FF. Meanwhile, at the top lane, lots of things are also happening as well. Absol is also down for kill. We did miss out a little bit on the action. Snorlax also getting chased down here by the Miraidon, and he is able to actually secure that knockdown for himself. Needs that space. The gap, as usual, Moonboy doesn't look that too much of a gap in between them. 206 points to 161, leaning more towards Paper Rex here at this moment, and we're only 37 seconds away before Rayquaza actually appears here at the Thea Sky Ruins.
Yep, it's not just the points that's close, the levels are close as well, but this Reggie Bottom is going to be changing the game, right? Whoever gets this have the advantage moving into the final stretch. Reggie still with spawn, and right here, Gyarados trying to get a little bit of contest right there as well, unable to get the Reggie, and FF, this is their time to strike, this is their time to take out one or two Pokemon to disrupt them away from their final fight.
Oh yeah, they do have the numbers here, but actually the buff, it's actually the one for Paper Rex actually getting in front of that Reggie. Still, look at that, losing out to the spot, having the advantage from the Reggie still over here. Right now, it is the time for FF to make a U-turn and go back to their side as this Miraidon is rampaging on. It is a double knockout here for himself, but Umbreon still surviving, so I'll make that triple knockdown here by this Miraidon. Chances forward here by the Talonflame, but it's going to be enough. No, it's not. Big time, Qontra knockout here by the Miraidon, and they are going to continue on by securing this Rayquaza for themselves. It's going to be last hit by the Dodrio, and they're going to be marching forward, stretching out the points even bigger in between them and Team FF.
Wow, just when you think that Paper Rex is in danger, they managed to turn this around. That Miraidon with the Electro Drift literally turned everything upside down for FF, taking out 3-man of that fight. And I believe the rest is history at this point in time, as Paper Rex have that goal advantage as well. Do FF have the additional points to actually close this out?
Oh yeah, that's not much. I think the gap is still looking quite okay compared to the ones we saw before. 566, 161 is a 405 point gap in between them. Can they find enough amount of points? And remember, they only need 200 points here, 200 each points, because it doubles here in the last 2-minute mark. Oh, Absol, despite being low in HP, was not able to hold on for long here. Rhydon tries to make it escape here to the top lane. Electro Drift still sustaining true. Goes for that double. Blink
How
here
is he still
by the
standing?
Mewtwo. Still survives. Hindrance resistance still happening. So he's just like, oh, but Paper Rex is still not done doing multiple scores by themselves. And finally, Miraidon goes down, gets knocked out here in the hands of the Gyarados from FF.
Wow, I mean, this is just pure great game coming in from Paper Rex, right? Having that Miraidon, what was that, 3v5 at a point in time, and the Miraidon managed to just turn things around, wait for the respawn as the rest of the team just joins the fight to clear it out. There we have, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 going straight right to Paper Rex. One more game and they are going to Anaheim.
Wow, what a game! But it does look promising, does look close just before the Rayquaza timer here in the game. So I think FF does look better in shape in terms of how they were in the upper bracket finals early on, what we saw. And if they do actually improve on a little bit more, they could possibly translate it into a win for themselves here in the upcoming game. And here's the thing, as mentioned before, right? I think Mason, you also talked about this. If the thing is, FF needs to win not just once but twice here in the grand finals, because FF hails from the lower bracket, which means that they need to win twice. They need to win one here in the grand finals and then the other one in the grand finals reset to become champion. Whereas Team Paper Rex, since they come from the upper bracket finals, that means that they only need to win one time to become the champion over here. And they are basically they already have 1 foot in, and they just need to win yet another game to become champion here, or we will see a game number 3 here by FF.
Yeah, I mean, FF really created a great fight against Paper Rex. I mean, this was a really good game between both teams, and they had the advantage, right? Despite losing their Registeel, they managed to just take the fight, take 2 Pokemon out of their way, but Paper Rex managed to just turn things around. I believe it's all down to Solo, right? He's so good on that Miraidon, just creating so much damage, so much space, and so much disruption for FF, and it's close to it's really hard to deal with him at that point in time.
Oh yeah, and I think that this is twice they've actually solo using Miraidon so far based on live stream. I believe that the first game for upper bracket finals was actually solo on the Inteleon. I think he was uncontested when it comes to draft wise, because the opponent don't really have an answer for it. So let's assume that if the upcoming games that the opponent somewhat tries to find ways to either grab a Miraidon for themselves or able to actually put that on the ban list, I believe that Solo can still return back into playing Inteleon or any other Pokemon. He's still going to do a good job at it as well. So it's kind of scary to actually go up on this.
Well, the thing about Paper Rex is that it's not just a great team, right? They have 5 really solid, good players. Like you can just throw them any Pokemon. You can throw them a Ho-Oh, you can throw them a Miraidon. They could make it work, right? And that's the power of Paper Rex at this point in time. They are not 4th place of ACL for no reasons, right? They're probably the favorites coming into this matchup as well. So they're just too strong, and the FF really have to think deep. How are they going to stop this powerhouse coming in from Singapore, Malaysia?
Oh yeah, that's true. And of course, things are not looking very well for them, as right now Paper Rex is currently in the lead here in the series. They have to win the next remaining games, game number 2 and force game number 3, and so win that one as well to force a grand finals race. But so far, I echo what you mentioned, Mason, because they really need to make sure that they solidify things, starting off with the draft and how they want to approach things over here. We know that Paper Rex has a very big Pokemon pool to choose from. They played this for so long, right? And think about it this way, right? So far, based on the players that they've used, they have registered 6 players. And it's very rare for me to cast any Paper Rex / MYS games where I don't see Nightmew Foxy playing. And this is a how do you say this? This is the first time ever I actually cast any Team MYS games that doesn't feature Nightmew Foxy. And so that's the thing. They even have a pocket player just waiting, just in case if you need me, right? I'm here.
It's there.
Like yeah, there's no way they're gonna ban. But of course, there's something about Night Mew Foxy where when you see his face, you just want to ban Mew. I think everybody, when you see his face, his name there, he's like, there's a reason why the name Mew is imbued in his name, right? Yeah, so I think he plays too much Mew to a point where it doesn't matter the nerfs or the buffs being applied. He's still gonna. Sorry, it doesn't even matter what the nerfs are on Mew. He's still gonna play it because he's just that good at it.
Yeah, exactly. And off to the ban, FF immediately banning Miraidon, knowing what Yang could do, right, at that point in time. And, immediately picking off the Psyduck for their first pick. Suicune is being banned by Paper Rex as well. There we have, Rebongs on the Umbreon and, Iemu on that Zacian. We have seen these two Pokemon on we have seen the Zacian on Iemu's hand. It is really good. It created a lot of damage opportunity coming in from the team as well. So, it is going to be a no-brainer coming in. Frostbuster on the Talonflame. Hopefully this could be a better game coming in from FF.
Oh yeah, that's true. And I think we were both just surprised that, hey, finally they decided, like, you know what, we can't handle it. How are we gonna win if Solo keeps, holding on to that Miraidon for himself, right? He's just so good at it. But remember, we had this conversation multiple times that, Solo can use other mons too, It just so happened that he's just that strong on the Miraidon. It's like, I think they just don't want to face Miraidon anymore. Even before this, when PRX was actually losing out two of their mons, that Miraidon just got a 3. No, it's actually a Qontra. It's actually a Qontra knockout, right? So, tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really tough matchup right here. With the change in composition, you have the Espeon and the Psyduck coming in this time around. Hopefully it's gonna be having a little bit more damage output, but I personally would prefer the Mewtwo Y compared to the Espeon. I would say, like, with there's so much more capabilities utilities coming in from the Mewtwo Y that could do much more compared to the Espeon.
Oh yeah, I definitely have to agree with that. Of course, I think the Espeon also kind of good. I remember there was one time where it was in the reigns of Espeon, Sylveon, all the evolutions were just very OP just because they come online real fast. Because the transition before from EV to their evolutions are very, very fast, right? So they come online really fast. So you just run central and then just rotate around, and they're able to actually dish out very, very high damage output. Most of them, I would say, but the likes, I remember when Leafeon actually came out. Espeon is time. Yeah. So I think because other mons starts to get more spotlight on them, that's why we rarely see any of the solutions around. We used to see a little bit of Leafeons before, this time around Espeon. But other than that, we don't see Glaceons much anymore, Like even in rank, I think those ones who's running it are just people who just main Glaceon, main Espeons and all this.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon had her time, I would say. Like, there was a whole meta where, it's Glaceon or you lose, right? So, but her time is over. Now is the time. There was a time for Speedster, and finally, I believe this is the time for I believe Mewtwo Y. Might be the time for it to shine a little bit more, right? With that global Unite move moving forward as well. So there's so much utility, I would say. But with Paper Rex composition having the Umbreon, having the Zacian, it's not gonna be easy for the Absol, and they could even potentially catch the Espeon moving forward also.
Yeah, they don't really have. They do have the Umbreon over there, but is that enough? And I mean, like, you want to catch on to the Absol, you want to catch on to the Talonflame, and the Espeon is in there as well. So where you want to divert your attention. If you catch one, you don't catch the others. That's a problem as well, together with the mean look, right? But yeah, I think it's a different kind of draft, slightly different kind of draft being brought here by Team FF. And curious to see if this is going to be enough, Mason, as this is going to be game number 2 of the grand finals.
Yes, you're right, Flava. This might be the final games for this series. If Paper Rex win this, they will be champion from MYSG category, and they will be representing us in Anaheim for the World Championship.
Oh yeah, and of course the game is undergoing right now. In the next 10 minutes, a lot of questions will be answered over here. So the lanes will be run as follows. It's going to be Mewtwo together with Fatoon, who's going to be having an evolution to its A Trevenant later on, up against the Psyduck, together with number 1, which I cannot see here at the bottom lane. Yes, it's going to be the Fletchling and the Espeon, EV into Espeon. here at the bottom. I do believe that almost all 5 are gathered around here at the bottom and causing a bit of trouble here from the side of FF towards Paper Rex, a little very, very low in HP as well. Who's going to be down as well? It is going to be Photoblade here right behind and getting that debuff here, speed debuff, and it's going to be a dual knockout, first knockout here. Make that too, as Zacian also gets a knockout of his own upon the team members from FF.
Wow, I mean, was FF ready for that fight? You know, immediately diving straight right in, yet another KO coming in onto the Psyduck as well. And this is such a early fight, right? This is one of the situations that we don't really see. And, you know, I believe right here, FF is at their wits' end. They're just going to be trying every single opportunity that they have. And with this Snorlax, they're just going to be roaming around trying to deny as much neutral Pokemon as much as possible. So, you know, to deny Paper Rex from getting those EXP that they need. But at looking at how it's looking, you know, it's not exactly working as planned.
Wow, I hope people understand how bad that situation was for FF, because they were the ones who brought that fight over upon Paper Rex. It was a 5v4 situation at the bottom there, right? So you're the one bringing on the heat, bringing on the fire, and at the end of the day, you're the ones who actually lost out 2 mons, whereas Paper Rex didn't lose or anything. And of course, you're fighting at a disadvantaged position when it comes to positioning because your opponents have the shield buffs coming on from the goalpost as well. So that didn't work out too well. So yeah, if that didn't work out, yeah, I mean, you had a great plan. Let's go aggressive. If Paper Rex thinks that they're an aggressive team, we believe that we can fight them in their own game. Nope, that's not the case. That is not the case.
I mean, they were trying to out-W the W Gaming team at this point in time. But I mean, they got everything covered. You know, with that Zacian, with the Sacred Sword, that literally changes everything in their fight.
Oh yeah, the jumping up with the heavy slam over here is going to be Snorlax up above. But where is that damage? Where is the follow-up coming out from everyone? But it seems Zacian does have a knockout here upon the Talonflame. That is going to be 1-1 down for coming from Paper Rex. FF still doesn't find an opening. Remember, they don't really have to respond fire with fire here, but especially going up against Paper Rex, they could actually make better judgments when going up against them. And this time, adding on more to the number of knockouts, Snorlax is down here in the hands of Zacian, and Zacian also secured the Regieleki for Team Paper Rex. Meanwhile, our attention is diverted towards the bottom lane here as Registeel is here. FF does secure Registeel. That's going to be a buff for attack and special attack. But here comes the Umbreon pushing forward. Axel gets caught. Tries to go for a little bit juke, but Espeon also gets caught at the same time as well, making it a double knockout here in the hands of Paper Rex and losing more and more. Not a single, I think so. Not a single knockout yet for Paper Rex mons.
Yeah, 0. Like they're just in so much control within the map, right? They're always giving up the first Reggie bottom. They prioritize the top Reggie at this, consistently. So I believe this game plan is what Paper Rex is going on all about at this point in time. And you know, they're always moving together, minimally 3 to 4 Pokemon together as a unit, and there's nothing much the FF could do.
Oh, cool. Here comes the jump, but then it's not good enough. Mewtwo White getting a double knockout streak. Made that 3, getting a little bit of spotlight for himself, and Zacian gets that 4th knockout here for Paper Rex. Not gonna allow this Mewtwo White to actually get all things great. Oh, but Talonflame makes quick work over here. He's gonna get himself in the cover himself. Use up the unit was not able to connect anyone. Was not able to connect to anyone over there. Trevenant would hammer the pace. Does connect a little bit towards the horn, leads towards the right side. But where is the teammates? Is this really the right time to actually do it? Phantom Force at the same time as well. Shoving off the Espeon to the side, but it's not enough to sustaining true. Psyduck is also down at the same time as well. Make that a 3-mon knockout here nearby the Reggie area.
So much control coming in from Paper Rex, right? They denied a flame sweep. They managed to push them all the way down to the central area and just with that big Phantom Forest and just sweep up the rest of the team. And they are even trying to invade their central area, taking away their buffs away from FF. And at this point in time, FF really has to start thinking deep. This Talonflame have to be really wary, really mindful of his positioning, as he should not be taking any more KO at this point in time if he really wants to scale.
Oh yeah, and they also know that Unite's also down for the count as well, so they know that you're going to be safe from that. Now, of course, our attention is going to be diverted here towards the bottom lane. Reggie Rock's going to be attacked as well. Here comes over there. All flips are over to the other side. Still able to sustain, but the focus is not him here at the moment. Heavy Slam was not able to connect to anyone. Talonflame making great work. Down and very low HP is going to be the Umbreon, but managed to get himself with a little bit of shields here at the goal post. Down goes the Talonflame. and going to go in, shoving out to the other side. It's going to be Traven in here with the Horn Leech towards the Snorlax. He's going to be down for the count. Make that yet another, and it's going to be the Psyduck from Team FF.
Wow, those crucial wood hammer were perfectly executed by Rebounds right there as well, right? You know, just taking out the targets one after another, and they're all the correct target. And Umbreon being bullied right here, 5v1 is totally fine for Paper Rex because the Umbreon is a little bit lower in terms of level, so you know that's fine as long.
Yeah, I think you couldn't do much in this situation, right? So it's a 5v1 situation anyway, so he was gonna come. There's no way he can actually eject himself away from that situation. Meanwhile, this could serve as an opening here for Team FF to do a little bit of work, a little bit scoring for themselves, but a little bit too much to handle as the team members of Apex has arrived. Despite it being a 3v4 situation, they made quick work of it and was able to actually make a strong impression for themselves. It's gonna be a full 5-man knockout here for the side of Paper Rex. Not a single trade-off. So FF committing to that goal scoring at the top lane, but at what cost, Mason? At what cost? Losing out all the team members here in that attempt.
Wow, I mean, at this point in time, you know, they have to get what they like. You know, they can't exactly choose exactly what kind of route they could take at this point in time, right? They have to start leveling up at the same time. Paper Rex is just taking away all the wild Pokemon that's available. They're opening, the top path for them. You know, they're opening the Regieleki for them onto the top side as they're waiting for the final Regibottom for them to secure.
Yeah, so if you give too much attention going over the top of the Regieleki, marching his way towards the top lane, meaning that you're letting go of this Reggie family here at the bottom lane. It's going to be a Regice this time about, and a little bit of opportunity for the team members of FF. Here's the thing, they don't defend, right? They can do a little bit of scoring, but they cannot allow that to happen because the next objective is going to come out. It is going to be the Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Snorlax is currently down for the count. Make that two together with the Psyduck and the Talonflame. FF losing out 3 of its trainers Pokemons here at this point. It's a 5v2 situation. Psyduck rejoins back into the fray, trying to make quick work back into the central area, but by the time he does that, a little bit too late as Absol is currently down for the count once again. A little bit screening here by Umbreon and creating an opportunity for the Mewtwo Y and together with Zacian to actually clear off that Rayquaza for the team, and yet another option for them to actually dunk even more points upon the goalpost on the side of Team FF here in this game number 2.
Wow, was that early engagement actually worth it for FF, right? Engaging so early into that fight, knowing that, you know, you don't really have too much resources going around. You're out-leveled at that point in time. You have to be a little bit more mindful of how you're doing it. FF, you know, I believe they're at wit's end. They're just trying to do whatever they have, and there's nothing much that they could do at this point in time. Paper Rex managed to get 1, 2, 3 Pokemon out of the way, get their Rayquaza, and then moving straight right forward. And at this point in time, FF, there is no turning back for them.
Oh gosh, yet another knockout here in their hands. It is, what is Photon? Well, he's replacing Rayquaza as the final boss here. He's like, you know, some people just accept fate and couldn't do much about it. And he is determined to just, oh yeah, he started moving. Yeah, he's determined to do it. But 30 seconds on the clock here. All jokes aside, yes, it's a huge gap. Okay. So Paper Rex is just gonna allow this to happen, right?
Yeah, they're having a party at this point.
Oh, okay. They're not gonna allow that to happen. They're still gonna knock him out. You know, I thought we're friends here, but of course, unfortunately, here in the Theo Sky Ruins, it's serious competition going on. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, with winning over this game number 2, your champions for the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series for Malaysia and Singapore, Paper Rex.
That is a decisive victory right there for Paper Rex. They know, right, they could easily give up the Regieleki on the top side because, you know, they know that, you know, the amount of EOS coins that they're actually holding, right, that FF is actually holding is actually not enough to actually secure a good dunk onto the top side. So they're giving up the Regieleki, they focus on the Regibottom and then go concentrate on the fight, on the team fight at the Rayquaza pit. But the mistake was, did FF actually initiate too early for Paper Rex to actually, you know, close off their fight and actually close off the game?
Actually, if they engage the fight, right, it's a loss. And they shouldn't have engaged a loss. They shouldn't have engaged it because the bottom Reggie was a Reggie Steel. So it
Yep.
gives your team an attack and special attack buff. So when your opponents have such an amazing buff with them at that time, right? That's not the time to go and fight. You just let the buff drain out,
Fade.
a little bit,
Yeah.
the buff is gone, and then you fight, right? Why would you fight in such, and like you mentioned, right? You're down in terms of experience, you're down in terms of levels, you're down in terms of a lot of things, and you might want to consider how you want to approach the next upcoming team fights. And so Reggie Lucky doesn't do much. Like for Paper Ref, they can just let that slide. It's not important. Reggie Lucky doesn't contribute towards them having an advantage in their approach towards Rayquaza. So might as well go for the Reggie Steel bottom lane. Of course,
Yep.
it was fortunate for them that it was a Reggie Steel. Like the two best Reggies for me is like Reggie Steel, Reggie Rock, Regice,
And
is
then
like,
Reggie
eh.
Ice.
And then and then there's a Reggie Lucky up top. It's like that. Unloved Reggie family member up there. Yeah.
Really a Reggie Gigas. Yeah, but I believe, in this final game, the mistake for FF is to have that early engagement, right? Everyone is just so under leveled, and with the amount or with the scaling of your team, I don't think, it's wise to actually commit into the fight so early into the game and even have a huge, all-out brawl down in the bottom side as well. And that's where, Paper Rex having that Zacian, having that Mewtwo, able to capitalize a little bit more, and they have that tempo going for them, and it's just snowballing from then on.
Yeah, and it's very tough to come out as well because the gap is bigger this time about for this game number 2 compared to game number 1. At least for game number 1, things look a little bit more promising for FF. They can actually do something about it, and they're going to do it this way, right? Right now, you're fighting in a game where Solo doesn't have his hands on a Miraidon, but even like any Pokemon that hands of Solo right now, Mewtwo, why? Insane range right kicker. He does have damage. I mean, Macy, you brought this up as well earlier on that, I think you would much prefer having, at this current meta, you actually prefer having a Mewtwo Y compared to having Espeon. And Espeon didn't really do much here in this game as well, despite being, despite being an attacker for the team.
Yeah, not much. There was not much, impact coming in from the Espeon as well. So I mean, they had the opening to actually go for the Mewtwo Y, but they chose to go for the Espeon this time around. But I believe it might be a comfort pick kind of thing. So yeah, but congratulations to Paper X once again.
Yeah, congratulations to Paper Rex. You are the Malaysia and Singapore champions. And of course, kudos as well to Team FF. You guys have played splendidly well. You guys are our second place winners here at the Malaysia and Singapore qualifiers. So definitely kudos to you guys. And this is definitely not going to be the end of us seeing them. They're definitely going to come back for in the upcoming qualifiers to just prove their worth and showcase that they are able to actually grab that championship for themselves.
Yeah, but there we have, ladies and gentlemen, our representative for Malaysia, Singapore is gonna be Paper Rex. They will be going over to Anaheim, California to, try. Hopefully, they will be coming back as champions.
Oh yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, our production has arranged a very special interview here together with our champions from Paper Rex. And joining us here at this interview is none other than my good sir, Rebongs here from Paper Rex. So yeah. Oh, this is going to be exciting. Hey, Rebongs!
Hey!
Hello. Nice to see you.
Hey, Rebongs, how are you feeling, man? How are you and your team feeling? You are the Malaysia and Singapore champions.
I think we are relieved lah. We didn't choke at all, so I think we're happy with our results.
Really? That was your concern? You were concerned about, we didn't choke, at least.
Yeah.
At least
Because we always choke, no matter like which team, honestly, we will choke. And we actually did in game.
I think that's what people would say when people watch them and say, choke coming from Paper Rex. But this time about, you guys did well. Clean victory all the way from round 1 of the upper bracket all the way down to the grand finals itself, right? But of course, want to hear a few words from you in regards to your opponent, Team FF. What are your thoughts on their performance since you guys had 2 matches together with them, upper bracket finals and the grand finals? What are your thoughts on them?
I think against them, we have to be very cautious lah. Because no matter how in Pokemon UNITE, you have a big lead, right? Anything can happen. Like even in our first round in the grand finals, at 2 minutes there, we took the Draenor, but then in the end, they killed 2 of us, which is quite risky. That's why we have to be extra cautious. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, my follow-up question to that is also, now you've been around for such a long time here in the Malaysia and Singapore scene, right? So based on your observation here at this particular qualifier this time about, right, what are your thoughts on the Pokemon Unite scene in Malaysia and Singapore based on experience in the past and compared to what you have to go through here in this qualifier yesterday and today?
I think like this is the fourth qualifiers, and every year it gets harder because we need more players in the scene. Yeah, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I think hopefully we can bring more players to come in, like motivate other players, because even though like it's nice to be the team to represent MYSG, but we want more people to play so that overall like our whole region gets better. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course. Yeah, I do have a number of questions. So Mason, let's go with you, right? Any questions you have for Rebounds on this?
Yeah, I mean, since you guys, have been to multiple worlds so far, or should I say every single year's world so far. So, coming into the next world, what's going to be different for you guys, or what's your game plan to actually hopefully bring home the title this time around?
I think firstly, like, even though we've qualified for all worlds, right, something maybe many people don't see is that every day we're actually training very hard. And what makes it different, I think we try to, like for these worlds, right, we try to work more on our mental. Like we used to grind maybe like 6 hours per day in PU, but we realized like, okay, maybe we have to tweak, maybe we have to like, it's not just playing games, it's about getting to know each other also, like actually enjoy the game. Yeah. So that's what we're working on.
That's good. Flava, any closing question?
Now, of course, closing questions, right? Now, of course, PaperX, once again, you guys are our champions. Now, anything you want to say to all the fans, all of those amazing Pokemon Unite community that's actually tuning in the live stream over here, anything you want to give a good shout out to those who supported you, to those who cheered on you, families, friends, or anything?
Yep. I want to say like, first to my teammates, because without the team that we wouldn't even be here, right? Yeah. And then to the fans, we always notice like them cheering for us. Even mid-tournament, we'll always be looking at the YouTube comments. So thank you all for supporting us. And also our PaperX, they've been with us since our Worlds, and I think they've supported us so much. So, and also to all our families, like our team's families, they all always support us. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Rebounds. Thank you so much for joining us for this amazing interview. Once again, congratulations to you and your team. Correct? Without your teammates, you can't play Unite alone anyways, right? So congrats to you. We'll see you guys in Anaheim for the World Championship. Definitely excited to see how you guys perform there. Take care, Rebounds.
Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.
Whew. Rebounds.
Wow. I mean, I've seen this guy play since the very start of this game, right? From the Singapore community, he's always been one of the best player around. So finally, he's representing the region every single year in Worlds also. So, I mean, I hope for all the best for PaperX. I mean, hopefully they manage to bring the championship home this time around.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that amazing grand finals. Now, here is the updated bracket, and of course, we have our grand finalists of that in the top right, PaperX, and of course, our second place winner, FF, over here as well. Now, very, very exciting, and I think we've witnessed some amazing Pokemon Unite matches throughout the whole day. Myself, together with Mason, together with Qontra, I believe that all of us enjoyed all the matches that we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. And so this has been a really exciting day and lots of great Pokemon Unite coming in from the region. I'm so excited to see, what more to come. And, walking home with a whopping $15,000 right here is going to be PaperX and a ticket to Anaheim. And not forgetting, right, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh place will be getting this amount respectively. So, everyone's a winner walking home today.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So everyone, by just being here, being the top 8 itself, you actually win yourself a minimum of $1,000 US. That's amazing. So kudos and great job, everyone, for being amazing trainers here in the Pokemon Unite Malaysia and Singapore community. Speaking of which, I do want to add on as well, PaperX representing us, right? For those who are not familiar, actually, we have PaperX is one of the great representations of Malaysia and Singapore, because out of their 6 players, right? So there are 5 main players that you do see playing, together with Nightmare Foxy, who's their substitute. So they actually have 4 Malaysians and 2 Singaporeans in the team.
So it's exactly a MYSG team, right? Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Pikachu Set 2 Trainer Fashion. It is back, and join the ongoing Lucky Ice Pop event running until the 7th of May this Wednesday for a chance to actually get your hands on this outfit as well. So do not miss this out.
Oh yeah, that's right. Of course, not just that, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Pikachu Phil Quick Battle. The Pika Party is back. Now, if you guys missed out on the previous one, it's back again this time about. And this time, not only Pikachu, but also Evolve, a Alolan Raichu is joining into the fun. Now, jumping into the electrifying battle right now. So what are you waiting for? Be sure to be part of all this action. And if you guys want to join in with some amazing Unite, they have some amazing activities happening out throughout the whole year. So this is just one of many. So if you guys are excited, do jump into the game and complete all the quests and join into the Pika Party.
Yep, 3 different types of Pikachu, guys. There's the G-Max Pikachu, there's the Pikachu, and then there's a Alolan Raichu.
Which is banned, which is banned at the current moment for the purpose of tournament. But I do believe that once we get to the World Championship, I believe that it will be a point where Alolan Raichu will be allowed. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, before we close off with our show today, we'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much to everyone for tuning in to the live stream. And thank you for supporting the Malaysia and Singapore Pokemon Unite community. Thank you so much for everyone's support and kindness towards all our trainers playing for today. My name is Flava, and of course a big shout out to our amazing partners Mason and of course Qontra. He's not here together with us, but we have to give thanks. Yeah, so checklist done. And of course, Mason, last words from you, my man.
Well, I mean, this is a great opportunity once again to be part of this event. So it's definitely I would love to see the Pokemon Unite and MYSG grow once again. Have even more players, as what Rebong said as well. Not forgetting the production crew also. For allowing this to happen as well. So that's all for us for today. So once again, my name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Flava and Qontra. So we'll see you guys really soon next time.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in the World Championship. Guys, take care. Bye.